Thank you for being normal, Can. Out of all of the chat messages up until now, yours is the only normal one. We have Arrow Kissers Pucker Up. We have Arisen, Darn It. We have Arrow Zen. We have just a pointing emoji. We have It's been a while since I've been in this chat room. Loud noises. I don't know. I feel as though you're a bit odd and mysterious. It is the call of Listen, the call of the Arrow Kissers is not pucker up. No one says that but you. I can't be normal, sorry. Well, it is your birthday, so happy birthday. Now we're just sitting through the ad, which for whatever reason I'm not notified of because I'm sad. I'm sad about the ad. Well, let's hop on in. Hello. My plan is to... Why do I hear a beeping noise? Is that a pipe bomb? Is that just me? Is that... Do I have something in the background that is making such a pipe bomb noise that I'm just unaware of? No, I think it's a car outside. Excuse me. If you blow up, please do so away from my vehicle or my domicile. Thank you. Holy heck. Hi. Are you about to... No. So, much like in the Potter Puppet Pals, there's a mysterious ticking noise that I may or may not have a connection to. I may or may not be responsible for, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend as though I'm in danger. Why would I do that? I'm not going to falsify evidence against the big pipe bomb. Is a pipe bomb an IED? Is it like, does a pipe bomb have to be improvised, or can it be like standardized, right? I don't actually know the definition of a pipe bomb. Is a pipe bomb just a bomb that is in a pipe? Or does it like entail like, so a Molotov cocktail is a special IED, which is a fuel, like a burning fuel with some sort of wick, generally a cloth, like sticking out of it that is lit on fire in some form of breakable container that you can throw for a inflammatory response, right? That is a Molotov cocktail. A Molotov cocktail has a pretty narrow definition. You can't have a incendiary charge and call it a Molotov cocktail, right? A pipe bomb is an IED, except in Duke Nukem 3D, but we don't talk about Duke Nukem 3D. I don't even play Duke Nukem, and I know we don't talk about Duke Nukem 3D. I watched one review of it back when it came out, and someone who actually like followed and was a fan of Duke Nukem was like, this is one of the worst things I've ever played. I love Duke Nukem, and that makes it worse. And then I was like, okay, I guess Duke Nukem 3D. No good, very bad. We hate it. But Heya Golden, and Koid, and Quarry, and Wolk, and Stunov, and Khan, and Hikiko Morik, and Anka, and Stunov, and Can, and Farrell, and Wolk, and I think I got everyone that is messaged. Hi. Today is Hollow Knight. But before I Hollow Knight, I was just gonna yap for a bit. I think it's been a bit, like, I don't know. I earlier in the week, I had a gaming stream where I yapped afterwards, and I think I had some really good ideas, but I didn't have like just a dedicated yap this week enough. I feel like I didn't have enough yap, and that's something that is it's required for me. It's necessary. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be smart. What I'm gonna do, because we may or may not, depending on what her availability is, we may or may not have a friend of the channel, Vivi, hopping on later. And she'll just hop on call while I'm playing Hollow Knight and just rant at me about a TTRPG setting, which I'm very excited for. My DMs have been blown up the past couple nights because Doc Vivi Leandra, another channel and like friend of the channel, I recently got in contact with her, and literally for like the past 72 hours, non-stop just telling me about TTRPGs, which is my ideal, I will say. My ideal state, my enrichment, so to speak, is just having my friends and mutuals and acquaintances blow me up with an IED. And of course, by an IED, I mean a TTRPG. But I would say an RPG, but that's a different kind of blowing up. Oh, heck yeah. Open the floodgates. Exactly. You and me are polar opposites. I can go months at a time without saying a single word. That's the thing. That's me. I am... Well, actually, let me do this real quick. I'm not going to start the game yet. However, I do like the Hollow Knight music. So I'm going to have the music playing in the background. A pipe bomb is what your mother calls me at the end of the night. No, I am the same. I am someone who I very much so. Oh, wait, if I do MS Paint. Oh, dang it. My model's breaking again. But if I do MS Paint, we can listen to Hollow Knight. I'm someone who I will go months at a time without talking to you. One of my closest friends, I have not spoken with her properly in many moons. But, like, I still love her. I still think that she's great. And I would still consider her a good friend, even if I haven't spoken with her in quite a while. My best friend for a couple of years now is super busy all the time. So he will literally go months without saying anything because he's just so busy with work. And then he'll hit me up and just be like, yep, I'm free for the next month. I'm going to bother you every day. And I'm like, okay. And then that's just kind of like how our relationship is. I have folks in the content creation space who I was close to like a year ago. I have not spoken with nearly at the same frequency over the past 8-10 months, and I still consider them friends. Because I'm the sort of person who... Okay, I don't really subscribe to love languages. I think love languages are, at their best, they're astrology. At their worst, they are used to justify behaviors under the pretense of, well, that's just my love language. But I do think that under love languages, I would very much ascribe to quality time. I took a test that was like circulating Twitter, Blue Sky, and it was like, okay, ranking all of your love languages, and I got like 34% or like 40 something percent quality time. I got like 24% acts of service, words of affirmation. And then the entire remainder was gift giving. And I got 0% physical touch. Both in giving and receiving, why is context not required? Oh my gosh, is it about me blowing up, getting blowed up? Eric experiences friendships like a gentleman adventurer from the 1800s. Literally. And there are some people who there are some people who I know I need to reach out to them more. I don't know if any of you know, I have a pen pal in Japan who I've known for a decade at this point. And we exchange emails every couple months, and I've just been sitting on it. I literally have an alarm on my phone every single night reminding me, respond to her email. And I keep not doing it because I keep getting busy. And then I get tired, and then I say, I'll do it tomorrow, and I go to bed. That is someone who, that's not me being comfortable in my separation from her. That is me struggling to reach out. And that's different. That's not the same. But there are other people in my life who I'm just like, yeah, I haven't spoken to this person in 6 months. If they hit me up tomorrow, I'd be down to hop on a call and just go on like nothing ever happened. I'm a figment of your imagination. That is very true. I'm gonna be real. From 2010 to date, physical contact to me was either to hit someone in self-defense or accidentally touching someone's hand when giving them something. Yeah, I'm not big on it. I can't claim to be a gentleman adventurer from the 1800s because I don't have the chutzpah. I don't have the moxie. I'm not educated and civilized enough. Though I have played a game called, it's a board game called Fortune. And and glory. Do any of you know this board game? It doesn't take place in the 1800s, it takes place in the 40s. Or, I suppose, late 30s, but 30s, 40s, World War II era. I don't have a grit or determination to be born from the 1800s. I think I'm just too queer. I think I'm just too trans. Because if I was born in the 1800s, I'd either, like, die of polio, I'd, like, have shingles and pass by the age of 6, or I would grow up adapted to the terrible environment that was the 1800s. That being said, if it's just me, but born 200 years earlier, or I suppose like 150, depending on where in the 1800s we're talking, yeah, no, I don't think I do too well. Listen, I could 1v1. I could probably 5v1 a series of frail Victorian children that have the constitution of a dying mole rat because of their consumption, right? Listen, put me in an arena where frail Victorian children come at me in waves of 10, and then a paint eater who has black lung from working down in the coal mines, they're like a 13-year-old boss who has black lung, comes every 10 waves. I could take on a good few waves of that. Let's not get it twisted. I'm not weak. However, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, before the invention of penicillin, I'm just built different. No. Arrow would be an Alec or a Boris? That's my thing, right? Is that I don't think I'm Giga Chad enough to be Boris, but Alec was definitely the bottom, right? Like, you can't tell me that he wasn't. It's honestly hard to tell because in this context, you've been raised different. Maybe you'd adapt different. For sure, you wouldn't be the same Arrow. No, 100%. And that's why, obviously, who here has taken a psych course that has discussed nature versus nurture? Does anyone not know? Who here does not know about the nature versus nurture debate, or who knows about it but is like, I only know what it is. I've never heard it discussed in detail. Because nature versus nurture is a real psychological debate where how much of who you are is determined by stuff like your genes and your bloodline and your ancestry versus how much of it is determined by the environment and how you were raised. For instance, if I, literally me, same person, was born or like transported back to the 1800s, my nature would be the same. My nurture would be different. And there's a lot of different granularity in this. You have biological psychology, evolutionary psychology, social psychology, you have different fields that approach it from different angles. And broadly speaking, it's agreed it's some combination. But this is where you get into the question of like, I consider myself someone who is mentally resilient. I am someone who has dealt with hardships in my life, and the way I have coped, the way I've dealt with it, the way I've worked through it, is that I am the sort of person that when I'm dealing with mental hardship, internal or external, I just kind of tank it, and I just work through it. There have been times on this channel where I was going through a significant period of distress in my life. Significant being relative, like relatively speaking. And I did my absolute darndest to keep everything subtle. To just kind of not make a big deal out of it, to not shut down the channel, to not like change around my schedule, to just continue meeting my responsibilities, to continue following my routine, following my habits, keeping up my schedule. And then afterwards, I would usually say like, hey, I was struggling. Hey, this was the thing I did. But is that because I went through hardships in my life and I've learned how to cope with that? Or is that because just innately part of what makes me Arrow is I'm just built different, right? Is that my nature, where I'm just genetically predisposed to that sort of, you know what, it doesn't matter what I'm going through mentally, I'm just going to keep up my work. I'm going to see it through, I'm going to keep it up. Or are those lessons I've learned throughout my life? I know what you're talking about, but media theming analysis is my autism. Fair. Arrow adventurers in the 1800s, at the autopsy, they conclude Arrow was a witch due to the plastics. Listen, who here has the perfect intersection of where you grew up eating lead and now you're eating microplastics? There's a narrow window of people who grew up eating unhealthy amounts of lead, but are still young enough to have started eating a bunch of microplastics. These are the next generation of person. They're going to be more synthetic than biological at some point. Or does your nature make you better able to learn and enact those lessons? Exactly. And there's also a thing where you mentioned epigenetics, which is from what I'm remembering, epigenetics is the idea of your nurture influencing your nature. The idea that if you, or I suppose the other way around as well. Basically, the way I always heard it described is a gene in your body does not express itself until certain criteria is met in your day-to-day experience. For instance, you might have a predisposition to alcoholism, and it is only once or to addiction, let's say, and it's only once you start consuming alcohol that gene activates. Up until that point, you weren't very easily addicted to stuff, but then once you take on an addictive hobby, that activates the gene, and now you find that you are an addictive personality in your entire life. Similarly, the example is like the warrior gene. It's the idea of someone who, they have this genetic predisposition towards like a fight or flight response. They have a genetic predisposition towards meeting challenges head on, but that doesn't activate until in their real life they encounter some trial, tribulation, struggle that activates that gene, right? And that's something where it's just like, does that have merit? Is that something that's actually happening? Oh. It's interesting to talk about, and I think from a sci-fi perspective, that's interesting to discuss. I live in Brazil. Instead of lead and microplastics is dubious herbs and clay. Ugh. Also, Brazil mentioned. Can we get a Brazil pog in chat? I will say, Brazilians, I don't know where you came from, but I have so many of you in my community, so like, Brazil pog. Funny that you say that. I have alcoholism in the family, but I don't struggle with that myself. I do enjoy casual booze, but nothing to that level. Yeah. And like, I have I don't know if I have alcoholism in my family. I certainly have family who are alcoholics. And I am someone who I would consider myself to have an addictive personality. That's part of why I don't drink. I have never had alcohol in any capacity, never smoked. I don't engage in illicit substances because I understand that I'm the sort of person who, once I start, I don't know how easy it will be for me to stop. And that's the level of self-awareness and self-discipline where it's just like, sure, it might be fun, but I'm not gonna go down that road because I understand that would be something that I don't know how easily I would get out of it. That's why, unironically, I refuse to go to a casino. Not because I don't think I would have fun. Not because I don't think I would waste my money, either. My addiction is being say-so. It's not an addiction, that's just who I am. Listen, people say weird things, and I don't get it. So they call me say-so. But I refuse to go to a casino because I recognize the fact that if I do, and particularly if I win, I'll want to go back. I'll want to stay. And like, obviously, like, Balatro, great way of like sublimating this desire. Clover Pit seems really fun. But I don't know. I'm just the sort of person where like, no, thank you. Farrell, that's a weird question. What is that? That's how they get you? No, that's literally how they get you. Unironically, the way casinos operate is that their goal is to get you in, have you bet X money, have you win a small amount to boost your confidence, so that you then bet Y money, which is more than X, and then they clear you. That is how casinos work. Their goal is to have you enter. If they ever ask you like, oh, hey, like, is your first time here? Like, how long you been here? If you're like at the table or whatever, they're like, yeah, like first time in the area, just figured to check this place out. They're probably going to hand you like, let's say you put in 300 USD. They might have you win $50 and be like, whoa, big shot over here. Guess it's beginner's luck. And you're like, haha. And they're like, well, why don't you keep that streak up? And then you put in, let's say, only $500. Because, I mean, that's only 150 more. You won 50. And then you lose the 500. They just got 200 extra dollars from you than they were going to had they just cleared you early. And that's how casinos work. That is how casinos make their money. Not to mention getting you drunk, having a culture incentivizing spending for the sake of spending. Honestly, I ain't gonna lie, if you go to a casino and let's say you don't lose at any of the gambling, but you buy a bunch of food and drinks, you probably spent more money than you made. Remember that. That depends. Is Arrow a femboy? Some people have said that I'm a femboy, and I don't really care if people say I'm a femboy. Because, like, functionally, I'm non-binary, right? You can be femboy and non-binary. I don't really consider myself one, but I also don't care enough to say I'm not one, right? Because in a sense, I kind of am. I am femme and I am also boy, but I am neither femme nor boy. The only truth that matters is that nope, that is heresy. It's why there's always free bougie drinks and expensive snacks, all to keep you there, because the longer you stay, the more likely they're like, one more spin. Femme them? Basically, yeah. And that's also why many casinos, like, unironically will honeypot you. Where they will have attractive younger women, like in that, like, I don't know how young, my guess is like the 18 to 23 range, maybe 21 to 23 based on like drink. Actually, you have to be 21 to be a casino. So it's probably like 21 to like 25-year-olds. And their whole goal is to approach men, primarily, and basically just flirt with them, encourage them to buy drinks to get them drunk, and then when they're drunk and they have this like very attractive younger woman encouraging them to be a big spender and like show them a good time, they spend a bunch of money, and then they lose a bunch of money because they're drunk, and then the woman goes to find their next target, and they're paid by the casino to do that. They are employees of the casino. And I'm to be fair, I'm mostly speaking from a Vegas perspective. This is not true on, for instance, like reservation casinos. I know that on the East Coast, there's a couple. This isn't necessarily always the case, but like Las Vegas in particular. Well, here it's illegal to go if you're under 18. Not that I went to a casino when I was a minor or anything, or that I gambled ever. Yeah, they want to impress the ladies because it's very... Listen, people think something like, oh, an attractive lady is so obviously a setup. People think that good cop, bad cop is so obviously a ploy. People think that Prisoner's Dilemma is so obviously solved. Like, it's really easy to have these thoughts until you're in that position. If you are, I mean, if you're at a casino, you're probably either young and have the free time to do so, or you're older and don't have the commitments that most people in like steady relationships, steady jobs would have in order to prevent them from going to the casino. So if you're a younger guy, or you're like older and divorced, or you have disposable income or whatever, I mean, an attractive lady coming up to you is kind of probably what you want. That's probably exactly what you're looking for, assuming that you're like a straight guy. Meanwhile, good cop, bad cop is, yeah, it's so overblown in media, but if you're arrested and everyone's treating you poorly and you are scared and you feel like you shouldn't be there, and then one cop says like, yo, lay off, like take a walk, and then sits down with you and says, listen, you don't want to be here. I don't think anyone like needs to keep you here. I just need to hear your side of the story. Tell me everything so I can just write it down, and then you'll be on your way. You're gonna trust them, not because they're trustworthy, but because they're so much more trustworthy than everyone else. Clearly, they are your best option. When in reality, that's literally like an interrogation technique. They are doing that in order to convince you to tell them things that you should not tell them. Ew. What does that smell? Shrexy, if you're old like Arrow. I don't want to impress no lady. If Arrow notices me, I'm happy. Well, you're in chat, so I notice you plenty. I try my very best to read chat messages. And then with Prisoner's Dilemma, similarly, I know for a fact that the best benefit to... No, it's burnt toast, actually. The best benefit to the Prisoner's Dilemma is that if, like, Ankaw, if you and I are in the Prisoner's Dilemma, and let's say, for those of you who don't know, Prisoner's Dilemma, Ankaw and I are both arrested, we are separated because we committed a crime together, and the police don't have the evidence to arrest both of us for the full crime, but they can arrest us for suspicion of the crime. So if I snitch on Ankaw, I go off for free, but Ankaw gets, let's say, 6 years of jail. If Ankaw snitches on me, I get 6 years and Ankaw goes off free. If we both snitch on each other, then we only get 4 years each. But then if neither of us says anything, we each get 1 year because they don't have any hard evidence. So it's either 1 and 1, which is 2 total. It's either 0 and 6, which is 6 total, or it is 4 and 4, which is 8 total. It makes sense mathematically in the Prisoner's Dilemma for both of us to keep our mouths shut. We both get 1 year, and then we're out. However, Ankaw might not want a full year prison. Ankaw might want 0 and to just go walk on a plea deal. That means I'd have 6. So maybe I want to defend myself from Ankaw doing this. So I'm going to snitch on Ankaw. But then if Ankaw knows that I snitched on them, there's no reason for them not to snitch on me because they would rather have 4 years instead of 6 years. Not to mention, they want to get back at me because I betrayed them. So the Prisoner's Dilemma, mathematically, it always makes sense. The way the Prisoner's Dilemma is designed, it always makes sense to cooperate. But under the assumption you know for a fact that the other person didn't cooperate, it always makes sense for you to not cooperate. And so it's really easy to convince yourself, well, I know that I would never not cooperate, but they clearly would not cooperate because they're not trustworthy, they're a snitch, they're blah, 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 blah. So I, not because I want to be the bad guy here, but because I know they can't be trusted, I'm not going to cooperate. And then if they cooperated, you get off even better. It's even better for you. But for the group, it's a negative. Because for the group, instead of just doing 2 collective years, it was 6 or even 8. That's why it's really easy to look at these things from an armchair and say, oh, it's so simple. It's so obvious. And then you live it, and then you're like, wow, this is actually really hard. It's okay, the community will thank me for taking the fall. You can pin on me. No. Listen. Prisoner's Dilemma. If you are within the community and you get put in a Prisoner's Dilemma situation with anyone in the community, you both better cooperate. Listen. I'm not going to endorse any illicit activities in my community because then I would be culpable. Then I would be inciting. That being said, if you're going to commit illicit activities with another member of the community, if you're going to go commit crimes, be gay, do crime, talk about it beforehand and say, not only we're both going to cooperate, but also, personally, I would say, come up with some form of code to indicate that you did or did not snitch on each other. Because if Farrell is separated from Coyd, and I tell Farrell, hey, Farrell, Coyd already snitched on you. They told us everything. Coyd said that you went into the jewelry store, fired a shot in the air and said, this is a robbery. But if you know that Coyd had a special stock phrase that, for instance, if Coyd mentions that you went into the jewelry store, you fired a gun in there and said, this is a robbery, brochachos, then you would know, based off the usage of the word brochachos, that Coyd didn't betray you. So you would know that you can be faithful to each other, even though you can't communicate with one another. That's the sort of thing that you can set up beforehand. And obviously, it depends on how it's presented to you. Because if you're separated, and the detective just says that they told us everything, you have no way of confirming that. But if you set up at least something that allows you to have a better means of communication. Because again, almost always, it's better to cooperate. Illegal arrow? No. We enjoy the deep stuff here. I mean, this isn't really deep stuff. This is game theory. That's just a theory. Strangers to lore dump about Payday 2 until Arrow agrees to rob banks with me while using John Wick skin and Princess Tiara. I hyperfixated on Payday 2. Fun fact. I did The Secret by myself. And if you know about Payday 2, you know what that means. Right? Like, when I say, I did The Secret by myself, I soloed The Secret with just bots. I went through, I looked up the plates, I did the translations online because I looked them up. It was wild, I gotta say. That was unexpected. I know. I don't seem the type. And I was watching Noli. I think it's the Noli on YouTube quite a bit. I did the full lore deep dives. I was watching the complete history of Payday 2. I hyperfixated. You wrote a one shot on Pathfinder based on Payday. That's so good. This is all over my head. Okay, so Payday 2. Who here knows what Payday 2 is? And who here doesn't know what Payday 2 is? Payday 2 is a horde shooter where you play as robbers and you shoot you shoot cops. That's such a bad description. But the goal is that the Payday crew, the Payday gang, goes around committing heists. They rob jewelry stores, they rob banks, they go on art heists, and it is a very silly, very non-serious game that over time had more and more and more added to it, and eventually you're robbing the White House. But little did you know, it's not just silly. Watch Dogs is better. Watch Dogs is a completely different genre, so I'm not going to compare them. I also haven't played Watch Dogs. I don't know how good it is. Kali, you played way too much of it. Yep. I will say, I think it was 2023, it accounted for 25% of my yearly play. 25% of gaming I did on Steam in 2023, back when I was gaming, or sorry, 2022, I think. Back, like 25% of my yearly play that time was Payday from January through like early March. And I had like a 30-day streak at one point of playing Payday every single day. Because I would just like, in my free time, I would get Payday for just like a mission or two. I was hyper fixating. That was all I was focused on outside of my responsibilities for like 2 months. Minus Clash Royale. Oh yeah, I know too many people that got into Clash Royale. My most played is still Warframe, nearing 5k played hours mark. Payday 2 is close second with 800 hours. That's not close at all. 5k is not close to 800. Oops, all Payday. So, but the thing is, you want to hear about the Nephilim? I feel like you want to hear about the Nephilim. In Payday 2, it's a game where you're going around and you're robbing jewelry stores. You're robbing banks. You're hitting big banks, you're hitting small banks. I think, did I do this? Did I do like the Omega Bank heist? Do you know what I'm talking about, Payday fans? Where it's the you have to drill for like 20 minutes on the one wall of the bank, on Big Bank. I don't think I ever did that, because I think you need a crew for that, and I didn't have a crew at the time, so I wasn't able to do the Big Bank like super drill. That's the one with the weird clown masks. Yeah, big drill. Thank you. Anyway, so you're robbing these places, but it turns out that there's been a meta plot the whole time involving aliens and potentially angels and the Nephilim, which are the descendants of them. There's a background like lore plot going on where the White House is involved, and basically there's something called the Secret in Payday. I'm not gonna lie, I forget how you unlock this. I do not remember how to unlock it, but at some point in the warehouse, in the safe house, you have a piano. And if you play on the piano a specific melody, which you learn from a mission, it shows you these black discs that have like hieroglyphs on them. And then the hieroglyphs translate to phrases, where the phrases represent achievements. And you have to get like 20 achievements specific to your account. Everyone has a different list of achievements, so it's the same like, I don't know, 40, it's the same 40 achievements, right? There's like 500 achievements in the game, but it's a pool of like 40 achievements, and every account has like 20 of those 40 achievements that they need to have unlocked. And then if you rob the White House, there's a painting. There's a painting that you can remove and enter a mine shaft under the White House, where you then have to fight ghosts as you drill into a alien vault under the bunker, under the panic bunker beneath the White House, where you then have to set up relics on a spaceship to stop like a temporal anomaly, so that a man who has used alien technology to become, he might be a Nephilim, I don't remember, so you can fight a guy who's immortal. Remember, you start this by just robbing like corner stores. So you're telling me your secret ending achievement pool didn't have the big drill? No. All of my achievements were like, do this mission, like, do this mission and like never be seen and get at least 6 bags, right? Like those are the sorts of achievements that it was. So I know he was the dentist. I'm trying to keep this as generalized as possible. I'm gonna be real, that's a first. Ghosts at this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your kitchen? Yes. Can I see them? No. You just have to unlock the piano. I think it's upgrading Safe House twice. Yeah. Right, because you have to upgrade it to get Scarface's room. You need Scarface's room so that you get the piano from Scarface, so that you can play the melody in Scarface, so then you get the discs, so then you can translate the discs. The discs give you achievements. You have to achievement hunt, and then with the achievements on your account, you have to go do the White House heist, where then near the end of the heist, before you leave, you have to open the painting. All of them had Big Drill. I mean, I might have had Big Drill. I just don't think I did. Right? Level 1, rob a bank. Level 50, fight God. Less fight God and more fight human plus plus. Less fight God and more fight just a guy who's rich. If you have to know, it's actually Giancarlo Esposito. Gus Fring, and also the villain in, I think it's Payday 6, right? Payday 5? I don't know. Anyway, very, very good actor, I will say. You could have done the secret ending if it required, and you haven't done it. Well, no, so what I'm saying is I don't remember if I did it. I think I didn't do it. That means it was not in my secret ending list. That was not in my achievement list. But yeah, I don't think I've ever done Big Drill. Enjoy, Feral. The Xbox version is completely absent of... I think so. I think this is a PC exclusive. And Starbreeze, the devs, with Payday 3, had a lot of issues trying to get the game on console. So I think that there's some weird issue with console compatibility in the game. And I will say, I was so excited. I was so hyped for Payday 3. And then I did not pick it up because I heard awful things. And I've heard that the game has gotten better. I have heard that it's still a shell of what Payday 2 was at the same time, which is so sad to me. It's so unfortunate because I was so excited for Payday 3. You kind of feel sorry for the guys? Yeah. It's not the best situation to be in. No, I absolutely loved Payday 3. I ran a Sicario build because I liked the smoke bomb. And then eventually I ended up swapping that out for... I swapped it out for something. But I do know the main thing that I would rock is that my main squeeze. I went low concealment. Because obviously, I would go stealth builds because I'm an absolute heathen. My secondary was a shotgun, and my primary was an assault rifle, like a burst rifle. I don't remember which one it was. I liked having the minigun when I went loud because, of course, I did. And the sniper rifles were always fun. Hey, Avivi, we're talking Payday 2. They got screwed by Hasbro. They had a D&D project going on that got canceled more than halfway through, and it destroyed their finances. What? Hey, wait. I'm just a silly little guy. I'm just a silly little guy with glasses on. It's my birthday. Come on, I'm a silly little glasses boy with birthdays on. I'm the blurp birthday boy. You wouldn't hit a silly little guy with glasses on his birthday, would you? Hey, Avivi. Dropping in before my own stream starts? Awesome. Yeah, I did name drop you earlier because I mentioned that you were gonna rant at me about Exalted at some point. So... you are being held to that. Although if I end before you, that would be really funny. That would be a power move. But though I hope you enjoy your stream. I always did Gambler for the healing. Ooh. Can we just talk about the Russian Badger videos real quick? Yeah, I'll hop on if you're still streaming. No worries. The Russian Badger videos were very silly. I was a dodge build. I was a filthy dodge build, but I can appreciate a tank build. I can appreciate an 800-pound gorilla. You're going to drop a link of a video that was on my server so those can see the news. Cool stuff would probably be best. Because it's a cool thing that you're sharing. yes, for those of you who don't know, I'll probably just shout her out later, but Vivi is super cool. Real life scientist, real life TTRPG nerd. Will rant at you about why railguns are not effective weapons. And it is some of the most enthralling conversation that I do not understand that I've ever heard. I'm not gonna lie. She will just explain to you, unprompted by the way, that railguns are actually super inefficient, and despite the fact that sci-fi classifies them as more realistic than lasers, that makes no sense because laser weapons are actually being fielded in real life right now, whereas railgun projects around the globe have been shelved outside of what might be experimental prototypes that are still not able to see the light of combat, whereas actual literal laser weapons are being fielded as primarily anti-missile, anti-air defense, but are being utilized. And it's just like, wow, I don't know what any of that means. Tell me more. Which, I love having people in my life who are smarter than me. I love having people who info dump at me. And what I will say, I firmly believe that one of the best traits you can have is knowing how to take your interests and make them interesting to someone who doesn't know about them. And I try really hard to do that. That's why with I love having people in my life who are dumber than me. Well, I guess we make quite the fantastic couple, as I am stupid. That's what I was trying to do with Payday, right? I was trying to present it in such a way that even if you know nothing about Payday, you can connect with it. Like, you go from robbing corner stores to robbing the White House to freaking like fighting aliens and ghosts, which is a massive tonal shift. But you don't need to know about the difference between like what is murky water in that, right? How do they factor in? Who is the dentist? You don't need to talk about that. Exalted was the original World of Darkness in an earlier age until it wasn't. Then it was Chronicles of Darkness in an earlier age until it wasn't. Yeah. From what I'm aware, it's based on the storyteller system. And you play effectively demigods, like the Greek ideal of a demigod, where you're not a good person, you're just a better you're not a moral person, you are better at being a person. And you're like super high power level, and that's really all I know about it, because I haven't had a chance to look at it. Exalted was originally conceived as a prequel to World of Darkness. I mean, World of Darkness, like Dark Ages, is kind of a prequel to World of Darkness. There's, I know the V20 for Mage just had like the Victorian Age expansion. So World of Darkness is weird because it has supplements for these older time periods. I don't actually know how they play different though. Like, what is the difference, at least in V5, of a modern knight's 21st century fledgling versus a fledgling in the 9th century? Obviously, there's no Camarilla. There's no Stabat. There's no Anarchs. Like the factions are different. The politics is different, which is enough to have a different setting. But I'm wondering mechanically, is there anything different between like a Bruja that was embraced in 1950 versus a Bruja that was embraced in 950? Because your blood potency would be much higher. Your generation would be much lower. Do you start at a significantly higher power level? One of the writers from Exalted released a free unofficial supplement so you can have Exalted in modern World of Darkness. Oh my gosh. My main in Payday was Sydney. I roll Anarchist. The more damage I do, the more armor I got. So I carry Molotovs for that constant damage tick. Secondary Akimbo shotguns with Dragon's Breath. Oh my gosh. And then a bootleg assault rifle. Just all fire. Who did I run? Did I just play Dallas? I had someone that I ran. I think I just ran Dallas for the voice. But my crew, I actually really liked Bodhi. And I didn't realize that he was like a reference, like a DLC reference character until like in the entire history of Payday. it was kind of just brushed aside that like, yeah, he just joined because of like Point Break. And then I was like, oh, he's cool. Gosh, who did I run in my crew? I had a couple folks that I liked in my crew. It's been so, oh my gosh, it's been like 4 years. One of the writers was kicked from the company for covering, oh, boo. Anyway, gotta get going. Well, enjoy your stream, Vivi. And yes, normally generation caps are lowered and get more discipline dots. A 950 Bruja might be a Promethean Bruja, but there's basically no Promethean Bruja. Okay. If I was to play a Bruja, I would want to play a true Bruja, which I believe is a Promethean Bruja, unless I'm mistaken. Because a true Bruja is the idea of the warrior king, right? The philosopher poet, the activist who is an erudite, the academic activist. The kind of stereotype of the Bruja. Or no, are the Prometheans pre-Diablerie? Are the Prometheans the pre-Diablerized Bruja, where instead of having overwhelming anger and emotion, they have no emotion? Is that what the Prometheans are? Also, I may or may not have a thing for Sydney's voice. My second favorite is Jacket. Of course you like Jacket. I have never played Hotline Miami. Huh? No. Huh? Miami. That's how you spell Miami. I did not know how to spell Miami. Like Jail of Night, which is World of Darkness X Cult, or the Penny Dreadfuls, which is Werewolf Wild West and Deadlands. Surprised you wouldn't roll Tremere or Ravnos. What do you mean, of course? Well, so in my current character, I'm playing as Amitsi. And I have not played him in quite a bit now. It's been a bit of time. But don't apologize at me, roommate. I am on stream. My roommate is running for me in a one-on-one game, and I said that, and they're like, I'm so sorry. Because we haven't had a time to play TTRPG in a minute, which if we go to the store tomorrow, we can play Werewolf like we started last week. Judgment. You can't take a shot at me like that and then just go on. That's what I do regularly here. My whole vibe, like, baby, this is Twitch chat. All we do is take shots. Can I get an amen? Or the World of Future Darkness, which is Cyberpunk. Oh, right, I forgot about that. You were telling me about that before, Celador. Promethean Bruja are the ones who did Carthage, and then, yeah. Which, I love the idea of Carthage. I also love the idea of the Ventru propaganda that says actually it sucked. But I also, I love the ideal of Carthage. I love the fact, I love the idea that Carthage happened and then it went bad with the Bali, right? I love the idea that Carthage was good and then went bad. Because then that adds credence to, well, this justifies the existence of the Camarilla. This justifies the Ventru pearl clutching. But also, it justifies the Bruja sentiment of living alongside humanity. And in the Soviet Union, in the USSR, the Russian Bruja basically tried remaking Carthage, but with communism. And as you've seen from real life events, that did not work. And then the USSR fell, new Carthage, the Russian Carthage fell. But the idea that they're always trying to reclaim this, it's their Roman Empire, because Carthage. I do kind of love that. I do kind of love that it was an actual good thing that they're hearkening back to. Oh my, we're talking about Carthage in the World of Darkness. In the World of Darkness, we're talking Carthage. Also, we got an ad break in a couple minutes. After that ad break hits, I'm going to hop in Hollow Knight and we can keep yapping, but I'm not going to be on Paint. So get your legs in. There's also the translation guides that mix Old World of Darkness and New World of Darkness, and Mirrors, which is an alternate dimensions. What if the splats were public? What if it was post-apocalypse, vampires in space? Listen, vampires in space is just what happens when you get a void engineer that gets bored. You can't tell me that there was not at least one vamp that got sent to space because a void engineer was like, you know, how important is the atmosphere for vampires? That's just a theory. And then they test it out and then the vampire explodes. Hallowness Delenda S. No, I refuse. Are you seriously like blaring music outside? Are you like right outside my house, or are you further down the street and it's just loud? I take offense at your incontinence of the oral sort. And that is oral as in audible, not the other oral, you weirdo. Lesbian vampires from outer space? I'm listening. Go on. I forgot which movie, but there was something I watched with vampires in space. It was a Tzimisce named Aeolus, then the Tzimisce bit a Cthulhu. That's how we got vicissitude. Okay, there are so many different explanations as to how we got vicissitude. Like, wait, Celador, are you talking? Is that the aliens? Is that the actual unironic explanation of the aliens? Because I'm aware that the old school explanation for how vicissitude happened is that it was like Tzimisces conferring with aliens and using alien powers to change flesh, and that is why like old Tzimisce, like the true dragons, refuse to use vicissitude on themselves because they see it as the mark of like aliens. I joined you talking about vampire oral. Listen, we were talking about vampire oral last night. That was that meme you sent me. They retconned the Soul Eaters, but Tzimisce went to a dimension and bit a big fleshy Shoggoth. Funny enough, vibes-wise, it checks out. Mechanically, I don't see a Tzimisce doing that. Because I don't know about you, but I don't think you can be very grounded in 0G. More the thing, Shoggoth Cosmic Horror from Dimension. Yeah, I assumed. Vampire oral sounds. That's called being bitten. Vampire oral is when they bite you and drain your life force. That's... You're gonna take that out of context, aren't you? I was talking blood, not the other one. Unrelated to World of Darkness. Yes, I know you meant unrelated to the World of Darkness, because for whatever reason, despite the fact I am say-so, my community are freaks. That's why, as soon as I talk about girl frame, everyone loses their collective minds. Yeah, you get it, Arrow. No, I don't get it. I don't. The Tzimisce were based on Brian Lumley's Vampire series, who can craft the flesh in body horror ways and have elements of cosmic horror. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, obviously, they're also based off of Transylvanian. Vampiric folklore, and like OG Dracula. Also Romanian, yeah. We do be pretty freakers. Listen, I know other content creators. Archivist, for instance, actively encourages his community to ship him, to make NSFW art, to like request being bitten. On Twitter, I've seen a VTuber who's clicker training her audience and calling them like puppies. I don't do any of that. And yet I'm out here with my community saying, vampire oral, which I understand is much more tame than what those other communities are getting up to. But it's still, like, relatively speaking, it's on that same level. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I'm not going to speak for him and say that he encourages it, but I am going to say he has been on record saying he does not mind it and would not prevent it, right? because he's on record as being like, art is art. I want art of all different stripes. Vampire's necroscope? Huh? A necroscope is what happens when you take a dead body and you look at it really close, like a microscope. I see bug pup ship. What? Where was that sentence going? Anyway, Hollow Knight, right? I'm gonna play Hollow Knight. Oh, buff pup. God, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually. Also, before I hop in Hollow Knight, Fortune and Glory. I was talking about this earlier. I didn't actually get to talk about it. 1800s gentleman adventurer, but in the 1940s, in the 30s, in World War II, where the Axis powers are taking over the world, the mob is at its strongest in the US, and like a cult seeking ancient relics is hopping around the world. You are going around and you have classic pulp action hero archetypes, which often are very, very stereotypical, and you kind of gotta like just be like, hey, product of its time. It is representing a media of the time. It is not endorsing those beliefs. And then you just go around and you globetrot and like you punch World War II Germans in the face and you fight zombies and you like dodge out of the way of like crushing wall traps. It's very fun. Wait, hold up. You want me to make sense? Okay. I'm not going to ask for anything unreasonable from my community. And I understand that making sense is unreasonable, but it's much more reasonable than making dollar bills. So I hope you can at least meet me halfway. Sense is to be made by the rational, the normal, the gainfully employed. We are none of... You know, I feel like everyone in the community is at least one of those things. That sounds like something more biohazardous than Gamer Girl bathwater. Well, I'm glad I'm not selling Gamer Girl bathwater. Though I will say, there are some small businesses that are VTuber oriented, which I've considered looking into, like partnering with, because they'll have like bath bombs, or they'll have candles, or they'll have like soaps. And I'm just like, I don't know if the interest is there, which I will say, in terms of interest, with the recent Kickstarter for Homie and the Dude, I recently got a message confirming like not just my payment, but also how much the community contributed. Apparently the community contributed way above our weight class. Like we contributed collectively more money than some channels that were significantly larger than us. And I don't know if that's because y'all are crazy and just spend your money haphazardly, or if it's that we had like one big spender, or if it was simply that because I have a more variety channel, because I talk about more than just Dungeons and Dragons, I had less competition with other TTRPG channels. But that is very cool that with like 120, 150 content creators, we were in the top percentile. And last I checked, I think we were like 2% of the total donations, which again, 2% of total donations when we are not just one of the smaller channels, but also there's 150 other channels, 120 other channels, is pretty pog, not gonna lie. Particularly because I don't know what the highest percentage was. If one channel accounted for like 20% of all of the money because they had like 500,000 subscribers, suddenly we might be top 10. Hey Arrow, before the topic of hyperfixation gets too far, I've been having a field day making textures for Vroid. Would I be okay if I made things with my model in mind? Sure. Yeah. That doesn't mean that I will use them, but I'm more than open to folks in the community making stuff and then, like, I guess letting me know about it, and then I'll check it out at the very least. But if you want to make it with me in mind, by all means. I just can't promise that I'll like endorse it, for instance. Particularly if it's like, if it's something that's more risque. Something if it's more like skirting the line of what is TOS friendly, that's something where, independent of my own personal thoughts, I will probably not be able to address it in any capacity. But if it's something just like, hey, you wanted to make a really funny hat for me to wear, or you wanted to make a jacket that fits my color scheme, it's not even specific to me, it's just like with me in mind, inspired by me or whatever, that's totally chill. It's more that it kind of bothers using the default stuff. By all means, do it. Do it. Like, if you're trying to do your own stuff, by all means, more power to you. Okay, so I'm going to explain that there's a secret that everyone knows, and it's Buff Puff has a massive... I mean, like, same, but... Oh, no, I meant... I do mean textures, like maybe new hair textures and more details to my crop top. Maybe buttons referencing... Okay, that would be super cute. Oh, I'm in the arena. I forgot. I first tried the arena. I need to play this video game more. Can I... Aeroviator? Okay, me and aviators would be so funny. Okay, how do I play this video game? Unironic question. I have forgotten how to play, which is not the best. Where am I? Huh? Okay. Tribe of the Warrior. I already fought that one. Stop there. This trial is close to those who haven't made the What am I doing? Welcome back, warrior. Make a contribution. You can enter the trial of the conqueror. Sure. I guess we just starting with the arena. Oh, thank you. I forgot to change my category. Time to play Hollow Knight Silk Song. Also, my title is not fond of dreamers. I have no context for if dreamers are good guys or bad guys. I might just be like committing a microaggression for no reason. That would go so hard for... Okay, what I will say, if I can get folks in the community who make me stuff that is obviously accessible, and then like it's relevant to like Lancer or D&D, like if someone makes me a like tech wear outfit that would make sense for Lancer, I would absolutely look into putting it on for a Lancer video, because I think that'd be fun, right? I think that'd be cool. And the thing with Vroid is that because it's free, because it's accessible, and because it's Blender friendly, theoretically, y'all could just play dress up if you really wanted. As for the risque stuff, I'm not that kind of artist, and if I feel like trying, I ask for consent before using anything but your own model or OC, so don't worry. I just had to confirm, because some people... Something Lancer puppy girl collar. Oh my gosh. Wait. So, I already have the challenge for the community, where if I hit 15K by the end of the year, which we're closing in on, but again, it's never guaranteed. I'm never going to take that for granted. I will review girl frame in the maid dress. Like, what is it? Like, if we hit 1750, I'll do it in a with puppy girl ears on a collar. Is that what we do? Have you considered using a giant moth to anger me further so that I can shoot you behind the Wendy's? Listen. First of all, that's a deep cut. Woke, that is a reference that I don't think anyone in this chat is going to get, and I am going to applaud you for the ability to retain jokes for like a year at a time. I would absolutely wear a Lancy puppy girl collar, not even a freak, just fashionable. Okay. Chokers, I can rock. Collars, take or leave. I can't claim to have experience wearing collars. That's not really my vibe, but I quite enjoy chokers, and I feel as though a collar is just a choker. So, puppy girl maid arrow, that is quite the collection of descriptions. Who are you? Have I fought you before? Cool. Ow! Oh, I'm juggling. Okay, now I'm healing. Ow! Sorry. Ow. Okay, let's get some heal. Ow! That did not work as the way I thought it would. Luckily, I can get some pretty good heals. Did I one tap it? No. Ow! Ow! I very much did not one tap it. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. That's no good. I see the progression of difficulty. Honestly, oh, if I hit them in the spikes, it's an it. That's actually super useful. Oh, being able to insta-kill them is really useful. Ow. Wait, did I just... I just heard in the distance just the anti-alien alarm, and I'm like, wait, am I getting raided? Hey, Rory. How's it going? Ow! I'm playing the arena. Maybe I shouldn't have started on the arena after a week of not playing this video game, but how goes it? How is EU5? Were you engaging in Yemeni war crimes? Put on the dog... No. We were just talking about collars too. Like, I can't even be upset at you because that is relevant to the stream. Ow! I hate you. Got EU5 working and got a 5th of the achievements. Oh my gosh. Let me shout you out just because I'm doing the streamer thing. I appreciate that I don't even need to tell you guys to just open fire. And I know that's not because it's the raid. I know that's specifically because it's Rory. Don't know how he could know about that. I wonder. But yes, I hope EU5 was going well. I got a brief summary. And by brief summary, I mean like 5 hours long of... oh heck, I need to go get my Geo back. Of what his plan was for EU5 last night. So I got to experience the stream before it even started. Oh, if I die in here, do I not get my shade? That's... Ow. That's silly. Ow. The plan was the video, the stream was just speedrunning achievements? Oh, okay, got it. So you were lying to me. You were lying for clout to a larger content creator. Rory committed various unforgivable war crimes. I mean, he did that just by being French, so... I'm not going to pretend like this is some new event for him. He's already wanted by the UN. There was no one left to forgive me. Listen, they're only war crimes if they get reported. I'm not even joking on that one. It's just factually, it's only a crime if it gets reported. Do not utilize this for your own personal benefits. I beg of thee. Larger arrow, you're 5 foot. Where did you get this information? Neko, I'm taller than you are. Ow. Like, I understand... Ow. I understand that Rory is, like, 12 feet tall, but that does not mean that you get to pretend like you're tall just because you're friends with him. Oh, heck. Neko's the shortest in the streamer group. I don't know. Basil kind of gives me 5 foot -2 vibes. I won't lie. And I understand that that is entirely like profiling based off of them being like a submissive Omega. Oh, heck. But at the same time, it is the vibes I get. I actually don't have gamer slouch. I have pretty good posture. Right now, I'm kind of locked in, so I am leaned forward a bit, but... I'm not going to comment on my back arch. No! I suck at this game. Arrow arches? Yes. And? So you're saying that Arrow could perch on Rorston's shoulder and Neko could balance me out on the other shoulder? Neko, how much do you weigh? That's my question. Oh, I can just go up here. That's neat. Never mind. No, I can't. Oh, this is to heal. A little? Well, yeah, you're just a little guy. Oh, if I had gone in here, I would have gotten back my... Understood. I just lost like 1200 Geo because I didn't realize that this was the spot where my guy spawned. Understood. That sucks. Gravitas, you can't go stupid, go crazy. Or I suppose you can, but you shouldn't. Man, that's disappointing. I lost 1200 Geo. That's like more than 5 Geo. You were aiming for work. Gravitas, I want you to click on channel points. And I want you to look at the different channel point redeems that we have. Do you see one that says Banish Rorston? You have the power. I gave you this power specifically. Without consequence. Ow. Ow. But I have 220 channel points. Well, I guess that's a skill issue then. If you want to kill Rorston then, watch my channel more. Because he's here often enough that you'd be able to slay him quite regularly. Wasn't he already banished? Probably, I don't know. But frankly, I don't keep track of him enough to know when he gets banished. I just kind of do the banishing. I actually outsource all of my banishment to StreamerBot. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this game. Oh, you used it on earlier, so it's on cooldown. Understood. Good time of day, by the way. I mean, listen. Ow! Oh. This... Rude. These spikes make me sad. It's because I have to platform around them. No, I tried jumping and it wasn't working because I'm bad at video games. Arrow stops paying attention to Rory and then gets a legs and jump scare. His legs have never scared me. You can't claim that I've been jump scared by something that I'm gonna jump scare myself. I clicked the wrong button. I'm throwing for content. And it's not even good content. Like, I'm throwing for content and it's not even entertaining. It's literally just bad. At that point, is it even throwing for content? I'm going to commit violence. On what? On who? Where? I don't know. But I'm gonna... I make myself sad. I freaking... It's also why I can no longer afford to banish him. Listen. Just because the banishment economy is going downhill, that says nothing of the purging economy. Have you ever seen the purge? I haven't. I know nothing about the purge other than apparently it's an analogy for like capitalism or something. I've already embraced my anger. That was me last stream. I uploaded a clip today where I embraced my anger and I just was being toxic to Rory. It's not satisfying without collateral damage. That's very true. That is very true, Badger. Mushroom. Ow! I did so well the first arena, and now because I just literally jumped into the arena first things first, after not playing this game for a week, who would have thought that I would struggle? I also need to get better about Hadokening, and not just... Ow. I need to get better about not healing when I'm dumb, because I'm stupid and an idiot. Ow! Like if I Hadoken, I get some good damage. And then I can heal. Arona game, what does that mean? What do you mean by that, Neko? Sometimes you say words and I don't think you understand what they mean. Because I don't understand what they mean. Oh. Ow. You're so rude to me. The Air Arena? Oh, understood. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. It's an old meme, but it checks out. Okay. We're pogging. We're pogging. Okay. Okay. I heard a commercial where someone said Jurassic Park, The Purge. That's wild. I mean, what is Jurassic Park if not just The Purge? There's pogging, pogging, pog! Is that a euphemism? That strikes me as very euphemistic. Ah! I feel as though I should not endorse that, purely based on vibes. But also, I have no evidence to the contrary. Yeah. I need to get better about dashing above people and then juggling off of them. Because that seems to be a very good strategy when I can actually do it. Listen. Life finds a way. Oh, come on. Come on now. Let's not be disrespectful. Luckily, these like bomber dudes are very easy to avoid. The issue is that I'm bad at the game, so I'll hit them anyway. Like that, where despite the fact I literally have long nail equipped, I am continuously dropping onto them before I deal damage. Oh, bye. Oh, I hate these guys. I'm so glad that I have... I'm so glad that I had the freaking mushroom. Was that it? No, I have a boss, don't I? Mini boss. All right, last time I fought freaking Zote. I forgot. Oh, I hit one of them. That wasn't very good. This strikes me as a, hey, here's free damage so that you can fight the actual boss after. Yeah, maybe I should just be focusing on getting my soul up. Yep. Yep, that's a big boy. That is a, quite the enlarged boy. That doesn't sound right. Ow. Ow. Ow! Stop! You're being mean. I don't like you. Heal up, I think? That's what I was trying to do, but now there's like a boyo. Nope. Oh, most of these bugs aren't people, not since they were filled with the Tang. Listen, once you start taking the Fanta, you're just not the same. They're very easy to avoid for any halfway competent player. You clearly overestimate me if you think I'm halfway competent. At best, I'm a quarter competent, and on most days, I'm lucky to hit a fifth. Get in here, you rat. Oh my gosh. Listen, just because Gravitas is in chat doesn't mean Gravitas can't join a VC. Okay, what if I did like sports betting, but I was the one you're betting on? Like, what if, because this is an arena, you can bet on my success rate? Ow. And you can guess how many times I'll die by falling and nothing else. Yeah, I need to get better about dashing mid-combat. Like, just that alone actually really helped me out. Ow. Ow! Stop! You're being rude. I hate it when people are rude. It's so rude of them. Yeah. Yeah. I need to remember long nail allows me to not make mistakes, like attacking someone and then not landing on them. Ow! Or I just need to not be bad at the video game, which would be a very nice thing to do, but I think that might be a little bit above my pay grade. Isn't throwing a fight you're in considered rigging? I didn't say I'd throw the fight. I said that you could bet on me. And that were I to win or lose, that would be an indication of monetary success in the community. Something of a bonding experience for chatters. You can collectively understand the pain I feel when I fail to platform, because you will lose channel points. Like, so many of these times, I have the ability. I could just, if I was good at platforming, not die. But then I do, because I'm not good at platforming. You ever have that happen to you? Ow. Don't Fanta me. Rude. Ah! No, stop. You're incredibly rude. Don't you wanna? Listen, I wanna Fanta. However, I understand that if I do, it will be like the end of days for me. My psyche will be gone. I will become a husk. Hollow Nest will never be the same. Like, I can resist temptation. I don't think that you understand this about me. Despite the fact that I wanna does not mean I gotta. I think you should try learning from mistakes. Honestly, I think that's overrated. I think that's something that only cowards do. Ow, I forgot about this. Okay, Pog. The economy is controlled by my platforming, a true dystopia. Listen, new young adult story just dropped. The entire world's economy is controlled by one gamer's inability to platform. The world revolves around taking tests involving platforming. And only a spunky young 16 to 18-year-old will be able to save the world economy through the power of, like, Mario. Arrow groans? I think groanses. No. Oh. Ow. Ow. Stop. You're mean. I don't like you. Ah! I don't know how to take this boss down. Maybe I shouldn't have started with the arena, because of all things, the arena needs me to lock in. And this is very much so, I have not played this game in a week, and that is my entire excuse. Shut up. In Hollow Knight Parkour Civilization, no one jumps for the grub. I'll have you know, every time I see a grub, I will stop whatever I'm doing in order to rescue it. And if I can't rescue it, I will remember it for the future. It always freaks me out when my phone notifies me that you release something on YouTube when I'm streaming live. I'm everywhere at once. I am the end and the beginning. I am simply all there is. I suppose I should probably announce that, shouldn't I? Because when I'm on, because like I do manual announcements, I haven't set it. I'm not intelligent enough to set up a bot that would auto notify you every time there's a YouTube notification. And I think that the bot is literally just telling Discord, hey, this is my YouTube account. But that's still too complicated for me. I am a boomer. You do know this. I was born in the year 1960. Back in the before times, pre-internet. That is why I can't 2D platformers, because this is newfangled to me, don't you know? I am a Vietnam dodger. I am one who was supposed to be in the draft, and yet here I am playing Hollow Knight. Okay. Arrow hag maxes. I made this post yesterday, but it does unironically make me feel way better about myself when I see older content creators, because I know that in like 10 years, even if I'm not uber successful, there will be people who look at me and just call me a hag, or they call me like an unk, and they're like, yeah, and they will just like want that sort of experienced content creator in their life. They're looking for someone with a little bit of experience. Because it is very real. It is very real to be like, hey, I am however old I am, and I feel like I missed the boat because I'm not a 16-year-old with 4 million subscribers already. But at the same time, I also think being a bit older than that, which I'm not gonna say that like I'm old. Ow! But I am going to say that I think that the average age of the internet has gone down significantly in the past, not just a couple of years, but since I grew up, right? It used to be that you were considered to be a little bit older on the internet, and now it's very much so if you're older than a teenager, you are considered old on the internet. Nope, I hit the wrong button. And I just fully just fell. So it's definitely been like a schema shift, and that is real. But at the same time, it's also just nice constantly being reminded of all the people who have been like doing this for 20 years, and they finally got successful on year like 17. Oh. And that's not to diminish their effort or their success. It's entirely the opposite. Is to say, wow, even if you do put in all of this time, that's not going to diminish your effort necessarily. Okay. Okay. Cool. We saw Arrow from across the net and liked my experience. Oh my gosh. Like, unironically, I don't know what it was. I think it's literally just like, I got her in my recommended, but Cleo from Phase Connect is someone who is very open about the fact that she is like in her mid to late 30s. Like Matara-Khan is another one who very much so, she is very open about the fact that she is, I mean, I'm not even gonna say like an older woman. She's like a middle-aged woman. She's like just an adult. But that's so rare in the content creator space that it feels so different. And I think that in their content, you can actually feel that. We have a nice little dance going, but it's not really good anywhere. There we go. Oh, heck. 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 Arrow learns about the strikes? What does that mean? Roblox and iPad babies massively drop the average age. Why are cigarette lighters called that? Because they lit cigarette? Is that like a trick question? You know what a cigarette is, right? You know what a lighter is? Cigarette lighter. It always freaks me out. Blah, blah, blah. Women admitting to being in their mid-30s is indeed rare. That's not even what I mean. What I mean is a content creator who is like Monarch, Amelie, another great example of a woman who is older than like mid-20s, who is older than like a teenager, who is decently successful in content creation and has been doing it for like over 10 years. I think that Amelie has been doing it for like 18 years. She's been doing it since like pre-2010. And that's not only inspiring from the perspective of someone putting in the work and effort for that, but it's also just kind of like reaffirming that no, you don't need to be 10 years younger than you already are in order to be successful. You can be someone of any age who's successful. And I'm talking from the perspective of someone who is successful on their own merits, because obviously there are people who are like, I'm a sweet little grandma, and my whole brand is that I'm just like a grandma that tries playing games, and that's cute, that's fun, but that's also the reason that you're popular, the reason that you have an audience is because you're old. It's not despite the fact you're old, or it's not independent of the fact you're old, right? I would say that folks like Cleo from Basic Connect, or Mataricon, or Amelie, those are all folks who are a bit older, who are on the older side of content creators, but that's not like their thing, right? They might be hag maxing, they might be boomers, they might be silly sometimes, but they're not branded entirely to be like, hey, the reason that you should watch me is because I'm old. And I think that that's necessary in the space, because again, think about how many like 16-year-olds have 10 million subscribers, and it's just disheartening. And I wouldn't even say it's just for content creation. I would just say it's just the most notable for content creation because it gets the most publicity. But for most careers, not even just careers, but just like, oh gosh, with basically anything. There's the joke where it's just like any hobby that you have, there will be some random like 4-year-old Chinese girl who does it better than you. There's always some random Russian 3-year-old who is a chess savant. Oh my gosh. There's someone in the world who's better than you despite being significantly younger and having done it for less time than you. And that's disheartening. For bounce, boing bug, rhythm pattern, dash below the stab swing, you know I'm stupid. You're not allowed to bully me like this. Hags. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there's the joke that it's the age of 30 is in demand. But even that is like, I don't know, women who are 30 aren't that old. And like, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, even if you're in your 40s, for instance, that's not that old. But I feel like we've gone through the life cycle, particularly YouTubers, but also Twitch streamers, where 30 is like the age that everyone who started young 10 years ago is at. All of the people who started when they were like 19, 20 and have been doing it for 10 years, they're like 30 now, which I think describes a lot of popular content creators who are in their 30s or who are around 30. So I'm not even like talking about them. I'm talking about like mid 30s and later. Those are not hags, those are my peers. Exactly. Everyone who's like, I'm into older women. And it's like, sir, you are 28 years old. The women you were discussing are 31. Yes, they are older than you. They are older than you technically. Because I don't know if you know this, but or you probably do know this, because I think that my audience, despite the fact that my audience on YouTube skews pretty like 21 to 30, or it does skew 21 to 35. It's not because, despite that. I think a lot of you probably have experience with the fact that as you get older, age matters less, which is a really weird concept to wrap your head around, but it is true. Where, if I'm like 20 and I'm talking with someone who is 40, they're going to view me very differently than if I'm 30 and talking with them, because just our lived experiences are so different, right? Oh my frick. The lived experience between someone who's 40 and someone who, and the lived experience difference between 20 and 40 and 30 and 40 is very different. I would even go so far as to say, even outside of proportionality, the difference between 20 and 30 and 30 and 40 is very different. Because your 20s are a time of great change, right? Your 20s is probably the second most disruptive period in your life after your teenage years, right? Because very few things can top the teenage years, unless you had a very sheltered teenage life and then you really kind of get thrust into the world in your 20s. So it is interesting that, you can have like I don't know, like intergenerational friendships are coming to mind. The idea of like at work you like befriend like a 58-year-old because yeah, you might be 20 years younger than them, but 20 years younger than 58 is still 38, so it's not that weird. Whereas if like a 21-year-old befriended a 58-year-old, I think a lot of people would kind of raise their eyebrows, even if it was completely kosher, right? Oh, hey Basil. glad to know that even when he's not here, even when he's ignoring the channel, Rory gets dunked on. That's really what I want. I want my friends to feel unwelcome in my community. That's why I have an open door policy. I need to get better at video games. I need to get better at video games. Did you know that? Did you know that I need to get better at video games? Because I don't think that was very clear. I think that that's a real, like, self-reflective part of my life that I picked up on, independent of external input. And I'm proud of myself for recognizing that, honestly, very minor flaw of myself that I don't think anyone else could pick up on. I think the fact that I'm so self-aware, that I'm so just in it with myself, to pick up on something so subtle, like a nuance like that, is really just speaking to my character. And I think that that should be spoken about more highly, personally. Open door policy or open barrel policy? What is an open barrel policy? That is my question. Is that like fish in the barrel and I'm like open season shooting at you? Because like that's kind of accurate, I'm not gonna lie. Basil with the drive-by. Listen. If you know me and you're not driving by my community, do you really know me? Are you really in this community if you're not doing drive-bys? Pia. Execute yourself. And now, Pia. Ow! 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 I take damage. Who did I hit, by the way? Asus Raider. See, the fun thing about Twitch is that you never know who you're gonna hit. You could hit a bot. You could hit a mod and just do nothing. You could hit a raider. You could hit someone in chat. It's just an absolute mystery. It's the wonder of wanton violence. Okay, I need faster heals. Like, with all due respect, is the charm that like increases charge rate, does that help with healing? Because I feel as though the speed of my heals is honestly the biggest deciding factor in these things. Ow. Ow. I'm trying to like parry. Well. Ow. Yeah, I have no idea how to do this. There was a charm that said it feel... So it wasn't faster heals, it was faster charm. It was faster... Increase the speed of focusing soul, allowing to heal damage faster. Oh, wow, I'm missing a charm notch. Oh, because I got one, right. I don't need you, I don't need you. I'm gonna do this. OMG Arrow, yay, it's time for soup. Enjoy, Waffle Cat, enjoy your soup. If you had to eat cake with no utensils, would you pull it apart like a barbarian or unhinge your jaw? Wait, so you're saying like a full uncut cake, not like a slice of cake? Full cake? Are we talking like cookie cake? So if... So... Cake...
Yummers.
Like, what's diameter? Are we talking like a 6-inch diameter? Are we talking like an 8-inch diameter? Like, what size? Because that determines it. Because if we're talking like one of those really tiny cakes that's like 4 inches across, I am eating that like a burger. I don't care what you say. I don't care what is going on with it. If it is like can fit in my palm, I am eating it like a burger. But if it's a massive thing, yeah, I'm like tearing it apart like a barbarian. When I just chomp out of it with my mouth. That's what I'm saying. If it's like a 5 to 6 inch diameter cake, what would that be? Like, It's like the size of my hand. I think my hand is like 7 inches. That's small. Yeah, I would just eat that like a burger, bro. Oh, dang, you're not in game anymore. I was about to Steam message you for advice. I am in game, you cretin. I'm talking about eating a cake without a utensil. I'd eat it like a burger. Like, have you ever had a cake burger before? That sounds awful. But have you ever had a cupcake where you proceed to tear off the bottom of it, put it on top of the frosting, and then you have a burger of cupcake? I am open about the fact I have Yowie hands. My hands are larger than everyone else I know in my life. Like, I could probably grab a tape measure. Like, I don't think we ever put away the tape measures after we moved. But like, I could probably grab a tape measure and measure my hand right now. Ever have a moon pie? I've heard of a moon pie. I don't know. I don't think I've had a moon pie before. Yowie hands, homie, high five. High five. Gay. Yes, and? How else will I pick up How else will I pick up a twink with one hand if my hand cannot wrap around his entire waist from thumb to forefinger? What is a jersey and how does it get dirty? I mean, a jersey is a jacket you can put on, or it's like a shirt you can put on, and it gets dirty by wearing it. Yeah, Coit is convinced that I'm from Dirty Jersey, which I believe is southern New Jersey.
Yummers.
And it's entirely because I understood what the Pine Barrens were. Which, like, wild of you to make that assumption. You keep forgetting South York exists? Listen, at the very least, call it South New York, right? Because you got New York, you got New Jersey, they're both new. New Hampshire, North New York. Yummers. Exactly. Okay, after that brief interlude. If you're from NJ and are offended, good. I don't respect people who don't pour their own gas. Going right for the throat there. But where's Old Jersey? I assume Old Jersey is in the UK. Just like how I assume Old York is in the UK, right? That's gotta be it. You've lifted twinks, much like Colossus and Wolverine preparing for a fastball special. Okay. If anything, Wolverine is at best an otter, but he's definitely a Wolverine, right? Like, we need a new term for short gay men called a Wolverine, where they'll just kill you. You know how a bunch of guys will be like, I want a woman that will just kill me. We need that, but for gay men, where that's what a Wolverine is. What happened? I went to the bathroom and came back timed out. Yeah, so if anyone is watching this and you're currently timed out, it's because you got shot. And if you're banned for more than 15 seconds, try refreshing. Because sometimes Twitch gets funky with bans and thinks that you should not be coming back, even though the bans are just for 15 seconds. Wait. So, when you're carrying your femboy twink male wife, one-armed, is it better to hold by the neck or the waist, assuming they're okay with both? I assume it's whatever they have a preference for, right? Because, like, the neck is easier if you don't have Yowie hands. Dang it. But also, much like how you shouldn't pick up a snail by its shell, because that would damage the mantle, you might damage your femboy twink male wife. So you have to be careful, but some of them are into that. Right? So you have to have a firm discussion where you figure out, like, hey, do they want me to hold their neck like it's a jug of milk? And if the case is yes, then, like, freak's gonna freak. Okay, just checking if it wasn't hacked. No, you're fine. Something that we do here is that we just shoot on sight. Yeah. Ow! No! Ow. Rude. Oh, frick off. And I hit the wrong button. Have been picked up bodily by the skull before, and my spine has never felt so limber. Did they give you a good shake? Did they shake the tension out of your spine? I don't know if that's universal, but that's a fun fact. I mean, hey. You can either be dropped on your head as a kid, or you can be picked up by your head as a kid, and there is no in between. Those are the two genders. This is a binary. You're not allowed to have anything in between. Cracked my neck too. Oh, so good. Fun thing, don't know if it's a universal thing, but short, hairy, aggressive gay men are nicknamed Wolverines here. Rorston is both. Oh my gosh. You can't just do him dirty like that when he's not here. Also, did you know that chiropractic is apparently pseudoscience? I went to a chiropractor when I was younger because I had like neck problems. And I only learned like after the fact that it's not based in science, at least not like credible, medically recognized science. You don't have to be a doctor to be a chiropractor. You just need to be certified. Which is wild to me, because I've always heard them spoken of in the context of being like just a doctor, but for joints. Oh, maybe if I was better at this video game. Oh right, I don't have the spore cloud because I have the faster healing. I keep forgetting that. Ow! Ow! Can you make me better at the video game, please? And colossi are tall, shaved, muscular, and bottoms. Wait, Colossus. I actually don't know much about Colossus in the comics, so I can't speak on that. I'm assuming it's like an X-Men reference, right? I mean, like, it's got to be, right? If it's a Colossus and a Wolverine. Which, like... Yeah, I don't see Wolverine bottoming. I see him causing problems, but I don't see him... Yeah? Yeah, I see him taking care of problems. I don't see him being taken care of, so checks out. X-Men is very queer-coded if you never read the comics. No, so X-Men is very everything-coded, right? Because X-Men is based off of the fact of a group of minority people on the tails of the actual, literal, in real life civil rights movement are dealing with discrimination from mainstream society. That is why so often it is coded as BIPOC communities. That is why there's the comparisons between Professor X being Martin Luther King Jr. and Magneto being Malcolm X, despite the fact that doesn't really check out, like on the whole. So there's always been a certain degree of queerness in comics as a whole, but then when you take the specific context of X-Men, which is a group of like a minority people dealing with discrimination on the mainstream and not just discrimination, but also actively trying to be removed from society, there's going to be comparisons to queer people, there's going to be comparisons to BIPOC, there's going to be comparisons to religious minorities, and various authors have drawn these parallels. Not authorial intent. Yeah. Well, and I mean, and also, like, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Ah! Ow. It's also worth mentioning that by the end of their lives, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. kind of had like a change of heart in the opposite direction of each of them, because Malcolm X basically kind of realized that like active assertive violence was not the answer. And I don't recall if he was like a militant, but I do know he was more aggressive than MLK, and that's where the comparisons tend to be. But I do know that by the end of his life, Malcolm X was more like, no, like peace might have to be the answer. And MLK was like, yeah, we are not getting where we wanted to get. And that is a problem. Ow. Sorry, I'm locked in. 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 Literally, I'm locked in here with that big bug thing. Whew. Game in here are wild. They say the wildest things to each other in the open spaces they're allowed to be. No. No, is this going to be a mimic? Yep. Luckily, I've already dealt with this. I know your games. Oh, we're not done yet. I assumed that would be it. Ah! I'm sorry for making so much noise. They're all very open. Yeah, I can imagine that. And obviously, it depends on the area, it depends on the culture, but that can be a very empowering or it can be a very overwhelming experience, depending on who you are or what you're looking for. Bully them! Now we love arrow noises. I get embarrassed. And then people say it's cute, and then I get even more embarrassed because I am not cute. My brand is not cute. My brand is vicious. My brand is horrendous. My brand is, violence. Ow! Yeah, like, I saw this wholesome interaction. Frick! I was trying to heal. I didn't realize that the floor was coming out right under me. Ow. Which just means I can't continue to heal. Which now, honestly, the worst part about this isn't even the juggling. It is the I can't heal from my mistakes, which I understand is the point. And frick. Darn it. I may love dogs, but combining cuteness and violence is definitely house tiger coded. What does that mean? Arrow adorable is an adorable denial of their adorableness. That's not how this works. That is... You can speak your falsities and your poisoned honey all you wish. That does not change the fact that it is discoupled from reality. Like, I was like, I'll give you a beer if you take off your shirt. And he was shy going, no, I'm good. And then they started like egging him on. Granted, the guy was kind of buff and all. At first I thought it was toxic masculine. Oh no. Where is this going? Our little house panther. Okay. If I'm gonna be cat-coded, because I've been accused of being cat-coded, I feel like it would have to be a big cat, right? It would have to be like a panther, a jaguar, a leopard. Also, I would pause for the ad, but I've already done this so many times, I don't think you want to see this again. Turns out eventually they all started taking their shirts off, some with top scars, others with tape, pretending to have scars in support, and just bare-chested. He was a female to mask trans, and he was his first time in a bar. Oh my gosh, wait. So they were like doing the toxically masculine, like, yeah, come on, just take off your shirt, bro. But it was to give him, like, to be more comfortable. That's kind of cute. I mean, yeah, gay people can be toxically masculine, and that's why I am a big proponent of not shying away from the portrayal of negative character traits in like queer characters, because you shouldn't. First of all, you shouldn't assume that we are on a pedestal, but also it helps unironically in media when you demonstrate unhealthy relationships or improper coping mechanisms and you delve into this is bad and here's why it's bad, suddenly you have people in real life dealing with those things or who will encounter those things, and then they say, wait, I have a frame of reference. When I got pressured by my partner to do this thing, that's not okay, and I know it's not okay because in the show I watched, it was made very clear that it's not okay. Ah, dang it. Just so we're clear, your likes are non-toxic yaoi, defenders to lovers, and there's another thing. Listen, okay. I like wholesome yaoi, I like wholesome yuri. I also like wholesome headships. Like, I like wholesomeness. Is that too bad? Is that too much? Am I not allowed to like wholesomeness? Ow! Ow! Dang it. I really just healed just to lose all of my health. Yeah, bad representation is also important. And that's the thing, right? I think bad representation is unironically really important. Frick. Well, no, the ad break just happened. No one tell the people caught by the ads that I just died. Just pretend that I just waited this whole time. I'll get back to the same spot and no one will know. They'll think I waited for them like some good streamer. But in reality, I was failing at the video game. No, you didn't. Not Fight of the Warrior. I want Fight of the Conqueror. I find it very interesting that an Arrow Ace person enjoys wholesome relationship shipping. I mean, that's the thing. I consider myself Arrow. I consider myself Ace. I don't consider myself fully of either. I think I'm definitely on the spectrum of both. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. I played an arena match because I'm like, you've already seen this before. You don't need me to pause for it. And then I proceeded to die in a spot that I have succeeded multiple times. So you really missed nothing. Is it on my end or are you having trouble connecting? You tell me, because I don't have any dropped frames right now. Hey, a toost. Ow! Ow! I'm struggling. Ow! Wait, you're getting USMC ads? Your VPN sent you to the Netherlands? That's wild. You're off by a minute for the bit? Shut up. I have a timer that tells me, hey, here's when the ads are starting. Hey, here's when the ads are ending. And consistently, it seems to be off. And that's not my fault. A part of me has been tempted to go to a recruiter, lead them on, and then stonewall offers. As funny as that sounds in the abstract, if you give them your information, they will not leave you alone. Same with like telemarketers, same with Scientology. Like a lot of times, as funny as it would be to lead them on. Frick, I just walked off onto a spike. Frick, I just walked off onto a spike again. That's not jumping. Ow. I'm good at the video game, I promise. As funny as it is to lead them on, generally it is more trouble than it's worth. Not from a, oh, like you're not actually accomplishing anything, but literally from a, you're just opening yourself up to them being more annoying in the future. The one specifically saying, hey, remember when you used to have cartridges? Wild, we got all virtual now. I missed the previous message for that, so I have no context. I'm sorry. I would say I'm locking in, but I'm crashing out. Not quite as bad as it was last stream. Intellectually, I know that Arrow is just on the spectrum, but not full bore. Still interesting how you find different ways to articulate. Difficult to articulate, non-throwing a shade meaning. Yeah. And like, I'm very open about the fact that I'm very chill about how people view and interpret me. At the end of the day, I'm me. I know who I am. How you choose to engage with and interpret who I am and how I present myself is really not my business, frankly. I have people who interpret what I say in the worst possible way that they can, purely because they have nothing better to do with their time. and they don't understand subtlety or nuance. And obviously that's not folks in the community, that is folks who come by and then argue in my comments section about stuff that no one cares about, right? And I don't care. So if I don't care about people who are being jerks for the sake of being jerks, I'm not gonna care about someone who finds it difficult to articulate something that they themselves are supportive of. I need to, with long nail, keep my distance better. Honestly, I like your vibe, I like your brand of autism, and I enjoy watching a fellow MB just yapping about things they love. Okay, to be fair, the autism is not confirmed. I've never been tested for autism. So I don't claim to be autistic. So I struggle to, incorporate that into my branding, because I feel as though that's disingenuous. Yeah, Arrow's just super cozy all around. I wouldn't say I'm cozy. I think that at best I provide a passing entertainment, and you might be inspired by some of the nonsense I get up to. But fundamentally, I think that the best part of my channel and my community and the space that I have cultivated is the people in it, right? Like, I think that genuinely a lot of the discussion that happens in the comments is some of the best parts of the community. And I think that the ability for Lancer games to crop up, for the Cosmere game to crop up, for people to try out the World of Darkness on the community server, those are all more valuable than me just saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you XYZ, right? I think that the fact that I try my very best to be tolerant and inclusive is the bare minimum, not something worth applauding. Like, the coolest thing about this community is the fact that there's a bunch of cool people here. And I think that is, well, yes, a byproduct of me trying my best to encourage creativity and inspiration. That's not something that I think is special or unique to me, nor should it be treated as if it's such. I think that it is something that most people who make communities want, even if they struggle with it. I wouldn't say passing, you're fun to engage with. Oh wait, that's actually Hog. I can like get iframes from jumping off the ledge. Well, so as long as you include yourself in the cool people, I don't know if I would. Not unique, but uniquely appealing to us. Well, that's fair. Yeah, like, I try my best not to be annoying about it, but I definitely have a difficult relationship with just, like, taking a compliment. And I'm not going to pretend that I don't. And I think that's really annoying to some people, because they're like, oh, stop with the false humility. Stop with the just, like, trying to bait for sympathy. But no, it's like, legitimately, I'm sitting here, I'm just like, do you not have anything better to do with your time? Like, why else would you be in this community? Clearly, it's not me. Clearly, it's not my ideas. It must be the other people in this community, because those are the things that are the only thing of value here. Except the compliment nerd, I try, and it's really difficult, as I'm sure you're aware, given that if you're in this community, you probably have similar views on at least some things that I do. And I would not be surprised if being unable to take a compliment was something that you struggle with as well. Arrow is a creature, I am a creature. Arrow can tell you with a high degree of certainty that you have the tism. So have many other people told me. So have many people said that I have ADHD, but I got tested for ADHD and apparently I don't have it because I don't have a learning disability. And they were like, yeah, you have like so many symptoms of ADHD that I would recommend getting treatment for it, but I can't diagnose you because you didn't have a learning disability, which I found very funny. First time I've been able to catch a stream, but the vibes seem good here. Well, Toos, thank you for coming on in. It's really just yapping. It is me non-stop yapping for 5 to 8 hours. It is me not knowing how to shut up And apparently, it is me playing Hollow Knight where I've been in the arena for 2 hours. For an hour, sorry. Because I was yapping for an hour first.
Yummer.
Yeah, it's always... I don't know. I wanted to make a post about this, but I didn't want to like come off like I was bragging. It's so weird to me when I'll get like a burst of followers when I'm not live, because I'll release a video that has nothing to do with my clips channel. That has nothing to do with stream clips, and then I'll just like see, oh, I got 3 follows yesterday, and I got 2 follows this morning, and I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 4 days, right? So there's no, it's not as if I recently was live and it's people catching up right after. It's people who presumably from my YouTube are going over and checking out and following on Twitch, and I'm just like, as someone who for the longest time, even with, because I started streaming once I hit like 1,000 YouTube subs. I started streaming on Twitch once I got like 1,000 YouTube subs, because I was really worried about streaming to no one. So I wanted to have an established audience before I went live for the first time. And that got me in like the 5 to 7 range, maybe like the 3 to 5 range when I very first started. So I started with a bit of an audience, but even then, even with like a pre-established audience of like 3 to 5, 1K YouTube viewers, I wasn't getting followers for the longest time, at least not consistently. So I know what it's like to go a week where you streamed 3 times and you got 1 follower that week. So to now be at the point where I can pretty consistently just get like passive followers to the extent that like I will not stream on Twitch for a week just because my schedule is primarily YouTube oriented, and then I will get more followers on my off day than I ever did when I was starting, is just so wild to me. And like, maybe now you understand why I'm like, I wanted to make a post like being appreciative about that, but I didn't want to come off like I was humble bragging, because I feel like a lot of people who talk about that kind of stuff are genuine, but also a lot of people who do that are doing it to flex. They're doing it to feel superior because they want that gratification of someone else, a stranger telling them, wow, you did so great, you're so amazing, which is nice. It's a very nice feeling to have a stranger compliment you, but frick. Hey, a rat. These are the exact reasons I come to Twitch. Arrow, I got 24 hours and 5 hours I'm gonna sleep. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me for leaving. You know what? I think, give it some time, I might be able to. Honestly, nothing wrong with thanking your followers. I feel like it's a slippery slope. And maybe that's just me like hard checking my own ego, but it's definitely a, I recognize that anything I do is not only hingent upon the support of an audience, of you, but also that like any success that I have is your success. I actually really firmly believe that, because even if I'm the one that like edits a video, or if I'm the one that like yaps for 8 hours, or if I'm the one that like uploaded the VOD or whatever, and it gets any degree of success, one, I'm only motivated to do it because of you. One, I'm only doing it because of you, right? The why comes back to you. But secondly, I would never get any success unless it was for your support, unless it was for you watching, even if you don't ever share, even if you don't ever like, even if you don't ever comment. Just your view helps the algorithm and thereby spreads it to other people, which as much effort as I put in, I can put in 100 hours of work for something that gets 10 views if no one watches it, right? Or I suppose at that point 10 people would watch it, which is a lot for some people. It is a lot, particularly if you're first starting out. I remember back when it was rare for me to get double digits in views on shorts, of all things. Because I was just starting out, and I had no established audience, and I also didn't have many, if any, skills. So it made sense that I wasn't getting a lot of views. But, like, it's not just a matter of... Ow. It's not just a matter of I do it for you and like I'm so appreciative. It's literally like it would not be any degree of success without you. And I think that's something that the more I talk about success, the more diluted that concept becomes, because the more it's just like, oh, I'm so thankful that we hit 15,000 subscribers. And like, oh, I worked so hard for this, or blah, 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 or like that video performed really well. Then it suddenly becomes more about, Rick, darn it. Ow! Ow! Stop it. Frick. The non-squeakers help the squeakers? I foresaw that death 5 seconds in advance and recoiled. What the heck? Honestly found out your stream on Twitch by chance. Really? I assumed you came here from YouTube. If I ever make content, I love the idea of Moist Critical idea of content. I love how he does it. He's always preaching about it's always for people and he's doing it for free. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, he's doing it for free now because he made millions of dollars, right? And I don't think he's shy about the fact that, like, he would not do it for free unless he was in a financial position where he could do it. And I respect that, right? But also, he's another instance of, I was talking about this earlier, particularly with women in the space, but men who are in their mid-30s, late 30s, in the content creation space. They've been doing this for 10, 15 years. He was releasing videos, I think, pre-2010? And obviously his content changed over time and like his niche changed over time and he only got his main success in the past like 8 years. Let's call it. Maybe it was more recently. I'm not super familiar with his content to the extent that some of you are. But that's another instance where like he was grinding for a long time. And I don't only respect that, it also makes me feel more confident about grinding myself because I didn't waste my potential by not already being rich and famous and successful by the time I was 20, right? Ow! I'm gonna be honest, the what? Sorry. On-call, you dropped like a big paragraph and I can't read it because I'm trying to not die, but then I just saw a very specific person drinks water argument where I assume the core behind that is just like, don't compare yourself to everyone else just because you do the same thing. Everyone drinks water, so even the worst person in the world will drink water. And like, I understand the sentiment behind that, but it's also just, I don't know. I'm a very anxious creature. So I try my very hardest to stay humble and to be appreciative of the things in my life. Because I understand that there's a lot of people who aren't. It's not very cash money. No. Ow! Ow. Ow! Stop. Okay, I just heard like a car or something outside and I straight up thought I heard snoring. And I was very confused. I was like, who is asleep in my stream? I have had people fall asleep in my stream before, which I honestly, with how much noises I make, I find very hard to do. I'll refrain from using that person as an example. No, so I mean, that's an example where like, thank you for censoring the name. But there are certain things that, even if they are good examples, I can't talk about. There are certain words where if I say them, I will get bombed. Been in the spotlight for almost his whole career, 2 years, 12 years mostly, yeah. And I mean, and that's the thing, right? I have my I'll say like complaints, I suppose, of Moist Critical. I definitely don't disagree with some of the criticisms of him that he's pretty like milquetoast in a lot of his points. he'll say a lot of stuff that's just kind of like acceptable without contributing much. And I don't think that that's I don't think that's an unfair criticism, right? I think that he does do that. But also, I think a lot of people don't appreciate how, like, it feels scummy because corporations do it. But PR and branding is actually super important for everyone. Like, I'm a big proponent of think about what you say before you say it. Even though the fact that I don't think before I speak, I just kind of like, I raw dog it and I suffer the consequences of my actions. Ow. Ow. Thinking before speaking is very hard. Honestly, not really. Thinking before speaking, if you're speaking quickly, is difficult. If you're taking any degree of time to think before you speak, if you are not just rapid firing like off the cuff like I am right now, it is very easy to think before you speak. And I think that people who don't think before they speak feel the pressure to communicate faster, more efficiently, snappier. They're trying to push themselves to an ideal that they don't need to push themselves to. Oh, right, I forgot about this section. And I think that with something like content creation, you kind of gotta, if you want to be a yapper at least, which I very much am. I am not just a yapper more than a gamer. I am like fully just like my entire brand is yapping. I yap about TTRPGs. I yap on stream. I yap about storytelling. I started members content, which is me yapping where I'm just reading, right? The ultimate yapitude. I'm not even like having a conversation at that point. I'm literally just reading to you. And of course, even though I'm just reading to you, I still find a way to involve community engagement because that's just who I am. It's very important to me to have a dialogue with chat. Otherwise, why am I streaming? Ow. Ow. Idiot. Dumb. Stupid. Ow. Okay, spikes. I do agree I speak a lot quickly. For me, I think I speak if it's sorry, I can't. Ow! I wonder if I can heal on that little platform thing. Ah, frick! Well, I can get one. I can get one. So I need to stay above you so I can just juggle. Ow! Not like that. Okay. Ah, frick. This is what peak yappage looks like. Yeah, sorry for the Google Docs post on chat. I'm just passionate about your content if you can't tell. I just want you to get a glimpse of yourself through what I see, you know? Oh no, what's your post? Do I even check? Use my spells? I don't freaking... How? What spells? I understand functionally I can utilize my mother freaking vengeful spirit, but I always miss it. And then the desolate dive doesn't seem applicable. The great slash might be useful, but I don't have the time for that. Hey Azu, welcome back in. Thank you for the subscription. That's literally true because no one listens if you're slow. Disagree. I just think it's much harder to cultivate a specific audience if you speak slowly. Or rather, it is harder to cultivate any audience, and the audience you cultivate will be a very specific type if you speak slowly. If you are a slow, measured speaker who doesn't focus on comedy or who doesn't focus on quick-wittedness or filling silence, you focus on deliberate, thoughtful contributions. I think a lot of people who want a cozy stream would love that. I think folks who want ASMR content creator would love that because they want that sort of deliberate, even not in an ASMR context, just kind of in a generalized context, they want a soothing voice. They want someone who knows what they're saying when they say it. And they want to be at the point where they can appreciate every word that comes out of your mouth. Whereas someone like me, if you want to be more of a yapper, if you want more, I guess, like, generalized growth, you kind of got to be willing to run your mouth a bit. You got to be willing to say things that you probably shouldn't say, and then you have to have the ability and willingness to apologize for them. I have said things that I probably shouldn't have said, and then I'll just be like, you know what, I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry about that. Because this is legitimately me speaking faster than I can think. I am not thinking about what I'm going to say next. I am just speaking. And this is a skill that I've had to develop. And sometimes that skill bites me. Sometimes I say stuff that I shouldn't say, or sometimes I read something that I shouldn't have read out loud, and then I apologize for it. Because, I mean, I don't know about y'all, I'm a firm believer in redemption. I'm a firm believer in second chances, so long as you're willing and earnest to make amends. I'm not a fan of just sitting there and taking it as someone constantly mistreats you. But I do think that there's no point in one and done. And I think that a lot of people hold the opinion that if you do something wrong, you should be, like, blacklisted. Because there's just so many people online. It doesn't matter if you're a content creator. It doesn't matter if you're just like Joe Schmo giving your sports opinions. If you say something out of pocket that you shouldn't have said, most people will just say, okay, you're done. Because there's 100 other people with the same takes, with the same content delivery method, who haven't said that before. And that's why I'm actually very against cancel culture. Like, this is not based on anything in particular. There's been some stuff recently, like in the Twitter sphere, that I've seen about cancel culture recently that I think is being silly. But fundamentally, I'm a firm believer of, if someone's a jerk, why would they ever stop being a jerk if once they're called out for being a jerk, no one supports or listens to them anymore? Like, if I go around stealing candy from babies, and then once people find out that I'm stealing candy from babies, they say, hey, Arrow stole candy from babies. I'm never going to work with them. Oh, frick. Excellent. I tapped A instead of healing, and then I didn't move out of the way. Yuzu? I don't want to hear it. I used my spell, and that killed me, because I accidentally used my spell. If you speak slowly, you get interrupted in a lot of voice chats. That's true. That's a skill I don't have. Comes with speaking 3 different languages. I need at least 3 seconds of buffering. That's fair. Like, the more of a polyglot you are, the longer it takes for you to process, particularly if you're speaking in a language that you're not, like, native to. If you aren't allowed to grow / no matter what you've seen as bad, why grow? Exactly. If I'm a jerk who steals candy from babies, and then I'm called out for stealing candy from babies, and then everyone I associated with stops talking to me, and everyone who ever supported me turns their back on me. Except for the people who say, actually, I think stealing candy from babies isn't that bad. I say, keep stealing candy from babies, go for it. Why would I, particularly if I'm like a content creator, why would I ever stop stealing candy from babies and upset the only people that are now going to support me? And obviously, the line of what's stealing candy from babies and what's just like a crime is up to you. What is unforgivable is on the individual. But I feel as though the tolerance people have for like a stealing candy from baby situation is far lower than I feel it should be, which I understand is entirely a me issue. Frick, hit the wrong button. Like, I'm not here to tell you what your line should be. I would just encourage you to examine where your line is and why it's there. Oh. Ah. I'm using my spells, Yuzu. Are you proud of me? Support giving candies, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if I steal candy from babies, that's it. And then I get called out for it, and I make a YouTuber apology where it's just like, hey guys, so sorry that I got caught stealing candy from babies. Oopsie. And then I proceed to continue to steal candy from babies and or do nothing to make up for the fact that I stole candy from babies. I think that's fair for you to just kind of be like, okay, you're not gonna learn, right? Frick. I think that's fair for you to say, you clearly have no intention to grow. We're not going to give you the time of day. Frick. Darn it. But if I steal candy from babies and I'm called out for it, and then I apologize, and then I donate to the giving free candy to babies fund, and I don't have any more of a track record of giving candy to babies or taking candy for babies, and I go out of my way to not just change my behavior but also make amends, I feel like we kind of should normalize saying, hey, that's okay. And again, what's that line? If I stab someone and then I apologize and I start donating to the fund for people who got stabbed, I feel like the person who I stabbed probably isn't going to forgive me, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to, right? It's an individual line, but I feel like with cancel culture in particular, it's expected that unless you are the exception, no one will ever forgive you. To have any black mark is to be blacklisted, and to be blacklisted means that you are now radicalized because only jerks are going to support you. Which I just think is silly. Ow. Arrowmans, I would steal baby candy from babies because it's a choking hazard. Okay, how baby are we talking? Are we talking like 2-year-olds? Are we talking like 4-year-olds? Because like, honestly, a 6-year-old is like a baby, basically. And I understand that's like very much no, that's not what a baby means, and that's not what no one thinks of when they say baby. But also, like, if you're under like 8, you're a baby, right? Honestly, like, I look at some like 16-year-olds and I'm just like, you are an absolute child. Like, you are a baby. You must be protected from the terrors of the world. Oh, frick! I keep jumping off. A 6-year-old is a baby that fits in my mouth. Okay. A 6-year-old is a baby that fits in the mouth of a pit bull named Snuggles. I will say, I love pit bulls. I've not had a pit bull, but I think that they're adorable. I love dogs, and I think that the hate that they get is not just overblown. It is literally based on misinformation. That being said, I find the pit bulls versus baby memes so funny. Just like, pitbull, heroic pitbull jumps into burning building to heroically bite one last child. Like, that's so funny to me. I understand that, yes, that is normalizing a very toxic perception of what pitbulls are and like their relationship with children that fundamentally hurts pitbulls more than anything. But also, I'm not going to pretend like it's not really funny. Like, and hey, what if the pitbull apologizes for biting a child? They're adorable. You would not find a more dorky breed. That's the thing. They're so cute. And it really is. Like, the pitbull named Nuclear Warhead is the absolute sweetest baby. Meanwhile, pitbull named Princess will tear out your jugular and, like, use it as a chew toy. Right? Oh. The pitbull will apologize to the next child with the bite of 87. Is that the bite of 87? My friend owns a pitbull and she's a total sweetheart. That's the thing. It's a matter of the owner, right? And pitbulls have a reputation for violence because oftentimes they are abused by being biting dogs because they are very muscular and they're very strong. And that's literally victim blaming. But it's for dogs. Which, I mean, victim blaming is not okay, but also they're literal animals. They can't control themselves. They're being taught and forced and abused into mistreating one another and babies. Like, what the hecky heck? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Scrounger DM. Something tells me you are into the dungeons and or the dragons, which strikes me as a very on-brand thing for this channel. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I make TTRPG content. Who would have thought? Do pitbulls bring us back to nature versus nurture? Yes. Kinda. nature versus nurture, as far as I'm aware, is mostly a human psychological phenomena. I don't know what research has been done into animal nature versus nurture, but it's a situation where, like, every dog, like any dog has the capability to be incredibly dangerous. They are animals. They have a bite force that can, in most times, take your life, depending on where they bite, right? And even like little yappy chihuahuas, depending on circumstance, can be incredibly dangerous. Obviously, in far fewer circumstances than something like a pit bull, or than like a German Shepherd, or even a golden retriever, the absolute sweethearts that they are. Dogs, as animals descended from wolves, are really good at engaging in violence. Wow, the carnivore has the capability to be violent. That doesn't mean that all dogs, or even most dogs, are bad. What that means is that all dogs have the capability to be bad. And that's not really a nature versus nurture conversation. That's just kind of straight up how do you treat the thing that can tear out your throat, right? And if you treat it poorly, it's probably going to tear out your throat. And you can't really blame the thing that is built to tear out throats for tearing out a throat when all it knew and all it grew up with was tearing out a throat, right? What do I need to get better at? I need to get better at juggling myself on the spikes. That's something I can do that I just keep forgetting. Ow! Ow! Oh, Pog. Wow, this just keeps going. I'm not gonna lie, like, outside of the freaking jumpy dude, I'm really enjoying this arena section. Like, I'm enjoying it. I think it's making me get better at the game. But, man, those jumpy dudes. Ow, frick. Ow, frick. Ow, frick. Ow, frick. So what you're saying is that you need to get better at bouncing on it crazy style. You must bounce on it. Crazy style. Yes, Nosferatu. Carnivores choose their fights, herbivores go for mad. Oh my, that's very true. You ever seen a Thagomizer? Arrow learns, Arrow improves, Arrow adapts. Progress, exactly. The arena's making me better, dies 3 seconds later. Okay, calm yourself. Shush your face. Let me check this real quick. Release. Cool. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that Vivi might be joining us. She's thinking like 2-ish hours, so I just had to confirm with her. The light is going directly in my eye, I will say. Why is my audience like this? Why is my audience like what? As a burger enjoyer with a vegan headmate, I ask for extra bacon. Can. Is that... You know that's targeted, right? That's very funny. Because for those of you who don't know, there are members of the community who are pluralities. They have plurals within them, similar but distinct from DID. And one of them just said that one of the other members of one of the other plurals is vegan, and they are not. So they will go out of their way to order a burger with extra bacon on it, which I find so funny, I must say. That is incredibly funny to me. Like, because that feels targeted. That doesn't feel like you're doing that for you. That feels like you're doing it to spite them, which I honestly respect. Like, I respect the grind, if nothing else. I'm not gonna sit here and tell a hater to stop hating. Ow! Ow! I'm gonna tell these guys to stop nosediving. Ow! That's personal. That's infinitely funny to me. Like, objectively, jerk move. However, very funny. That's personal. Just like my chef cocking you with food, she'll take pictures, seasoning and eating it just so that you know you can't have it. Wild. She might take over if I don't. Wow. So it's fully like asserting dominance. That's crazy. That is bouncing on it crazy style, I must say. Ow! Frick. I'm so good at this video game. I had to be... I'm so good at this video game that I had to be handicapped by having it be a platformer. That's why I haven't struggled at any single fight in this game whatsoever outside of those with platform sections, right? There hasn't been a single encounter in this video game where I struggled outside of the proud. Ow! Ow! I'm gonna like tape my mouth shut. I'm gonna like wear a gag so I can't make noises. Ow! Yeah, maybe I should do that. I swear, I used to make noises, but never this much. I think content creation has changed me for the worse. Oh, you didn't even die to a Kamehameha. Need to make some tea, should do some tea. Ooh, what type of tea? Okay, I don't drink coffee. And I drink tea on occasion. I used to drink tea consistently as like a nighttime ritual. But at this point, I've really just kind of fallen out of it. I have not been drinking tea recently. For a variety of reasons. Frick! Darn it. So I just have not had tea in a minute. So I'm kind of curious what tea is your go-to. I am basic. I do rock just like frick. Just like a black tea or a green tea. Although Lady Grey, unironically, it's just a black tea. It's like an Earl Grey with lemon. So it just has a nice bit of lightness with the citrus. Actually super pog. Oh, frick. Frick. I wonder how many people would watch me if I just cursed. Because I feel as though the no cursing is probably a turnoff for a lot of people. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people probably think it's like silly or childish. But just me sitting here going, frick, darn it, dang, darn, is very funny to me. Despite the fact that it's just how I speak normally. That's not like a YouTube thing. That's not a content creator thing. That is just how I speak in real life. Lady Grey's pretty nice. All right, Avasti. So mixing spiced black tea with unseasoned green. Spiced black tea, unseasoned green tea. That sounds... I don't know how that sounds. That strikes me as it sounds interesting in a vacuum. I don't know how it would work in practicality. Frick. Darn it. Dang. Damn it. Darn. Ah, frick. Ow. Heck. Darn. Drat. I'm using my spells, Yuzu. I'm using my spells. Is this what you want? Ow. Did I just perfect parry that on accident? Okay. With the light shining in my eyes, I am an anime character. I have been blessed. I have the ability. Okay. Spikes. Frick. I'm so bad at video games. You saw me play Armored Core 6. I was way better at that than I am at this. I think because that one involves significantly less platforming and simultaneously gave you way more tools to platform. Like, this lets you juggle on enemies, which I will say, very satisfying. Juggling on enemies, very satisfying in this game. However, it also requires not being bad at the game. Not being bad at the game. Ow, did you just frickin' walk into me? Frick, darn it, drat, dang, darn nabbit. I'm being bullied. No. Armored Core 6 has like no platforming but a ton of movement. Yeah. I got the fire in my eyes after accidentally staring at the sun. No, the sun is staring into me. There is a 1-inch crack. There's a 2.5 centimeter to 3 centimeter crack in my blinds that is directly positioned so that when I stream at like 1 to 2 p.m., the sun goes directly in my eyes. Try Harney and Son's Paris tea. I also like oolong for black. Rubus. I couldn't get into Rubus. I've had Rubus. There was times where, particularly after like a rough recording session or after like a long stream, I would try Rubus because apparently it's really good for your throat. Not a fan of Rubus. Nabbit, like from Mario. Also, can lied, I'm not vegan. I just don't like most meats. Ooh. Tofu is the only meat you like. Yeah. I always thought it was said Roybus. I thought it was Rubus. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Like, that would not be the first time that has happened on this channel. I do appreciate how you can tell how long someone's been in the community by how, like, what level of deep cut they can just clown on me for. Because I am very glad that the community, this is an equivalent exchange community. This is a community where, like, I will clown on you all day, every day. And, like, you will catch strays that you did not know that you were meant to catch. There are communities that I've heard of that apparently it's much more like just the chat bullies the streamer. And to them I say, quiet, bottom. I do not associate with your kind. Oh. Saying Basin like Brazil. Shut up. Or basil. So, okay. I will call it Bazin. I don't know why. I had a whole Kickstarter promotion that I was helping with called the Scorched Basin. And literally, British people, pronounced it Basin. And still, I was pronouncing it Bazin when I wasn't thinking about it. Frick. When I wasn't thinking about it. As disparaging as I am of bottoms, I sure do bring them up a lot. Yeah, they like it when I make fun of them. I gotta keep my viewership up. Ah! No, that should have been... Okay. This is a situation where I just need to hit the spikes more. I need to be better about using the mechanics of the game to play the game. You know, as the game was intended. Oh, frick. 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 Oh. Frick. Heck. Darn it. Dang it. No. Frick. Bully the spikes. I'm going to break the spikes upon my iron will. No matter how many times I fall upon them, they will shatter before the indomitable human spirit. Please keep making fun of me. Goodness gracious. Arrow, I'm gonna let you on a secret. There's an Arrow Mockery Discord with 13.2k members. Yeah. Who do you think started it? That's my alt. Sure, buddy. Shut up, Yuzu. Chicken is alright. Fish and shellfish are peak. So you're just anti-red meat, is what it is. Azu. Thank you. If Arrow infamously not learning mechanics of the game suddenly confronted with the consequences. Listen. I never said I was good at video games. Listen, I'm not going to keep making fun of A. Because I don't do specific requests. Although do we think I could make bank if I just released a voice pack where it was just me clowning on the listener. Because, like, obviously, my audience is mostly, like, a TTRPG audience, first and foremost, right? My audience is primarily a TTRPG audience. The VTubing stuff is, like, almost secondary, it feels. It almost feels like I'm a TTRPG VTuber, a TTRPG YouTuber who happens to have a VTubing, like, sub-theme. Like, my subclass is VTuber. But, it's a very common thing for VTubers to do voice backs, to do kind of, like, do a recording that they then release that you can then buy and get access to. So I think it would be funny to do something like that where it's just me saying the most like heinous nonsense to you, and not in like a ooh haha I'm like rizzing you up like you're blushing way, in like a no you're gonna walk away crying way, because I think it's funny. Frick. Because like what I want is I want an equivalent exchange. I want a community that can take it as good as they can give, and that they can roll with the punches and roll with the insults. So I feel like I need to like temper you like steel in the fire of roasting, you know? Or is that just me like trying to justify my own poor behavior? That might be it. You would eat a bat? Would I eat a bat? So, I think I'd eat bat. I don't think I have much problem with that. One meat that I do kind of like refuse to eat is actually venison. For the simple fact that I grew up with deer like by my house. Like I grew up in an area of the US where seeing deer was just common. And to me, that is incredibly uncomfortable to have these things that were like a part of like where I was growing up, and like just a part of the natural environment, just to chomp on them. Because I've had very good experience with deer being very cute. Ow! Nope. Frick. I didn't spike. Wait, isn't eating bat super dangerous? A tape clowning on the listener in Arrow's TTRPG session reminds me of videotape board game from the 80s and 90s, like that Star Trek video tape board game hybrid experience BJJ. What? What the heck? Yeah, I saw some wild turkeys. I mean, it depends on where you are, right? And like, obviously, if you have deer by you, you gotta be careful because you might get Lyme disease. Deer ticks are real on the East Coast. I understand the necessity of hunting deer, but I don't like have to like it or partake in it. Yeah, exactly. Venison is so good. I mean, is venison specifically young deer, or is that just deer? Klingons use BJJ punishment as a test of a warrior and their character. What is Oh, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Oh. I was like, where'd the extra J come from? I know what that one is. Fun fact, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, there was a contest, I think in the late 90s, early 2000s, to determine what was the best martial art. Like what style of combat would be most effective in a tournament where it's like nearly no holds barred. And there was a tournament where it was a bracket of different fighting styles. And I think the only rules were you can't bite, you can't inflict injuries that would take longer than a month to heal, and there's one more. It's probably like you can't go for like the eyes or something. Like, right, it's probably something like you can't permanently disfigure them, which would kind of fall under the month rule. But in that tournament, BJJ won. Like they went up against like MMA fighters, they went against like kickboxers, they went against karate black belts, they went against judo masters, and BJJ was the winner because in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it is a grappling sport, and the entire premise of it has nothing to do with defeating your opponent. It has entirely to do with subduing them. I hit you, stupid. Idiot, dumb, goober. It's entirely about subduing them. So it's using their own weight against them. Meaning, it doesn't matter how strong your opponent is or how weak you are. It entirely is about how effectively you can utilize their own leverage against them. Which, obviously, against someone who's like a wrestler, is very useful. Even against someone who's like a kickboxer. My dad taught me some of the BJJ he knows, and that's no joke. Yeah, I briefly, like one time in uni, was a part of an organization where we tried BJJ for like a day to give it a shot. And yeah, it was, I have a little bit of experience with judo from growing up that my family did. And I was like way too young to actually like get into it. But no, BJJ is no joke. Ow. Frick! I hate the explosions. Imagine a martial arts tourney and a HEMA chat shows up with a pole arm. Dude, you did not just call him Rorston the Dog Herald of Piss. Wild statement, wild title, and not entirely inaccurate. Okay, so do I keep doing do I keep up the arena? I've been doing this for 2 hours. I'm having fun, and it's giving me a good opportunity to just chat, right? Arrow saying frick is crazy. Shut up. No, please progress the game. Just because you said that. Just because you said the frick comment. Warhammer type title. I was thinking like a Dark Souls boss. Just like Rory, Herald of Darkness. Rory, Gatorade bladder. This is progressing. I actually have no idea what the arena's for. I assume this is just like side content. Is this mandatory? I'm just doing this because like I encountered it randomly. And I think that one of the NPCs I met is going to be the final boss, is my assumption. Because he mentioned like, hey, I'm looking for the arena. Like, if you see it there, I hope to fight you. So that kind of implies to me that he's going to be the final boss. Because the final boss is one that you want to have the player remember. And that is usually either going to be mechanically or narratively. And to have it be a character you already have a pre-established connection to is one of the easiest ways to get a boss to be memorable. Outside of just being like a huge difficulty spike or having like a really cool design. And even then, having really cool design probably won't save you if all of the boss designs are cool. So it's a funny thing where the lamer most of your bosses are, the easier it is to have a really cool boss. Hey, Arrow. Hi, Doomington. Doomington, I recognize your name, but why are you a first-time chat? I feel like you've chatted before. Or do I recognize you from other mutuals chats? That might be it. It is always funny, though, seeing a name that I recognize follow me, and then I'm like, oh, you're from someone else's chat. I know you. Because I feel like you've chatted here before. Ow. Ow. Maybe I need to get better at the video game. Have I considered that being my solution to my problem, being bad at the video game? Just being better? That strikes me like it would probably work. Ow, frick. Heck. Darn it. Wait, so I just realized. Oh, frick. I made the comment about a voice pack earlier because frick. Dang it, I panicked. You were prepared, your brain is on. No, I recognize the name Doomington. Design doc viewers be like, silence Citrusy. Wild thing to say. Yeah, I didn't realize that the shade was in this room, so I just lost like 1200 geo. Wait, what was that? Arrow's the narrative final boss. I'm the mechanical final boss. True, because you don't matter outside of how difficult you are to deal with. Oh, we're currently in an ad break. I'm gonna go back in. There's nothing new here. But I think it would... I think it would be very funny to have, like a voice pack, but instead of the insults, it is, I get Worston, I get like Vivi, I get Neko, and I get a bunch of other people who have some really weird like niche interest, and it's just an autistic rambling voice pack where the entire thing is just a bunch of people ranting about something that they're incredibly knowledgeable about. So like I talk TTRPGs, Rory talks archaeology, Neko talks like Neb and spaceships and mecha, and then Vivi talks like science. And then we just get a series of really like hyper competent content creators and VTubers to just record 15 straight minutes of rambles where all proceeds go to like a charity. I think that would be silly. Ow. Like imagine my forbidden take on D&D 5e. How is it forbidden? Why is it forbidden? I don't know. But I do know that I probably have them. You're 300% sold? I feel like, unironically, it would actually be a pretty good thing to sell. The issue is, like, I don't know if it would be like a, oh, hey, here's a thing for, like, the holidays. I don't know if it would be like a, here's a charity thing, because, like, just in full transparency, I'm pretty open about this. I'm not in the position where I can really focus on doing charity stuff. Financial stability is one heck of a thing. A voice pack of people talking about their hyperfixations and exclude you. Wait, that'd be so funny. So it's like a bunch of people talking about their hyperfixations, but they're all talking to each other, and they're like, it's just you sitting in fly on the wall, but they just don't address you whatsoever. Frick, darn it. Sorry. I would say I gotta lock in. I am not locking in. Let's be 100% brick. I would love Arrow Pen if we're still talking. Okay, like unironically, I would love to look into merch, particularly once we hit like 15K, because 15K, if 1% of people are interested, and then of those 1% of people, 50% actually proceed and like buy something, then we're talking, what would that be? 1% of 1,500 is 15. I mean, that would only be like 10 sales, no? No, 15,000, so it'd be 150, and then 50% of 150 would be 75. So it'd be like 75 sales, which is reasonable. The issue is that with current US economic policy, anything international would not be feasible. And I have a, not primarily, but like a 50-50 split between domestic and international viewers. So not only would I want to support the international viewers, I also think that of the people interested, I don't know internationally if anyone would be able to justify that with like 300% tariffs. Get lemongrass tea? Ooh. I don't think I've had lemongrass tea. This is the run. I just juggled. This is the run. By run, of course I mean arena run. Shut up. Don't talk to me about my family ever again. Importation tax is absurd in Brazil. I mean, honestly, just independent of whatever's going on in your country. In the US, we are not in a position to sell domestic. And that's an unfortunate reality, but that is a reality that we gotta live with. And that's why so many people have dealt with like merch issues in just like the past year of 2025. Frick. Forgot the knockback. Frick. Heck. Darn. Imagine if I cursed. Imagine how demonetized this video, like this VOD would be if I actually cursed. I'm actually very happy that I don't curse, because I stopped cursing before I started making YouTube, and it wasn't for YouTube. But with shorts, they're automatically monetized. I actually can't control the monetization of my YouTube shorts. I can only control monetization of videos and streams. But something that they added is that I have to manually tell them, hey, what monetization issues might there be in this content, right? And that's anytime you monetize anything, but because I do shorts primarily and I can't control the monetization of shorts, it's a situation where I'm constantly answering that question. Frick, darn it, dang it, drat, frick, dang it. You do shorts, not pants? No, I do pants. I do pants once a week, and that's a long form video. Things are not going great right now, yeah. I'm Australian, so there's no way I'm going to be able to get any merch. And that's the thing. If I was to do merch, I would want it to be that it's accessible. I have a lot of Brazilian bros in chat. I have a lot of German bros in chat. I have a lot of folks from from Australia, from... I think I have at least a couple of the UK viewers. Obviously, I have tons of US viewers. I'm not going to discount that. But if half my audience is not able to get it effectively, even to think about this completely selfish, I like to do this as a thought exercise. Anytime I talk about like moralism, anytime I talk about like the ethics behind something, I think, how would I put this completely selfishly? Thinking about it completely selfishly, if I just want to maximize my money, if I want to exploit my audience for as much money as I possibly can, it does not make sense to do that, because I would not be able to like monetize foreign viewers, right? So like, even if it's not a matter of like, oh no, I just want to support everyone, I want like the community to like all be able to be involved together, even if it's literally like, I'm being a selfish jerk who just wants to make as much money as possible, which there's nothing wrong with wanting to make money, but there is a problem with wanting to like exploit your viewers. I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to effectively be an exploitative jerk. And I think that's telling, right? I think it's telling that it's easy to have issues when you're a bleeding heart. It's easy to have issues when you're trying your best to be a good person. It's hard to have issues when you are being completely selfish and an absolute self-absorbed jerk. And that is when you know something's bad. Is that when the self-absorbed jerks are struggling because they look out for themselves first and foremost. That's a very good metric that I've learned, is if you're ever trying to like figure out something and compare like the badness of it or how effective it is, think about how the jerks feel about it. And if you think about it completely selfishly, and completely selfishly it doesn't make sense for you, that's how you know it's bad. Although maybe that's just me like utilizing my inner jerk. And I shouldn't be doing that. Or maybe I should, I don't know, I'm not a therapist. Imagine if I was a therapist. What if I got a therapy certification and then I started giving free therapy to my community, but like in a fun, quirky way, right? Frick. 2 side pouches, 2 regular front pockets unlabeled, and the 2 contraband back pockets. Arrow cargo booty shorts that have pockets labeled ammo, contraband snacks. Okay, that's the thing. It's well established I don't eat enough. It's well known that I don't consume enough food, so I don't think that I would have snacks. I think it's ammo, contraband dice, probably, realistically, right? Although I'm not a dice goblin. So, see, the 2 genders of TTRPG players are actually Dice Goblin and Dice Dragon. A Dice Goblin wants the click-clack math rocks and wants many of them and wants them to be shiny and wants them to be plentiful. A Dice Dragon hoards them. I am someone who, if you touch my dice or you touch my books, you better ask permission first, and you best not mess with them. I don't know why. I'm very particular about my dice and my books and my TTRPG materials and my playing cards. I don't know what it is. I've always been just kind of like, listen, I'm good to let you use my PHB if I'm gonna run D&D for you because you're a new player. That being said, you best wash your hands before you touch it. Every time. And I don't mean that in like a fun haha way. I mean that in like I'm gonna take it away from you if you can't do that. And that might be unreasonable. I am aware of that. But I have also had other people when I say that be like, yeah, nerds are like that, don't worry. And then they just fully excused my actions because like, yeah, nerds are like that, they're weird. Dang it. Aerodorable plushie would be super cute and nice. Honestly, I think it would be so much fun to do a plushie of the Arrow Kisser. Just a little like puffball with a gun and like the 2 eyes. And or maybe with the heart. That would be very cute. Yeah, like the little Arrow Kisser puffball. Because I maybe it's just me being embarrassed, but I feel as though more people probably want the cute mascot plush than they want the streamer plush, right? And maybe that's just my own preconceived notions. Maybe that's me, like, I don't know, projecting. Frick, darn it. Maybe that's just me being wrong, right? That could just be the case. However, I feel as though most people care more about like the cute plushie than they care about. I'm gonna keep myself safe. I love cute plushies and Arrow's cute. I want one of both. Soot Sprite Puffball. I would want to make an Arrow plush more like because I like drawing characters. Okay, listen. I could reach out to a plush manufacturer and I could say, hey, I like, if I can get you a design, can you make plushes? And then what they'll probably say is yes, but we need like 25 minimum order quantity. We need a confirmation of interest to start production to take care of fixed cost. So that would mean if we were to do that, I would need to do like a plushie interest check. I would need the design of the plushie first, and then we would need to get people to actually like pledge for it. And generally what that is that it's like, hey, you need 15 confirmed orders before it even enters production. You need 500 people to express their interest in it. You need whatever, right? So that is doable. But I feel as though a plushie is probably a bit ambitious for a first piece of merch. Probably start simple. I think probably the easiest would be like a thing of dice. And that would also be very on brand. Puffball with as many accessories you can switch would be super cool but expensive. Time to make it yourself. Oh my gosh. Like, listen, all I'm gonna say, if we get like the Arrow Kisser and it has a little like Velcro patch that you can put a gun, or you can put a cup, or you can put a yellow heart, that would be super cute. But like, honestly, I feel like step one in any merch is like sticker, is patch, is maybe like a keychain. But honestly, like every time merch conversations come up, I'm always just like, I don't think anyone would want to buy them. And I know people are saying that I don't think it's that no one would want to buy them. I think it's no one would buy them. Because I think that everyone who wants to buy them probably isn't in the position to be able to buy them, which obviously I'm not going to judge for that. Like, I'm not in that position either. But I definitely feel as though, as much as the interest might be there, I don't think the ability is necessarily there. And that's why even with the Scorched Basin, we had a great turnout dollar value. But in terms of actual pledges, there wasn't that many. Which obviously, any support to that Kickstarter was fire. Like, I'm not gonna be disrespectful. But that is something where it's quantity is very important when it comes to something like merch. And honestly, like, I've considered other ways of involving monetization in the channel, because like there's a site where it's basically like Cameo but for VTubers, where it's, you can say, hey, here's my TOS. You are able to commission me for like voice packs for like small video recordings. And that could be fun, because like I could just be like, hey, this is entirely for TTRPG advice. You tell me what you want and I will give you customized, personalized advice. And that could be kind of fun. But also, like, I don't know how good that site is. I don't know how many people would be interested in that. And I just kind of always assume that no matter what, no one cares. At 14.9k, do an interest check. Yeah, and then we can release it at 15k, right? But I will say, like, it is crazy to me that 15K, like, wow. I definitely have this struggle where I will do the bad thing. I will compare myself to people who started after me, who've been doing this longer than me, people who have different experiences than me. But I'll see these people, and they will have 500 CCV, and they started a year after me, and I'm like, where did I go? But at the same time, I also do kind of just appreciate the simple frick. The simple kind of, we have done incredible work community growth wise. We are like 500 members on the Discord. We are at 15,000 on YouTube, basically. On Twitch, we're approaching 700, which, as someone who my main platform is not and never has been, and I don't know if it ever will be Twitch, is kind of crazy. Because I've been streaming once a week on Twitch, and for a period of time I was streaming twice a week on Twitch. I have seen people who stream like thrice weekly not get my growth, which is not to dunk on those people. It's not to diminish their success, but to kind of illustrate that, like, it's always greener on the other side. There will always be a situation where I'm looking at someone and I want what they have. Meanwhile, someone else is looking at me and they want what I have. And it's always a super difficult situation because, like, you don't want to tell someone that their success is unwarranted, nor do you want to tell someone that wanting more success is a bad thing. So long as you're not hurting anyone, why is that a bad thing? But it is also a situation where it's very easy to lose focus and to lose, honestly, just hope for content creation, because you're like, wow, I will never do what those people did. And that's kind of what I was getting at before with the older content creators. That's what you meant, Yuzu. Got it. So I can bounce off you, crazy style. I can bounce off you easier. Okay. Out. Frick. Out. That's what Yuzu meant by using my spells. I forgot that I could shoot off of the mother heckin' wall. Ow! I'm back from eating food. I'm here now. Hey, Basil. Or should I say Basil? Should I say Basil Epoch Smog? But yeah, shirts would go hard as heck since you need multiple sizes. Yeah. Although, wanna be really funny? See, this is why I can't be in charge of merch. This is why I can't, like, if I was to do merch, I would need like a manager, because I would have too many bad ideas. A one size fits none, where I have like an extra small, and I have like an extra large, right? And you have to choose, do you want, frick, I could have healed. I make it so that you have to choose either one that's way too big for you or way too small for you. One size fits none, that's for the plushies, yeah. Or like I make it like child size. Like I make a child size shirt and then I'm just like, hey, listen, if you want it, you'll figure out a way. You're right, that's an awful idea. Yeah, but the fact it's so awful makes it on brand, right? If it's a good idea, it's not on brand for me. I would like another set of black and gold dice, I will say. Listen, black and gold and gray, those are my colors. Make a Kickstarter for the Arrow Plush or something. I don't think that there'd be enough support, personally. I truly think that, as appreciative as I am for the community, I don't think that there would be the support, and I would not want to put the onus of that on the community, because I feel like that's something where, as much as you might like the idea of it, I don't know. I feel basically what this is that I'm scared of failing. That's really what it comes down to, and that's what a lot of my merch concerns come down to. Is I don't want to start a project that then completely falls on its face, because I know that happens all the time. But also, that's also just kind of how I feel about content creation in general. That's why I didn't start streaming until I had 1,000 YouTube subscribers, because I wanted a pre-established audience, because I was terrified of streaming to no one. Despite the fact, I basically streamed to no one anyway. I streamed to like 3 to 5 people on average when I first started. Big one is now a poster on my wall. Ow. Ow! Mean. Stupid. What is a people? A people is a group of persons that are stupid. Because I'm a firm believer. I don't know if you feel this way. I'm a pretty firm believer in people are stupid, persons are smart. Rarely have I encountered a person that is just stupid, right? That is just unintelligent. That has not, like, very little intellectual value. People, oh my gosh. People are some of the stupidest persons you'll ever meet, because it's not just a person, it's a people, right? And it sounds reductionist. It sounds silly on its face, I'm sure. But it's true, is what it is. Frick. I found so often it is mob mentality, it is people, it is groups, organizations, the bureaucracy, the red tape that makes people stupid. And not that they lose intelligence, but that they act in ways that are unbecoming of their level of intellect. Because they're no longer acting on behalf of themselves, they're acting on behalf of the will of the people. They're acting on behalf of, as a manager for the firm. They are acting as a representative of community. Shoot. Darn it. Yeah, I mean, it's mob mentality, right? Ow! Shit. I think that was an actual proper curse out of me on accident. I tried saying shoot, and I think I mispronounced it, like unironically. Frick. Okay, time for the frickin' bouncy mosquito boys. The wacky inflatable tube mosquitoes. We're playing Darkest Dungeon up in here. Oh, I have a question. For those of you who are YouTube viewers, who are not members, have you been watching or listening to the King and Yellow streams? Because apparently, like, I've gotten multiple comments of people expressing their interest in it, and people expressing their appreciation for me doing this, because I'm doing a read through of a public domain book, the King and Yellow, right? Ow, frick. And people have expressed that they've enjoyed it, though obviously the views are down because it starts as a member stream. It's something that like has a conversion rate of non-members to members. I'm curious, for those of you who aren't members, have you been keeping up with it? If so, do you enjoy? I thought of that because I thought Mosquitoes, I thought Crimson Court DLC for Darkest Dungeon, and with Darkest Dungeon I thought the Collector, because someone recently commented that they were surprised to see the Collector and are a fan of Darkest Dungeon. Because on my thumbnail, I made it the Collector from Darkest Dungeon for my recent one. You hate those jumpy dudes? Yeah, dude, like frickin' heck. Darn it. Those mosquito boys are probably the toughest part of this encounter, probably simply due to the fact that I don't have much experience with them, right? Like, I fought everything else in here outside of those big mosquito dudes, and I fought the little mosquito guys like once outside of here. I think they're fleas? Yeah. That just makes something worse. Ow! Okay, so those red dudes can take 2 Kamehamehas. They're so gribbly. I love the boing boing guys. Did you know that I hate you? Yeah, fun fact. It's entirely due to your association with a group of boing boing boys I personally find disagreement with. If you want me to think you're cool, you have to stop associating with your friends, the boing boing guys. Which I will say, imagine joining like a gang or an organization called the boing boing guys. That's either like the most heinous or the most wholesome experience. Ow, frick. Frickin' mother hecker. Mother trucker, dude. Dang it. Frick. Frick. Oh, did I miss? Frick. Darn it. I retconned that. You don't hate the boing boing guys. I've been meaning to listen to them, but I have to do evil study. I will say, what is more evil study than reading The King in Yellow? And not the book in the real world, the in-story play, The King in Yellow, that drives you mad. So far, we're 3, I want to say 9ths of the way through. I think there's like 9, 10 stories. Arrow curses is real. Jeepers creepers. Arrow said the bad word. Okay, I said shoot. It just sounded weird. The Boing Boing guys sound like a Mr. Saturn version of the Beach Boys. Let me drink some water. Because I have not had water in the past 3.5 hours. Huh. Oh no. It doesn't show up on my model, which is a bit of a shame because I thought it would be kind of funny. But I did just fill up my cheeks with water, and I was like, Also, I have a snack. First off, I'm not a snack. How dare you? Are you telling me to cannibalize my own? Second of all, I've tried. I have honestly tried eating on stream. I just can't do it. Like, yes, I physically can. And yes, I have kind of worked over my aversion a bit, but just it's not content. And I understand like big streamers do this all the time because they stream so much more than me. They kind of need to. But for me, if I'm just eating like a burger or something, I'm like, no, I need to do that off stream. I don't want to waste my audience's time with just lack of content. I'm very content filled, in case you can tell. Like, obviously, I love what I do, so I'm not just like, oh, I'm only doing this for the content, which is frick. Which is what I think a lot of people assume being content brain is. But I absolutely will avoid doing stuff because I'm like, yeah, that'd be bad content. And that something might be snacking. Because, for instance, I love pretzels. And honestly, in recent years, I've started quite enjoying nuts. But both of those are something where if I eat them on stream, I don't know what it is. I've tried this with recording. I've tried recording with like having snack pretzels or whatever. My throat gets shot. It is just like, I think it's because they're crumbly, and like the dust of like the pretzels or the nuts or whatever just gets like in my throat. It kills my vocals for like 10 minutes. And that's just not something I can deal with. Speaking as quite possibly the greatest hypocrite in this department, eat food. I don't know. Although everyone does yell at me to do that. I wonder why. Like, how else would I be quirky and relatable by not taking care of myself if I was to start eating? But no, unironically, like, at this point, it's literally just a logistical concern. It is logistically difficult for me on stream to do it. So, which is why I make sure that I eat well beforehand. Generally, stream days are when I have my protein shake because I need to make sure that I'm getting my proper protein. And I just, nope, frick, darn it. Hog, I just got a triple. Oh, baby, it's a quadruple. The nuts, they're in your throat? Okay. When I say nuts, I mean like peanuts. I mean like almonds. I mean, like, you know what I meant. I considered not saying that because I'm like, oh, what if someone's weird about it? And then I realized, what? People aren't going to be weird. They're going to know what I'm talking about. They're not going to be freakazoids about it. And then they were. You were a freakazoid. Arrow eats nuts? Occasionally. I haven't had any in quite some while. But like, cashews. I don't like peanuts. What am I talking about? I meant I was thinking cashews when I said peanuts. There's weird nuts and normal nuts. You must decide. Well, so what is the difference between a weird nut and a normal nut? Is that like a euphemism that I'm not getting? Arrow has a critical cashew deficiency. Okay, so cashews are something where like, I'm not obsessed with them or anything. I wouldn't say that they're like one of my favorite snacks or something. Pretzels are my favorite snack, by far. They are like what I grew up eating. They are something that you can have at scale. They last a good amount of time. Like hard, crunchy pretzels with lots of salt. Absolutely love it. But like I started having cashews like a couple years ago. With any degree of consistency, because it used to be that I hated nuts. I would never have nuts in anything, and then over time, like I tried like seasoned almonds. I tried cashews, and like they're fine. I like the saltiness. I like the saltiness on some nuts. And I understand you're gonna be weird about that because you don't understand how to take things normally, but I can take it. Don't worry. Man was like boogieing. Ow! Well, this was quite an absurd occurrence. I'm playing Hollow Knight, my Canaria. Seriously, like, I'm not doing anything weird. We're talking about chomping on some nuts, taking some nuts as you're playing Hollow Knight. That's all this is. Frick. Okay. No, dang it. Frick, no, I hit dash instead of stab. Oh, frick. What the hecky heck? Eating cashews during No Nut November? I haven't had cashews all November. I just said I haven't had cashews in like a year. Have you ever tried salted nut roll? I'm not a fan of nut candy. Didn't I? Oh, you found me randomly on Twitch. Oh, understood. Yeah, I've had a couple people who have found me via non-YouTube channels and been like, wait, I know you from YouTube. Your false Hydra video inspired me to think of other things that could be mixed in D&D for other things. I literally just came from a stream where I discussed the idea of putting my players in the Hollow Knight setting without telling them and seeing how long until they figured it out. The world works in funny ways. True, I once went to a place called the Nut House with the slogan, "Grab our nuts." I feel like a funnier slogan would be, "Take my nut." Well, I know that there's also like the brand like These Nuts. Oh, wanna know what I really enjoyed? I think it may have been cashews. I think it was like seasoned cashews. Where so if you've never been to New York City, if you've been in like Manhattan, every street corner has a vendor, right? Because that's how you get money, right? The street vendors, there would be like kebabs, there would be pizza, there would be pretzels, but there are also going to be these carts that are little nut shacks, and they'll give you little packets of nuts, and generally it'd be like $1 for one, or like $2 for one, $5 for three, right? And it's a little like palm-sized thing of nut, and they're so good. And they're not worth the price because nothing in New York City is worth the price. But honestly, just like walking in Manhattan, like particularly like lower Manhattan, and you just like grab a thing of nut for like $2. You get nut for $2. Cause like it's just seasoned nut. Hey yo, exactly. Did I just? I fell. I didn't realize I was falling. I was looking at chat. That's my excuse. What's yours? Frick. Dang it. Darn. Heck. Ah! I thought you were gonna survive. I thought you would be stronger. I tried looking before, so I'll just ask here, what are your pronouns? Anything's fine. Most people default to she and they, because in the past I've been like, yeah, she and they are fine. Like, I don't mind he either. I don't really care. If you want to call me an it, by all means. The main thing is make sure whoever you're talking about, whoever you're talking to understands who you're talking about. Because, like, I don't know, gender's dumb, pronouns are stupid, but they help with communication, so. Frick. Darn it. Arrow has collected the pronouns of all his 507, her 336, 16 their other 8 foes. That's the thing. How am I defeating these people is my question. Because if it's, like, if you submit to me, then all of my subscribers should give me their pronouns, because that's subbing to me. You're submitting. Therefore, I would have like 15,000 pronouns. That's rough, the omni pronoun. Listen. I'm chill. You may use whatever you wish for me. Z-zim, Z-zer, I don't really care. However, you best not step to me in the pronoun game, for I will take yours and add it to my collection. No, that is not a threat, that is a promise. Like, ideally, I just simply would not be perceived, which I understand is ironic coming from a content creator. I am someone who's going out of my way to not just present myself, but go out of my way to present myself to audience members, to strangers, to people who don't know me, and I claim to not want to be perceived. I can be a hypocrite and also not want to be perceived. Let's be real. My ideal state of matter is oblivion. Arrow's a fae confirmed? Okay. So my friend, actually my roommate, has brought up the idea of everyone is either undead, fiend, or fae coded. And they landed that I was a combination, freaking like sniped my path. They landed on I am a combination of fae and fiend. Where I am very much like a trickster fae, like, may I have your name, I will steal your name kind of fae. But also, I'm very much like a devil, where I offer devil deals. Which I find very funny, although I am of the assumption that I have a little bit of undead in me. Oh, I didn't need to heal there. Oops. I think I have some undead in me, specifically vampiric undead. Because I've been called a vampire very regularly. That is something that, like, I had a outfit that I would wear based on a Halloween costume from last year as a vampire outfit for a reason, right? Ow! Frick. Heck. No, frick, darn it. Darn. Drat. Panic. Oh, it's like a triangle chart? Yeah, exactly. So I feel as though I'm kind of like dead center. Because what is a vampire if not just an undead fae? They follow obscure rulings. They drain you of things that are integral to your life force. They follow antiquated customs and are bound by rules hitherto undreamt of. Yet they are undead. I feel like that's very fate-coded, though. Frick. A fine addition to my collection. Exactly, you get it. Be gone, flea. Yeah. So like, what would you rate me as? If you had to choose one, Fiend, Fae, or Undead, what are we feeling? Because like obviously Undead, there's Vampire Undead, there's Ghoul/Zombie Undead, there's Lich Undead, I would even say Mummy Undead has its own distinct realm. Frick. Oh, frick. So like, Undead has more than just being like a corpse, right? Similarly, Fae has more than just being like a fairy. It could be your trickster, you could be Puck, you could be Queen Mab, you could be like Unseelie. Meanwhile, Fiends, I feel like it's pretty clear that you're like a devil, like devil dealings, but not always. Goodbye, little grub. Bounce, bounce, crazy style. Bounce, bounce, crazy style. Bounce, bounce, crazy style. Bounce, bounce, crazy style. Is their king bored or dead? I think their king is dead. I think the leader of the arena is probably dead. Although I don't think any of them care. Wait, I just had a question. I'm fighting enemies with Tang in them. I'm fighting enemies with Fanta. They all die in orange, right? They all take orange blood damage, right? Are the spectators also? Are the spectators orange? Because these guys don't have orange eyes. A lot of the enemies that have the Fanta in them have orange eyes. So I thought that was a prerequisite, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A lot of the husks don't have orange eyes, apparently, which I didn't know. So I'm wondering if the spectators are husks, which if that's the case, why are they not trying to like murder me? I just thought about that. Because I can't like fight the spectators. Okay. Lean in, get that back arch. Oh, you take 2 of those. Oh my gosh, I forgot I could do that. Frick, no, I just wasted it. Luckily, don't even matter. Partying and fighting are segregated activities? Says who? Like, listen, clearly, you've never been to a Viking party. And no, I don't mean like a frat house that is throwing a party themed after Vikings. I mean just like you're partying with some Vikings, you're just going and sacking a local monastery that is completely undefended. Like, that's a party. That's also incredible violence and fighting. Ow. Heck. Yeah, I need to start swinging earlier is my issue. Okay. Have I been here yet? No, I haven't. Okay. Bully them. Bully for you. Frick. Heck. Darn it. These bugs don't look like Vikings to me. Oh, clearly, you've never met a Viking. Listen, I think I know what I'm talking... Oop. I think I know what I'm talking about here. Oh, now the floor is spikes. Understood, understood. I understand the growing of expectations and threat level. Ow, frick. Heck. Frick. Darn it. Can we just get like a counter going real quick of how many times I've said frick? Because I feel like I've probably said frick more times in this arena section of this stream than I have in my entire frick like content creation, because I really like I don't really substitute with frick that much. I think that just kind of goes to show how in it I am. Frick, I hit the wrong button. Darn it. still going. Wow, the Conqueror is no joke. Heck, darn. The fact that they're diagonals is actually really helpful in not being like murdered by them. If they were like a XY axis, I feel like they would be significantly more difficult. Oh. Ooh, Mark, is this a bullet hell or is this Hollow Knight? Heal. This arena can be rough. The third one is insane. Honestly, I like, again, outside of those freaking like flea dudes, I'm very much enjoying this. I'm having a good time with this. It's just a matter of those flea dudes in particular were super rough. Ow. 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 Let's get some heals. Yeah, this is just like straight up a bullet hell. Again, though the healing system in this, absolutely amazing. It allows you to have this like wonderful give and take in the game. Like it allows you to be aggressive so long as you're cautious, right? Whew. That one was nearly my hide. Heck. Awesome. Anyone else? Final boss? Nope. It only took me 3 hours. It only took me 2.5, 3 hours to do this. Pale ore. I assume that means I can upgrade my nail again. Fantastic. The third trial is designed with a particular upgrade in mind, so it will drive you insane at my current state. Thank you. I appreciate it for the warning. Can you go to the right and go down the bench? No, I can't. Whew. That was quite the adventure. I enjoyed that. I had a great time with that, I will say. Like, Hollow Knight is one of those games that in the fights, when I struggle with them, I have fun. In the platforming, when I struggle with them, I don't have fun. Also, I have a question. With Pale Ore, I upgraded my nail twice. Once just normally, and once with a single Pale Ore. Do I need more than one Pale Ore to upgrade it again, or can I just go back with my one Pale Ore? And I just need money. This is a genuine question, because I don't want to waste time going back there, because I didn't actually ask. So, like, this is... Stop there! That trial is closed to those who haven't made the contribution... Right, I forgot. Welcome back, warrior. Make a contribution, you can enter the trial of the fool. No. Yeah, I assume... Okay, I assumed it would take one more Pale Ore, but I didn't know. Oh, I need to re-equip my compass. Heck. Yeah, so now I need 2 Pale Ore. I assumed that was the case, but with these sort of games, you can never tell. It might just be one, like, proceeding linearly. It might actually be growing over time. Gosh, darn it. What if I do Dash Master? Dash more often? This might throw me off. I might swap off Dash Master, but I actually don't know. I'll try it out. See how it goes. Where am I? I don't have a map for this area. Oh, now I know where they outsource some of the combatants. What's down here? Down? I think I came from this way. I legitimately don't remember where I am. I understand there were platforms there. I should probably go check that. What is this? Another railway? Another Tempest Way? Huh. Weird. Or is that just to protect you from the boyos? Let's slide down in style. We don't need to fall. We don't need to hurt our little ankles. Our little Hollow Knight ankles. Frick! We did hurt our little Hollow Knight ankles. Where? Oh! Kingdom's Edge? Oh! What the hecky heck? Huh. Neato. Dash Master is okay. It's kind of redundant, but down dash can be nice. Honestly, I don't even know if I want down dash. So this is Burial Grounds. I don't want to be here unless I have... What's to the left here? What's over here? Because there's an area over to the left here, and it's blocked off by something. That's why I didn't go it before. Oh, because I didn't have the dash. But now I do have the dash. Yeah. How do I... Is it S? Yes. This is why I didn't go this way. Oh, hi. Ah, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. The serenity is a bore. Oh, are you the one that was telling me about the arena? So peaceful. So dull. This place calls to me. Somewhere beyond this lake, perhaps? Yeah, you're going to the arena. I'm gonna kill you. Just like I killed Zote. Where am I? This is still the Forgotten Crossroads. I just haven't mapped it yet. Oh, it's normal water? Oh. You know what? You can shut your mouth, okay? You can just, like, go back to the little hidey hole that you crawled out of and stop bothering me. Ah! I do love the little swim animation. Do you see the little feeties? Do you see the knight's little feet? Ow! Let us heal. Let us zoom. Let us noom. And head trauma. Oh, rotten egg. Last one across the lake's a rotten egg. Oh, rancid egg. Whoops. My apologies. I can't zoom in the water, can I? Assuming the knight even has a mouth. Yeah, the knight doesn't seem to have a mouth, and no spoilers, but I'm still of the opinion that the knight is, like, not even alive. I think I am, like, the spirit inhabiting it. I am inhabiting it. I am the higher being that keeps getting referred to. That's my assumption, at least. Hmm? Oh! Neato. Neato burrito. I don't like her noises. So what I could do, I could just buy these 3 charms to get another notch. Notches are super useful. You know? Oh, I'm a higher being, alright. Why are you :3ing that? What does that mean? Is that a joke about, like, the wacky tobacco? Is that a joke about being superior? I don't know. So let's buy these. I have money. Spells are stronger. And then a notch. Okay, now with a notch, I can go out here. I can unequip you, and I can equip you. Because quick focus. I don't know how much faster it is, but faster healing is very nice. Are you tall, high, or both? Good question. Let me check. Clearly our little guy came out of the Blunschmoken cave. No, little German boy, don't go in the weed cave. How dare you? My roommate just gave me the quietest little I'm sorry. Because their alarm went off. Okay, Haha. No! Apple sound. Yes, yes. Point and laugh at the roommate who has an alarm going off. Clear, yeah. Okay, what am I doing? Where am I going? What do I need to do? Did I explore this area over in Green Path? I must have. Okay. I need to go back down to the waterways, and there's apparently an area that I can... Right, so I need to go back to the waterways, because there's an area in the wibbly wobbly, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? Ah! Frick. Darn it. So you know those like black beams of death that I can't cross and that I thought my dream nail would help me with and then didn't help with and then I got sad? Those are something I need to get an answer to. And apparently I was informed that the answer to them is in frick. Darn it. The answer to it is in the waterways. Nods my head, I don't understand. Me, when confronted with horrors beyond my comprehension, I don't understand. Listen, everyone who said, oh, you could just swim in the water. Yeah. Have you ever considered that every other time I went in water, it was like gamer water, and I was like executed as a result? Have you considered that maybe I don't want to go through that again? Have you considered that mayhaps that was a traumatizing experience that I don't want to relive? Also, thank you for the follow, Mycaria. I didn't see that you followed. So I'm going to go down to the waterways. So I need to bring you up because otherwise I will get stabbed. Which I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of the stabbing, but I must say, gets the job done. Keeps the place clean, if nothing else. Okay, the other water, maybe it didn't look nice and calming. Maybe it was evil both within and without. However, has that ever stopped me before? Have I ever been put off by something's appearances? No, of course not. I don't believe in judging based on appearance. I believe in judging based off of second appearance. Because to judge off of first appearance doesn't give you enough time to make an accurate assessment of them. A second appearance doesn't either. However, I can say that I don't judge you based off first impressions and feel better about myself if I do that. Judging by your lack of a map, I assume you're missing quite a bit from the waterways. Yes, I briefly went in the waterways and then left, so I want to go back down into the waterways. Or the ancient basin is different? The ancient basin. Basin. Is it basin or basin? In fact, you were directly below, like, no, I know. The game said that, and I thought that was so cool because, like, we're tiny, right? We're just little bug dudes. So it makes sense that something like a lake would be such a prominent feature in our world, particularly given that we're underground bug dudes. Ow, frick, heck. spaz and... Okay, just saying it again doesn't help. I'm not gonna lie. Just repeating it when I cannot hear how you pronounce it does not help me pronounce it. No, you're Geo. Okay, I'm gonna pause because, well, we're in an ad and technically I am just backtracking, but we're not just throwing ourselves at the same arena over and over again. Gosh. Hollow Knight's so fun. Like, yes, I've been raging at it. Yes, I've gotten, like, legitimately kind of tilted at it. But that's mostly just my own incompetence. That is not the game. That is literally just me being a goober, being not good at the game, and I'm not going to pretend like it is otherwise. Why do I have 2 notifications? I only have 1. Oh, you're a notification. Sorry, I just had to check a thing. Anyway, don't worry, you're still based. Based in what? What if I laugh at my own jokes? What if I just have the Friends laugh track play? What if every time I say something, I pause and give a laugh track? Wait, what if I make a stream where it's just me on call with someone else, and the entire time after we say something, we just pause with no laugh track? Hey, Quarry, where's the rocks? And it's just really uncomfortable for like 5 straight seconds after every zinger and one-liner that just has no landing, has no impact, and that the other person doesn't react to. It's just a simple matter of just like, you know, Orleans, I really think that if you want to get a new audience, you should rebrand to New Orleans VT. Hey, the vet, why are you here? Is it because chat's full of a bunch of animals? Myconaria? What about Fungus Narnia? And it's just that for like half an hour. Like... Hi, welcome back from the ads. I cannot be trusted to make creative decisions, I hope you know. Never trust me. Ooh, I can go up. Taps fingers for a moment. Listen, you would tap your fingers together. Oh, this is the basin. Pog. So the basin is separate. The basin is separate from the waterways, but I kind of burst through both of them. Although the fact that the dung beetle was in what is effectively the sewers is a nice touch. Like, it's gross, I hate it, but also it's a nice touch. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Let's see what's here that I miss. Ah! Pain. I miss pain. The stream idea would certainly be a challenge. Forcing myself not to react sounds hard. You're telling me, the absolute reaction lad. I am Reaction Andy. I am the reactor. Not to other people's content, but simply to stimulus in general. All right, you like break it to 3 parts. Reaction-y anthem. Why am I here? Just to suffer? Every morning, I feel my arm. Like, what do I need here? What am I doing here? Do I have a goal? Do I have a mission? Do I have something to accomplish here, or am I simply making a fool of myself for entertainment? Because I can make a fool of myself for entertainment's sake, but I need to know that I'm doing that before I start. Oh, right. You want eggs. No, you give me eggs. I pay you for eggs. I forgot. Oh yeah, if you're the reactor, then why don't you react to Gundam? I have considered it. I like, if I was to start a actual literal reaction series, which is not out of the question, right? It is reasonable for me to start a Oh, the Royal Waterways and the Ancient Basin are connected. Understood. Like, Gundam would probably be one of my first, if not, like, Evangelion. Like, it would probably be a mecha anime, because those are so classic, and I haven't seen them, and my audience is obsessed with mecha. Which, I can't say I was expecting, but I kind of dig it. So I followed the signs last time that got me to the bench. Wow, it is loud outside. People are making a lot of noise. I hope that it's not coming up. It's all gravy. Why do I hear like... Like... Oh, it's the freaking maggot dudes. ASMR, but it's just literally a maggot is attempting to devour your insides. I think React content is kind of mid to review/literary analysis. And that's the thing, right? I think it would be fun to do something where, like, I react to, like, Gundam. I watched Evangelion for the first time. And then I talk about it in the context of, like, a review. But I'm not gonna lie. The way to get that bag is absolutely React content. It would not be as successful as it was if it didn't work. And I avoid it because no shame to anyone who does React content. That's not really my thing. Particularly of like viral clips and whatever. Like, that's just not what I'm looking for from an audience. I don't like those guys' noises. Frick. Heck. Darn. Dang! Shoot. Ah! The many noises of Arrow. Frick. Heck. I jumped out of the way and you were flying. That's what I get for attempting to not fight the enemies. Yeah, that would be neat. Reanimated maggots. The noises they make are interesting. It was either a very fun day or a very unfun day at the recording studio when they made those noises. Where are we at? Not here. Not here. It's up here. It's up here and to the left. Ain't that right? See, that's the thing. This place feels like a maze, mostly because I just don't have the map for it. Like, I ain't gonna lie. It's mostly simply the fact that I don't have the map for this place. It feels like the, Dark Souls depths. You know? Not here. Big O greater than Evangelion, you will stand on this hill. I think you'll die alone on that hill, because unless I'm mistaken, Evangelion is considered one of, if not the best anime of all time. And I talked about this before, right? I've talked about how I think a lot of that is just kind of the mythologizing of the 90s. A lot of 90s material is just nostalgia for reviewers of like the 2000s, 2010s, which is when a lot of these lists were made. A lot of this was kind of like, quote unquote, set into canon. So I'm not going to pretend like it actually was, but that's like the kind of vibes I've heard all my life. Same thing with like Ocarina of Time being like the best game ever made, right? That's not necessarily true, and it is definitely colored by the fact that a lot of the reviewers in the 2000s, 2010s had nostalgia goggles for 90s games. But it's also not like, it doesn't mean it's a bad game or a bad show. Where did I go? Freaking heck. What the hecky heck? like being lost. It's mean. Would you like a general direction for the map of the waterways? I'm gonna wander a bit more first, as I just found a new area, it seems. I won't say it's bad, but it's not better than like FMA. Okay, FMA is one that I've heard within the past like 10 years brought up as best anime I've ever. Or I've heard mixed results of FMA versus FMAB, but like FMA is one where like that is a contender for sure. And I think that might just kind of be the continuation of the cycle of nostalgia. This is gamer water. I don't want to touch this. This is bad. You wonder why I try to avoid pools of water? It's because of this stuff. I hate it. But it is interesting that like FMA came out 2000s, and then it was like adapted into Brotherhood when the manga got continued. Does this want me to like dash? Oh yeah, it does. Oh. Whoa. Hi. This is what we call like signposting gameplay. And that's not a bad thing. That's not something to be yelled at for. Ow! FMA is aight to start, but ran out through the manga, so they went crazy halfway through. FMAB skims over the start and is faithful to the manga. No, I know that. That's why I'm asking, like, which is considered the better one. Because I've seen comparisons of, I think the animation in FMA is considered better. Like the actual physical animation is considered better. But obviously the plot of FMAB is more cohesive. Is this going up to... Not like green path. It's something green. So I just fully like do not know where my soul is. Which is unfortunate. FMA's ending is good, but it's not the manga's. FMA does a lot better than most anime, with the problem though, since the manga creator helped. Oh, I didn't know that. So it was kind of like Game of Thrones, right? Or at least seasons like, I think it was 5 and 6, where they ran out of book material, but the author, George R.R. Martin, was helping out. So it still felt faithful, even if it was going off and doing its own thing. Hello? Like a crawl space? Why do I hear? Oh, what a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. It's been so long, ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper caste of Hallowness. Well, I was, once, until those cretins cast me out. You used the word cretin. I love that. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling around all mindless and empty, and I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. I'm just so happy fate can be a wonderful thing. No doubt this one will meet its demise at the nails of the city's guards. I'll outlive you too, little grub, as I did all the others. Isn't life just wonderful? Isn't life just wonderful? Okay, so... Ooh? 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 Sorry. Where am I? Oh! Pog! Can I go up? No. Shortcut unlock, yeah. Metroidvania style. You can still tell they went off the rails, but they actually did a good job with it. Hearing Arrow say, "Isn't life just wonderful?" with such a character break. I know, it does not fit me at all. Yeah, I was worried. I was worried because for the longest time I was like in a good state of mind, and I was like really like adapting positively to struggles in my life. And I'm glad to know that I went back into character where I had a complete like mental deconstruction during October and had a very bad time mentally. It was all just returning to character. FMAB is unbeaten in the girl boss department outside of like magical girl anime. I assume you're referring to Winry? Honestly, it's been like over a decade since I watched FMAB. I watched one episode of it the other week because a friend was showing a mutual, like another friend, FMAB and invited me. And I just said, okay, let me know when you get to the dog episode. I want to watch the dog. I'm busy, but I will stop what I'm doing to watch the dog episode. So then I joined and watched the dog episode. Hawkeye, what does Hawkeye do? Because I know who Hawkeye is. I don't remember what she does. I know that she is like the right hand of Roy Mustang. I know she works with him. She is his lieutenant. She is his second. She has a cool head. But what does she do plot-wise? The manga was written by a woman? They do their best. Only those who prove their honor in combat may enter the Grove Beyond. Well, I just did that in the arena, so... What's down here? I hear a grub, I think. Hello? No? Okay. I guess not. So is this just for exploring that you... Oh no, there's a... Heck, I don't have a map. There's an area off to the right. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh my gosh, it's Twitch partner Archivist in my chat. Why do I hear like moaning in the distance? Very rare A is awake and has internet moment. Frick, heck, darn. Well, I'm glad to know that you're awake and have internet. I'd hate for you to be asleep and have internet. That would be terrible for you. Looking at you, Barry. She does her best, which is more than most of the men in the show. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not saying that to like discredit what she did. I'm literally saying I do not remember what she did. Yep. Oh, it's just a normal arena. I assumed it would be a boss arena. Like, I do not remember the plot contribution that Hawkeye had to the show. I'm not saying this to like clown on her. I'm saying this like, tell me what she did. Tell me what plot thing she did. Because I do not recall. Because like obviously like Lust is a girl boss. Lust did more work than most of the homunculi. But she was a villain. She was a baddie. And she was also a baddie. Yzma's grows. Yzma! I see a mask in there. Consumed Yzma's tear. Acid shall be repelled. Swim in acidic water without coming to harm. We're so pogging. We're so pogging. Green Path, you are now my beloved. The one thing in Green Path that I took chagrin with is now no longer an issue. Ogrim, there's no time. What the hecky heck? You've become immune to gamer water. Always check behind the water. How'd you get here, little buddy? You're so cute. A grub plush would go so... Honestly, most of the characters in this game are plushable. Like, look at the little kicking of the swim. It's so cute. Oh, the night is so cute. Hello? Oh. I guess I already went this way. Interesting. This is how you sound. Arrow become fireproof. My second favorite combat combat technique. Listen. I'm already bulletproof. I don't need to be fireproof. Is there spikes up there? Weird. Weirdo. Listen, I'm finally immune to the gamer water. It's mostly minor things, but she just exudes confidence. I mean, that's the thing. I'm of the opinion that particularly if you're going to be like, oh, this show is so girl boss, you need more than just a cool woman, right? I'm of the opinion that if you want a show to be like girl boss central, you need women that do stuff more than just women that are cool. And I'm not saying that to discount women who are just cool. I think that there's a place for that in media, just like there's a place for men who are just cool in media. But I do think that there's a lot of people who are like, oh, this woman, she is so cool. She did nothing to the plot, but she's cool. So we love her, and she's a girl boss. And I'm like, that's not a girl boss. That's just a woman, because women are cool. Even your third favorite combat tactic doesn't work. Listen, if your third favorite combat tactic is just throwing gamer water at someone, I'm sorry to say that's not a fighting tactic. That is just like a kink thing. Even if you don't think it is, they think it is. And I'm sorry to tell you that. Ow. Hola! Hey! I'm currently exploring Hollow Knight, and I am immune to gamer water with Yzma's Tear. I leave the grove. Unfortunately, this is an English-only chat, so if you do not speak English, you will unfortunately be banned. Is Rita from Power Rangers a girl boss? I never watched Power Rangers in any capacity. So I can't answer, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. Did I skip anything? Did I miss anything in Yzma's Grove? I would explain a bit more, but I don't remember much of the... That's my issue, right? Like, I'm not saying this from a place of, like, I don't like Hawkeye. I think that she's cool. I just don't remember. It's been, like, over a decade since I've seen that show. I understand you more or less. No worries. Yeah, it's just simply we can't moderate other languages. So as much as I think it would be really funny to have a chat where no one can speak the same language, I can't keep people from calling each other slurs in that. And that's a legitimate concern. Where the heck am I? What the hecky? Oh, that's not what I wanted. What the hecky heck? Okay. So we're back in the waterways, I think. Unless we're in the basin. Basin? Freaking heck. Okay. So this isn't gamer water, this is just normal water. Which at this point is not spicy enough to soothe the ache of my soul. Okay, so I'm back at here. I still haven't found my freaking... My freaking... heart container. My soul. My heart, my soul, my blue eyes. What the heck? Listen. I am not going to sit here and tell you to speak French to one another. I feel as though that would be cruel and unusual, and I am in the US, so I'm not allowed to do that. What the hecky heck? Where'd all these ding-dang souls go? Huh? I guess we exploring now, like, geez. Yzma's Grove is part of the waterways? I mean, it had a unique title, so I assumed it was special. Is this where I was before? Holy heck. Does barking well, so I'm not Enfield, so I don't know how to communicate as one. Is that like a language? Is that related to your conlang in any capacity? Because if it is, then yes, you're not allowed to do that, but if no, and you're just making noises like an onomatopoeia, by all means. I'm not going to stop you from your enrichment. Oh, AE, I need to tell you about a streamer who apparently is like clicker training her chat and calling them puppies. I think that you would like that. That's just an assumption, given that you like barking. We are the soul. Listen. I'm trying to find the soul. I'm trying to find my soul, as it were. I've known a few people who tried things of the sort, and did it go well? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't watch this person. That's not really my scene, as you might have gathered from knowing me. Oh, here you are. Hi. Hi, me. Finally. I became immune to gamer water before I found my soul. Which I suppose, like, that is an integral part of self-actualization. Immunity to the gamer water. I need to pester you to co-work when I have free day. clicker training is gunshots. You're so right. I am clicker training my chat. What? Am I doming my chat, but with gunshots? That feels unethical. Huh. Well, I need to record a video tonight for tomorrow, so once I record it and I edit, if you're... do you stream Saturdays? Oh. Is this the maggot tunnel? Is this someone's colon? What the heck? Where am I? What the heck is that? Are you murder? Oh, it's VV. Hello, VV and Raiders. Speaking of gunshots, all right, if you don't know the drill here,
Yummers.
we have castle doctrine. We believe in self-defense, and we will shoot you on sight. If you want to shoot my community back, simply follow, and you can redeem for 1 channel point. You can ban a random chatter. If you get banned, it's a skill issue. If you get banned, that is your fault. You deserve to be banned. You should feel bad for it. That is my response. Also, if you get banned and it lasts longer than 15 seconds, just refresh. Sometimes Twitch freaks out. But hello, welcome on in. What were you doing? Let me shout you out. I already shouted you out earlier. You're getting 2 shoutouts in a single stream. Yeah, the funny thing is, when I have these shootouts and people get shot, content creators are the ones that complain. Audience members apparently love it. Random viewers, random chatters are obsessed with it. The firing squad is ready. And the best part is, no one knows who they're hitting. You don't know if you hit a raider or if you hit your friend. Also, Vivi, if you want to hop and call, it's still my schedule is open for that. Okay. Yeah, we are in no rush.
Yummers.
I just wanted to remind you that I'm chill for that. I will be consulting the worm mother, I think. Is this a friend? No, this is not a friend. This is very much not a friend. This is an enemy. You're lonely and want to pester your friends? Listen. Fluke worm? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, worm mother. I'm not, I don't feel bad. I'm just apologizing because I think that will get you to stop murdering me. Oh, wait, you're easy. I can't pester. You can pester me via Discord. Ew. Fluke nest? What the hecky heck? What did I just do here? Did I just commit a crime? Did I just, like, roll up, jump a mother of, like, 27, and then, like, take her family jewels and leave? I'm a lonely creature. That's what Discord is for. Now I was infected? Oh, right, it had the Fanta. So I beat up and jumped a mother of, like, 27 who was on Medicaid. Killed an entire generation. Listen, if they didn't want to be killed, they just would have said no in a polite but firm tone. Listen, I can't legally rob you if you tell me no. So just next time someone's gonna rob you, just tell them no. What are they gonna do? Continue robbing you? That's illegal. Should just call, yeah. Which I believe, real quick, my audio needs to swap because my headphones are about to die. Well, yeah, you can legally rob people so long as they don't tell you, don't rob me. If they don't tell you, stop robbing me, you can legally rob them. Hey, I have anxiety too! That's not an excuse and you know it. I should have... Is my Fugi good? No, my Fugi is off. Oh, why are you like that? Please hold. Let me change my Fugi. My Fugi is me.
Yeah, it's a,
Hello!
yeah, it's a victimless crime like punching someone in the dark.
please let me turn you up. And let me set your Fugi up. I'd say to introduce yourself, but like the people already know you.
Because I hopped in because you were saying about like legally robbing someone if they don't say don't rob me. I said it's a victimless crime, like punching someone in the dark.
Well, I wouldn't say it's victimless. I mean, that's certainly a take you can have. I don't say I would agree with it, but it's one of the takes you can have.
I got that from Super Best Friends Play, and like I keep telling people it because it's so good.
Listen, you're under threat of violence. How about that?
What a dweeb.
But hello. Welcome on in.
Hi.
Hi. I think is this our first time in a voice call?
I think it is, yes.
Well, hi, I'm Arrow. I like writing.
Speaking of, you should probably do a stream together.
Oh yeah, we can. I forgot we can do that.
Yeah.
So I can. I don't think that you're not. I'm not a favorite of yours, so I can't knock on your channel. How do I invite guests? See all suggested favorites. Favorites. And now that I favorite you, accept. And we are now good, and we can share chat. Or we don't need shared chat. I just realized that you're not currently live, are you? You rated out?
I am not currently live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do shared chat if you want, just to be spicy, just kind of like, ooh.
You can't share chat if I'm not streaming.
I've been removed as a guest. How dare you?
What the fuck?
Listen, I get it. You hate me. I hate me too. We can connect with this. We can bond.
Fuck? Why did it crash?
No, I get it. I'll take it personally. I'll make sure to write a Google Docie about you. Oh, so Vivi, I had the thought, you know how like VTubers will make like voice packs?
Yes.
What if we just get a bunch of people who are all highly competent and also highly neurodivergent in special fields, and we just each make like a 15-minute voice pack of just rambling about your special interest and just bundle it all together? Do you think we would sell numbers?
Maybe.
Like, what would you choose if it's like, okay, 15 minutes, uninterrupted ramble. The goal is to just speak as if you're like talking about your special interest to someone.
There's a lot of things in biology I could do, but I could also do spaceships.
This is the thing. You could talk Exalted. You could talk spaceships. You could call railguns versus coil guns. Like, that's the main thing I know you for. Also, hey, creature. Thank you for the follow.
I never actually closed out of the game. Fuck. Let me do that.
Ah, so you just hate being prepared. I see.
Anyways, I invited you to the stream together again.
Railguns are greater than coil guns. I have the ME degree to back it up too. You're gonna pick a fight with Vivi? Okay. Please count me in. I want an excuse to hate on bad designs. Well, so initially, Vivi we were talking about TTRPGs, brought up Exalted. I was getting info dumped about Exalted and learning how amazing of a system it is. And the goal was we're going to yap about that on stream. But now I think that we might have to talk about railguns.
Oh my fucking god, okay. So the
and by rant and
why hasn't it ended again?
It's okay. Do you want a 5 minutes to yourself?
Okay, I am inviting you again. I think it's because it opened it in 2 windows and it got really confused.
Why would you do that? Do you hate me?
I didn't do it intentionally. It just had 2 windows up for some reason.
Oh, and AE, don't you worry. If we do like the voice pack thing, like you would absolutely be there. And I think that it would either be about something punk or something furry or something like conlang. Because imagine being able to just rant for 15 minutes, record it about your conlang, and then people
That
pay
reminds
you to
me, me and
listen.
Archivist were supposed to do a conlang stream together sometime.
Well, yeah, and AE's supposed to be working on his conlang, and he hasn't done that in like a year. Which, like, valid, me too, but where am I going? Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow.
Don't worry about the gun pointing me. It won't make it past my subdermal ballistic mesh, anyways.
I mean, if you'd prefer, I can put it away, but I feel like it just kind of adds to the sense of urgency in this stream, right?
Yeah.
Like, quite literally, the stream is on a hair trigger. It could end any time.
Joining again and hope it doesn't immediately crash again.
Sorry, are you just trying to get it so that it doesn't yell at you for having no collabs this week? Because it does that to me constantly.
No, it's just that so people will see I'm live on your channel.
I haven't touched my conlang far too long because I've been busy streaming video essays and capitalism. My man. We love all three of those things equally. Some would even say the third more than the others.
Link to your Discord.
Wait, what's this? Idiot. Sorry.
Oh god, I hate those guys in Hollow Knight.
They make such odd noises. And oh! Ow. I clicked off, you idiot. Meanie. Stupid. How do? Invite? Join session? Now we're together.
Go, finally.
Awesome. And now I'm gonna close it to give you the feeling of being jealous. No.
Oh my fucking
I'm glad
God.
we got this figured out. Let me real quick.
Okay, so you're supposed to talk about Exalted.
Right, Exalted. Railguns.
Right, okay, if you want me to talk about railguns first.
Okay.
So I was talking
listen.
about how railguns...
I want you to ramble. That is my goal. My goal is that I can lock in on Hollow Knight while I just get to listen to my friends talk about really cool stuff. Whether that's Exalted or Railguns,
Okay.
I don't mind. I think that my
I'll talk
chat
about
wants to
railguns
argue
first,
with you,
as you
though.
keep reminding me about railguns. But yes, I did have like a thread where I was posting about railguns.
No, I've been
and why they're
keeping up
bad.
with it. That's why I keep mentioning it.
Yeah.
It's so silly. Ow.
Okay, so the major failing of railguns and their major weakness is that it turns out all of that extra kinetic energy in the projectile doesn't do anything useful for you in terms of destroying targets. It just increases how deep, like, the penetrator penetrates, which doesn't do all that much for you. When you're already penetrating the target's armor with like a
Right, when you already have the ability to break through the armor, breaking through it even harder doesn't really help.
Yes.
Unless the payload is meant to be like deep penetration, in which case you're just going to use like a 40 millimeter anyway.
And that's the main reason why, even with better technology, railguns will probably not be practical.
You better
Also,
hurry up. The
oil
person that
guns
was like,
are
I have an
harder to
ME degree,
engineer.
needs to go. They're a coward.
Also, coil guns are a bit harder to engineer, but they're more electrically efficient and they don't have the issue of rail erosion.
So when you say harder to engineer, do you mean produce, maintain, design? Like, what are we?
So the thing about a coil gun is because it's a series of coils that you're energizing in sequence.
Right.
You have to do so with very precise timing.
Sure. Like, so sorry. In the creation of it, or in the every time you activate it?
Every time you activate it.
Okay. Sure.
The
So
coils
it's a
have
very
to be-
fragile weapon.
It's not necessarily fragile because this doesn't involve any moving parts. Not necessarily fragile. It's just that the timing needs to be really correct, and if the timing
Sure.
won't, like, fire. There's a lot of very complicated electronics that go into coil guns and very complicated material science that goes into railguns. It's exactly like that can.
Which, like, obviously, it's cool sci-fi, so that's where a lot of people were discussing it. But I think there is merit to your criticism where it's just like, you can't claim it's more realistic when it's not realistic.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was saying is that like everyone treats railguns as like the realistic next step in weapons, even though the Navy canceled its railgun program a few years ago.
No, you
And,
don't understand.
like
They're
laser
cool.
weapons,
They're
for instance,
cool.
are,
They'll
like,
figure it
Are
out.
like an actual thing on actual battlefields.
Yeah, weren't you saying that it's like unironic, like lasers are being used? Because isn't that mostly used in anti-missile, like anti-air?
Yeah, and shooting down drones.
Yeah. Because obviously, military stuff you're never going to learn the full extent because it's classified. But you're usually going to have like a pretty good idea of at least the general bounds. Particularly scientists are going to know.
Yes.
And unfortunately, at least right now, we're not at the point where just a fleet of drones with heavy ordnance is going to be beat out.
What I'm saying is that at this point, lasers are in fact a proven technology.
Yeah. Oh, I've been down here before.
Railguns might find a weird niche, yeah, if we crack the material science issues. Japan has a weird idea to use them for shooting down hypersonic ballistic missiles, which is why they're still working on their railgun program, but...
Wait, so as opposed to what? Like, as opposed to investing in coil guns, lasers, or they're doing that kind of in conjunction?
Japan is also doing lasers. In fact, Japan is one of the biggest investors in lasers.
Well,
yeah, they're
so
experimenting with railguns for like air defense and anti-ballistic missile defense.
I feel like anti-missile defense is one of the least useful things for higher penetration, no?
Well, the idea with anti-missile defense is all you need to do is hit it.
Right. And then it detonates.
And the missile is destroyed.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big a thing you hit it with, or how hard you hit it. If you hit it, it's destroyed.
Which obviously it depends on the missile.
And the railgun projectile goes much faster,
Yeah.
and therefore is much easier to hit with.
But a laser goes even faster.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at present, we only have continuous wave lasers, which have to irradiate the target for a while. And if we're talking about ballistic missiles, then the re-entry shield doubles. Then the re-entry shield will make them very resistant to lasers.
Can you please explain what that means?
Okay, so ballistic missile actually leaves Earth's atmosphere
Okay.
during its flight, and it comes back down going extremely fast.
Sure, and then yeah. Understood.
So it means it has to be built to survive extreme temperatures
Yes.
already.
Right.
So a laser doesn't do a lot.
No, understood. Oh, wait, I can just double tap to... I never knew that. Oh. Whoa. Okay, so apparently the person you're being argued with is needing to go run a game of Lancer.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know if I've had the chance to ask you, are you into mecha, first of all?
Yes, I am. Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam is my favorite anime of all time.
I was about to ask, are you more of a Lancer or a Battletech girly? Or do you have no preference and you're just kind of Gundam?
Lancer, I'd say. I'm
Okay.
only recently getting into Battletech.
Yeah, because my community, literally before I even started like really getting into Lancer content, because I consider myself variety, but I do make a lot of Lancer content, obsessed with Gundam for like a year now. And I have never seen any Gundam.
You need to watch Gundam.
No, I know I do. Everyone keeps telling me, and I keep saying I know, and I need to watch Evangelion, Gundam, Gurren Lagann, a lot of the classic mecha. What the heck? Is this like the home of the Fanta? Ow. Ow! Also, you saw me struggle against Soul Tyrant. You did not see me struggle for 2.5 hours against the Arena 2 fight.
Oh, yeah, that one was hard.
It was so much fun, but those big oversized flea dudes are so annoying. Ooh, pale ore. I can upgrade my nail. Yay. Oh my gosh. Holy heck.
Oh my god, the Stream Elements message.
Yeah. Listen, people want to lurk. You think we can afford that? You think we have the resources to have a lurk command?
Lurk command never does anything. It's just alert. It's just by putting something in chat, it's alerting Twitch.
No, exactly. Which is why that's a perfectly fine lurk command. Screw you, I always forget. Listen, hey, you and me, we're poor content creators. We don't have the ability to have effective lurk commands, bot integration, a reasonable healthcare system for all of those community members that get shot needlessly in preventable conflicts.
Oh my god. Anyways.
Yes.
We should probably get to yapping about Exalted.
Yummers.
That says I want to talk Exalted and get out of here. Go ahead.
No, not necessarily get out of here.
I know.
Okay, so Exalted.
What is Exalted? What is your one paragraph pitch?
Exalted is a TTRPG where the players play demigods, not in the sense of being the children of gods, but being like mortals imbued with divine power.
Right, closer to like Superman than Hercules.
In a very unique and cool fantasy world, modeled, inspired mostly by a mixture of Greek myth, the Indian epics like the Mahabharata, and classical Chinese works like Journey to the West.
So like all the classic mythology, which is so good.
Yeah. I feel like one thing that demonstrates the dichotomy of like what Exalted is that at the same time as you can leave character creation with like a literal army of like 5,000 soldiers, you also have to spend points in character creation on knowing how to read and write.
Sorry, say that again?
You have to spend points in character creation on knowing how to read and write.
Yeah. And that's the sort of thing where...
You don't know how to read and write by default.
Like, I think it was 3.5, like D&D 3.5, where literacy was not assumed. Like, older inspired TTRPGs often will be like, yeah, literacy was not common for most of history, so why do you think you're different?
Yeah, but Exalted kind of, like, addresses this, where D&D has never been.
Yeah. So, it's demigods. It is inspired by classical mythology. You have a very high power level. I think Dark Heresy is probably a good comparison in terms of just, like, power scaling.
In some ways.
In the way that you start off like a level 1 character, so to speak, is very powerful. You're not like a level 1 D&D character.
And you've also done things prior to character creation that were important.
What's the kind of stereotypical Exalted game? Just like in a stereotypical D&D game is you have 4 adventurers that meet up in a tavern, go into a dungeon. What is your stereotypical Exalted game?
I'd say group of Solar Exalted meet each other and devise a plan to liberate their homeland from its imperial oppressors.
Space, what? Sorry?
So for that, I have to talk about the lore, because it is very intimately tied to the setting that it takes place in.
Yeah.
It is not a generic RPG. It is tied to the specific setting, and it is one of my favorite fantasy settings ever. It's very cool. So the backstory of Exalted, and why the Exalted, these demigods exist, is that the world, creation, was created in ages past by a race of largely quite eldritch beings called the Primordials, who created the world, and they created the gods to oversee its machinery and stuff. And the gods eventually decided to rebel against the Primordials, but the Primordials designed them to not ever be able to actually take up arms against them.
Okay.
As like something that fundamentally goes against their nature. So they were struck on not knowing what to do. But one of the Primordials who really disliked the others,
the Ted Namaki,
he was also the Primordial who created humanity, and he mostly just didn't like the way the other Primordials treated the humans that populated creation, came to the gods with an idea, which is he would teach them how to imbue a portion of their divine power in mortals. And in fact, just so the primordials could not order them to stop or like take back the power, they could do it so that it was then impossible for them to revoke the power or control the exalted they granted the power to.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the power would seek new vessels entirely autonomously.
Sure.
When the current bearer died.
Like a reincarnation?
Yes.
Awesome.
And so they went and created the Exalted by imbuing mortals with their divine power.
I'm poor.
There are a few different types of Exalted coming from different major gods. And they overthrew the primordials. The way things were originally organized is that the Solar Exalted, who were the chosen of the unconquered sun, king of the gods, were to be the god kings of creation, basically.
Mm-hmm.
He gave them that duty after in thanks for defeating the primordials. As the gods went to heaven to like oversee heaven instead of being stuck on creation, as they were before.
Yes.
The thing is,
sorry.
The Solars turned out to be a bunch of megalomaniacal jerks.
I mean, as you do when you're offered unfathomable
gradually
cosmic
became
power.
less and less heroic over the course of the first age.
Yeah, that checks out.
And generally committed a bunch of horrifying atrocities, such as, making weapons out of like forging people's souls into steel.
Do you not do that? That's just kind of like a normal Tuesday
They did get
around
cursed
here.
by the primordials, but it was really just heightening aspects that were already there, like their
Sure.
tendency towards like self-importance and megalomania.
I mean, that's Vampire the Masquerade is showing its influence once more. That's very much like the Canaanite antediluvian curse.
And so eventually the Solars, like the other Exalted, specifically the Sidereals and the Terrestrials, overthrew them. An event called the Usurpation.
Okay.
Where they killed almost all the Solars.
Sure.
And imprisoned most of the Solars' exaltations in this device like eldritch device called the Jade Prisons that could not like find new bearers.
Sure.
And there were only about like 20 of the 300 Solars left in the world after that. The Sidereals tried to do a thing to like, when the Sidereals embedded the Jade Prison in the sky. By the way, creation is a flat world that has like an actual dome of the sky. Yeah, when they tried to embed the Jade Prison in the sky, they broke one of the constellations, and this resulted in a problem for the Sidereals where no one can remember them anymore.
Okay. Wait, so sorry. They screwed up so bad they broke the sky so everyone forgot about them.
Yes.
And I thought I had it bad.
Because the sky is tied to fate.
Sure.
And their plan was originally to rule over creation in the solar stead, but that does not work anymore. So what they did instead is they set up the Terrestrials, otherwise known as Dragon-Blooded, because their essences come from the 5 elemental dragons.
Okay. Well, what are the 5 elements?
Water, fire, earth, air, and wood.
Okay, so it's like Wuxia.
Yeah, it's like a mix of the Western and Eastern system.
Sure. Because it got wind instead of metal, but... Yeah, because that's something where it's... anytime I hear 5 elements, I'm just like, what inspirations do they pull from today? Because it's never the same.
Yeah. So they
unless
set up
it's like a East Asian, generally.
As rulers of creation. And they also created a religion called the Immaculate Philosophy.
Ooh,
which went through a lot of like changes, but like in its modern form, holds that one attains gradually higher station in life through living a worthy life, with the highest here basically being reborn as a dragon-blooded.
So kind of like
By the way, dragon-blooded's powers are hereditary.
kind of like a mixture
It doesn't work like
of
the others where it passes to a new bearer when they die. They just pass their powers on to their children.
kind of like a mixture of like karma as well as like dragon marks from Eberron almost.
Yeah, it's like evil Hinduism, basically.
That's a wild description, but I get it. Like that makes sense.
Anyways, one of the things it promotes is it portrays the Solars and the Lunars who sided with the Solars
Okay.
as anathema who stole power from the sun and moon and who corrupt innocent mortals and need to be killed before they can
Oh no, that sounds all
again,
very reasonable, and I believe them, so we should do that.
which isn't entirely inaccurate given they did almost destroy the world before they were overthrown.
I mean, listen. What grouping in this setting didn't almost destroy the world at one point or another?
I mean, true.
Right? Like, let's not cast stones.
Anyways, the Lunars, by the way, their exaltations were never imprisoned, and they spend the next, several millennia waging effectively a guerrilla war against the Dragon-Blooded Shogunate.
So I suppose very important bit, what's the time scale of all of this? Has this all been happening over hundreds, thousands?
I'm talking, stuff that happened before most of the known timeline of history.
Okay, sure. So right. So we're talking like tens of thousands of years, if not
And then
more.
we get to the era where things, where the story actually takes place, which is after a couple millennia, the Death Lords, who are... Oh, fuck, I need to explain this. Okay, so...
Okay.
I skipped a bit. When the...
I was about to be like, sure, new characters.
The Reign of the Solars was around 5,000 years, and it was around 3,000 years ago, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Solars and Lunars and Sidereals basically don't age.
Sorry, they're basically the Stone Age?
No, they don't age. They
Oh, okay,
live...
yeah.
Yeah, they're not quite immortal. A Solar Lunar can expect to live several thousand years. And a Sidereal lives exactly 5,000 years.
You need a chart? Okay, listen, I could
They
take a
always
break
die
and go to
of
MS
old
Paint.
age at the same age. Because they're the Fate ones.
I could
like
take
the
notes,
Sidereal-
like this is a lecture. Would that help?
Yeah, I'm kind of jumping around because I didn't prepare this.
Vivi,
Anyways.
you had multiple days. You said, hey, I'm good to hop on stream and talk Exalted.
I've been busy! Oh, fuck.
Are you busy?
Anyways. So back when the Exalted killed overthrew the Primordials. The Primordials they killed... Well, when the Primordials created the world, they also created the concept of death. And they never designed the machinery of, metaphysical machinery of death to handle what would happen if a Primordial died.
Sure, because why would a Primordial ever die?
So when a Primordial died,
Uh-huh.
the machinery broke.
Okay.
And instead of cleanly sweeping every soul off to its rightful reincarnation, some souls now get stuck and become ghosts. Creating this also created a dark mirror of creation called the Underworld.
Okay, so kind of like the Shadowlands, World of Darkness.
In which those primordials who died had their essences trapped and became the Neverborn, living in constant, only occasionally lucid, agonizing nightmares. And when the Exalted realized this happened when they killed the primordials, they decided to just imprison the rest instead of killing them.
Okay, so
what would
Vivi, we
become
just hit an
hell.
ad, so take a breath.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a tangent to explain the Death Lords, and we haven't gotten to the Death Lords yet. I do love...
I was about to.
No, but obviously we have to wait like 2.5 minutes, so just put a pause on that. But I love this. I love just needlessly complex, like centuries, thousands of years, millennia spanning lore. And then it's like, how much of this is relevant? Maybe all of it. I don't know.
I mean, there are characters who are alive for all of it.
That's the thing. If you don't age, you can just decide, yeah, I'm just going to have this one Solar show up in the campaign right now who lived through literally everything.
There are a couple of Lunars and a couple of Sidereals who lived through all of it, and obviously a bunch of the gods did, because you can actually talk to gods.
Right. So what's the power scaling of primordial to god to solar to lunar? What's the difference in power scaling?
Primordials are so powerful, it is genuinely difficult to conceptualize.
Sure. They're Cthulhu.
They are
Lovecraft.
continent-sized eldritch abominations.
Sure. Of course.
I mentioned that the ones who weren't killed were imprisoned in hell. Hell is, in fact, the physical body of one of the primordials they turned inside out.
That's metal as heck.
And all of the geographical locations in hell are actually just the physical bodies of different primordials.
Owl House, I know where you got your idea from. So when do they all eat hamburgers and hug? I think that's what happens during the game, and not because the GM is setting that up, but because the players are just so nice.
So you have the underworld with all these ghosts in it.
Well, so wait, like 60 more seconds.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I was like asking some just clarifying questions that didn't really matter.
Yeah, I just realized I forgot to explain the Death Lords and I had to go back.
That's incredibly silly. I feel like at this point I should probably
I forgot I would have to mention
and bring out the MS Paint.
The fucking cataclysm they cause, but whatever.
Right. Well, so what you could do, you seem to be going chronologically. You could go from a relevancy thing where you're constantly flashing back, or you could try to keep it just chronological. There are so many super evil. Wait, so the Solar, are they evil?
Well, they were evil. The thing is, their current incarnations are the assumed player characters. And you kind of have to deal with the fact that your last incarnation was like an evil god tyrant.
Wait. So, first off, welcome back from the ad. Second off, so you're playing the reincarnation of the Solar, who were evil, created by the gods under the primordials to rebel against the primordials. And then the original OG Solar, who were created to kill the primordial, or otherwise like banish, remove the primordials, were created. They turned evil after a full age of ruling over all of the world and such and so forth.
Yes.
And then they die for whatever reason. And then now you are second reincarnation, third, fourth, fifth. Like how far down the line?
Yeah, like I said, their exaltations have been in the Jade prison until recently.
Sure. Okay. So
anyways,
Death Lords.
In the usurpation, a lot of exalted died on both sides. And some of them became ghosts. Now, they didn't retain their exalted power. That went on to seek new incarnations. But what they ended up doing is, as ghosts in the underworld, they sought the Neverborn's power, which the Neverborn gave to them in exchange for an oath to destroy all of creation and bring an end to all existence, because the Neverborn believe that's the only way to end their own suffering.
Sure.
The Death Lords don't really want to end creation, generally.
They don't generally want that, but they're not going to say no.
But they got a lot of power out of the deal.
Sure.
A promise that they can no longer be destroyed because the Neverborn will bring them back. Well, eventually one of the Death Lords was destroyed and was reconstituted by the Neverborn. But the Neverborn made some changes, including a genuine desire to see the end of the world, as they do.
Listen, at that point, why not, right? That's my answer.
This happens quite a bit of a ways into the Dragonblood Shogunate. And this one Death Lord cooks up a plague called the Great Contagion. This plague kills over 90% of all living things on creation.
Are we counting bacteria?
All living things.
Oh my gosh. Because like sometimes all living things is all animals. Sometimes all living things is all plants and animals. Sometimes it's literally anything that is biologically alive.
It's a magical plague.
Right.
Obviously.
Really, I thought it was scientific. I thought it was super Ebola.
And brought a very abrupt end to the dragon-blooded shogunate and all of the conflicts that are happening at the time.
You know, I have
Now-
no idea why
okay.
that would put an end to the shogunate.
Now, not only did this cause this, there wasn't nothing there before the primordials create creation. There was the endless expanse of the wild, which is a space of like energy without rules or laws,
Sure.
and inhabitants called the Raksha, who are essentially just sentient chaotic waveforms. You'll never encounter an actual Raksha in its natural form. What you will encounter them as the fair folk, who are Raksha who took on forms based off human dreams and nightmares in order to enter creation. Because
sorry, did they
wouldn't be able to
predate
exist in
humanity?
creation in their natural forms.
If they take form off of human dreams and nightmares and inspiration, do they predate humanity?
The Raksha do. The Raksha are the oldest beings in the setting. They were there
Interesting.
before the primordials came.
Huh. So is
and
it
many
kind of
the-
like just an
and-
interfacing thing, or? Okay,
Sorry,
so
what?
the fair folk.
It's just
are-
an interfacing thing. Okay,
yeah.
so conceive of a fair folk as this unknowable eldritch being role-playing an archetype from story in order to
Right.
exist in creation, and doing a kind of bad job of it.
Right. It's the idea of this isn't how it's actually like. This is just its best way to interface with humanity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, many of the fair folk want to destroy creation because it, brought an order to the wild,
Boring.
which they hate. And they see in the aftermath of the Great Contagion the opportunity to unmake all of creation. And so the fair folk invade creation.
As you do.
Which, leads to a desperate defense by the dragon-blooded and the lunars and the sidereals and basically everyone there.
Okay.
And the gods. Which is finally ended.
Like, on
when
what
one
level
woman-
of threat are the fair folk? In terms of like
Fair
actually
folk are
literally being
roughly-
able to do this.
Okay, so fair folk vary, but the actual true Raksha in form, who are called fair folk nobles,
Sure.
the fair folk quote-unquote commoners are just like beings they create to do things for.
Right.
The fair folk nobles are roughly equivalent in power to an exalted.
Okay, so it's and remind me, how much of a struggle was it for the OG Solar to fight the primordials?
Quite a bit. A lot of them died, and there were many iterations of the Solars that had to fight that war.
Well, so was it that it's like they just kept throwing bodies at it and eventually through attrition alone they just won?
Pretty
or
much.
Was it okay.
Pretty much.
Understood.
There's a reason there were not, even in the first age, not many exalted who remembered the actual war with the primordials.
Right.
Anyways. And the fair folk come
Flesh
very
mecha,
close to actually
sorry?
destroying creation. But a dragon-blooded woman of no particular notability, a mere captain in the shogunate's army,
A mere captain.
leads several of her friends on what is implied to be an epic quest, though we know very little about it, to gain access to an ancient super weapon of the old solar realm called the Sword of Creation. Which she does successfully, although all of her friends die in the process.
I mean, it's not an
implied
epic
she
quest
may
if all
have
your friends don't
sacrificed
die.
them deliberately. And she uses the Sword of Creation to destroy the invading fair folk.
Well, they sought to destroy creation and were destroyed by
Everyone immediately praises her as like savior of the world. To which her response is saved, more like under new management.
it. Yep.
She declares herself the Scarlet Empress, the rightful ruler of the world, and the inheritor of the Old Realm's legacy.
Old
Which
Realm
the
being the
Siderials
original
are all
OG
too
Solar.
eager to latch onto and have the head of the Immaculate Philosophy, the Mouth of Peace, declare her claim to be such legitimate and support her rule.
So she's basically trying to go back to first principles of the OG Solar rule, pre-evil or post-evil?
Except with the dragon blood instead.
Sure. Which nothing bad has ever happened from a new regime harkening back to an old golden age of what they view as a better time that they're trying to harken back to.
Many flock to the Scarlet Empress's banner. Many of those who declare they'll oppose her are crushed immediately with the Sword of Creation. So there are cities that are craters. There are ancient cities that are craters because she used the Sword of Creation on them.
I was about to ask, is that because of her or because of the sword?
Well, she used the Sword of Creation on them.
Well, no, I know, but like, is turning a city into a crater something that she can do with her own power, or was that her using the Sword of Creation?
With the sword. With the sword. She's plenty powerful, but
right.
She's quite powerful, but
but that sword's no joke.
And so she quickly establishes herself as the virtually undisputed, at least, queen of the dragon-blooded.
Virtually,
and of most of
say.
Creation.
Not entirely
well, okay,
undisputed.
so the Lunars obviously don't obey her because Immaculate Philosophy portrays them as demons too. And and basically resume their guerrilla war against her new realm, the same way as they did against the Shogunate.
Oh, I think I'm gonna fight a Fanta boss.
There are a couple of dragon-blooded splinter states from the Shogunate that persist and do not submit to the Empress, like Lookshy, but those are only a couple. And a relatively
my apologies, I'm gonna need to lock in for a second. I'm fighting the broken vessel.
Yeah.
So keep talking, I just might miss something.
Okay. And now we have arrived at the actual main era of the setting for which we have actual detail on, like everything that happens everywhere, which is the Age of Sorrows, because after everything was like fucking ruined.
Right. After everything is pretty sorrowful, I'd call it the Age of Sorrows too. We're living in a bit of an Age of Sorrows right now.
The modern day is about 700 years after the beginning of the Age of Sorrows. Actually, it's like 750 something years. Where the Empress's realm has conquered most of creation, led by the Great Houses, which are basically the families of her dragon-blooded children. She has had so many children. She has had like 100 children.
I mean, hey, listen, I would too if I was like God, Queen, Emperor of everything. Like, why not? Who's gonna stop you?
In the meantime, the Lunars have been fighting their continuing guerrilla war, which has been mostly a stalemate over this period.
I was gonna ask how successful
the
they were. Yeah.
Siderials are backing the dragon-blooded realm from the shadows. The Death Lords are doing their thing.
Are they doing their thing successfully or not?
Reaching into creation. No. At least the one that does actually want to destroy creation hasn't managed to cook up anything new yet.
Oh, I just defeated the broken vessel.
And the rest just want to, like, use their power for their own gain and slow roll the destruction of creation for as long as they can.
Listen, they gotta ride the wave. They gotta coast it out.
Yeah!
Thank you, Ambrosia. Listen, I feel as though if I can just, like, fully just focus on the Exalted and my hands just do their own thing, suddenly, boom, I got the buff power of friendship.
Then in year, I believe 754 of the Age of Sorrows, the Scarlet Empress disappears. No one knows where she went.
And this is, start of the, like, this is in the era of which the players come into being?
This is approximately 1 year before, when you are expected to start.
Okay.
Your campaign. No, it's 5 years ago, yeah. 5 years ago. Right.
I get wings?
Oh, yeah, it's your double jump.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was
I've
5
seen
years
this before.
before the present. The Scarlet Empress disappeared. Now, the thing is, the Scarlet Empress has done this before. She's disappeared. She's just unannounced disappeared for a while.
She needs a break.
Over a year. But everyone starts to realize that this is way longer than normal after a year or two. The thing is, the Empress obviously did not expect to disappear because she structured the entire realm about pitting her children and their houses against each other to compete, so no one could ever really muster a challenge to her rule.
Hey, Vivi.
Yeah.
What if I just fought this dream boss real quick with my nail that I've yet to upgrade past the point where it was before? Do you think I could do it first try?
Perhaps, although I doubt it.
No, trust. It's the Exalted.
At the same time, the Sidereals discover the Jade Prison has broken. And the Solar Exaltations have been once again released into the world to find new hosts. Who are the typical players.
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, the Empress has disappeared, the Solars are back. Oh, and we learned that the reason the Jade Prison broke was because the Death Lords figured out how to break it open and steal some of the Exaltations. Which they reforge into their new Abyssal Exalted.
Okay. Oh, so they stole them to basically like take control over super powerful minions?
Yes.
Got it.
They make about 100 of out of the 300 Solars. They managed to only get like 100.
Wow, skill issue.
And so the realm is on the verge of civil war.
Yeah, the realm does not seem to be in a good state. Although, to be fair,
no,
it's never seemed to be in a good state.
And once again, by the way, the realm has conquered most of the world.
Well, when you have the power of God and anime on your side, if you don't conquer the world, I'm disappointed.
Also, obviously, no one has the keys to the Sword of Creation.
Oh, obviously. Ow.
So you, as the assumed default player character as a Solar Exalted, are a random person who has been chosen by one of the Solar Exaltation stars as the bearer of this great divine power.
Oh wait, so it's you're just a random person that inherits this. It's not like you're born with it. It's not it's tied to your soul.
Yeah, it's not you're born with it. Sidereals are born with it. Solars are not. For Solars, the Exaltation searches for someone who's similar to the previous bearer and who performs some kind of heroic act. I say heroic in the Greek sense because they don't actually have to be
some great feat.
Yes.
Like sacrificing your entire crew to like kill a monster would probably be pretty heroic.
Absolutely, yes.
But jerk move. I'm sorry that I realized once I fell down, I was like, oh no.
And also, the gods don't really see a difference between the different incarnations of Exalted.
Sure. Because you're always just like
it's
seen
straight
by
up
your
mentioned
soul.
that like if they knew your previous exaltation, they'll just treat you like you're the same person.
Right.
And okay, first, the realm and the immaculate philosophy wants you dead because you're solar.
Okay, sure.
The realm is also the horrible extractivist colonial empire that controls the world and which probably oppresses your people.
Wait, I thought I was supposed to be playing a fantasy game. This is just a self-insert.
And well, the game pretty much tells you if you're a solar, then the exaltations don't pick someone who don't have grand visions for the world.
Mm-hmm. Right, so you're kind of forced to have a motivation, a want, a need.
Now, one of the fun things about the fact that the realm wants you dead, and so does like everyone who follows the immaculate philosophy, is as a solar, your powers were kind of never meant to be subtle or hidden.
Sure. I see the rising issue.
But if it does become known that you're a solar, you will have an army descend on your head to kill you.
You could reasonably like 1v 5,000 an army, right?
Yeah, but what? But if
Thanks for
they
the
have
follow,
like a
Thorn.
dozen dragon-blooded at the head,
Well, yeah, I assume that they'd send like an army meant to take on a Solar against you. Like they're not
Yeah.
stupid, but
yeah.
if it's just
there's like
a normal
so many
army,
times I've seen players who are like, "No, my solar is so powerful, I can deal with it," and then they fucking get killed like immediately by the wild
yeah,
hunt.
deserved. Like idiot. What? Oh, we see you're a Solar, and we who hate and hunt Solars regularly are just gonna send like 5 dudes with sticks to go take you on. That'll probably be fine. No.
Yeah, you end up you're not fighting like just 5,000
Yeah.
normal dudes or something. You're fighting 5,000 normal dudes led by dragon-blooded monks of the Immaculate Philosophy, the Shikari, who are masters of the Immaculate Martial Arts.
Right.
And often have killed solars before.
Right. And what would you say is
And
a
who
reasonable
may have sidereals joining them.
and what would you say is a reasonable like 1 Solar or 1 Exalted is equivalent to like 5 monks, 10 monks, 20 monks, like
A solar straight out of character creation will flat out lose to an experienced Shikari.
oh, so like a 1v1.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
When you've
Well, I
had
mean, I
time
suppose
to
if you're
build power,
if you're
and when you've had
inexperienced,
time to become like more familiar with
Yeah,
your
yeah,
powers
yeah.
and gain experience and stuff, then you can win. But if you get face to face with an experienced Shikari straight out of character creation, you're fucking dead.
Right. Also, am I dumb? I feel like I should be able to jump up here. Wait, do I have to freaking... Is that strat?
One of the fun ways this is represented is all of your powers are powered by what is called your pool of essence.
Ow.
Of essence, it's basically chi or ki or
It's
mana or whatever you want to call it.
magic, sure.
It's not just in the mechanical sense, but like the spiritual sense too. It's
Yeah.
spiritual energy. You have 2 pools, a personal and peripheral pool. The peripheral one is much larger. Most charms, if you spend from your personal pool on them, it is not obvious that you're using your Solar Exalted powers on them. If you use your peripheral pool, however, you very quickly start glowing like a DBZ character.
So peripheral is almost like absorbing ambient, whereas personal is more like your internal.
Yeah, exactly.
And then because it's internal, it's more subtle, but it's smaller.
And so you're very limited in how much you can muster without, like, immediately declaring to the world that I am one of the Solar Exalted.
Right. And then
With
obviously that's something you
mark
want to
of the
avoid doing for as long as
sun
possible.
upon your brow, a dramatic anima display lighting up the terrain for miles.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like how unsubtle we talking.
I am talking about a pillar of light that can be seen from 100 miles away.
Oh, I love that. See, what you gotta do is you gotta purposely set it up so that someone you don't like is accused of being a Solar. Easy.
I mean, you can do that.
Because, like, if they're 100 miles away, they won't see who it was. They'll just think it was one of you.
Oh, Lunars actually, I think, have an extremely funny charm to make it look like someone is Lunar.
That's so funny.
By the way, one of Lunar's gimmicks is they can shapeshift.
Okay. So is
It's
it,
not something
is it
Solars
in
can do,
character
but Lunars
creation you
can.
choose you want to be a Solar or a Lunar?
Yeah, typically you'd be a Solar, and that's the only thing the core book covers, but there's expansions for playing the other Exalted.
Sure. Also, hey Igneous. Shikari are 1v1 normal dragon blooded or 1v a few normal soldiers like 1v 5,000. Okay. Understood. Because, I mean, obviously...
Shikari are literally specialized in killing you specifically.
Right. So I was thinking that the
So they
Shikari
punch above
were
the normal
closer in
weight of a
power
dragon
level.
blooded, because the normal dragon
to the
blooded is
dragon-blooded, yeah.
substantially weaker than a Solar.
Right.
Although still vastly more powerful than an ordinary person.
And what would you say is the rough percentage of like, here's how many dragon blooded there are? Because you said there's like a couple hundred Solar, like blanket.
There are 20,000 dragon blooded in the world.
Okay. So it goes like a couple hundred to probably maybe 1,000 Shikari, if that. What are we feeling?
So dragon-blooded are proportionately more strong compared to solars than their numbers would suggest. If they were like, if you put all dragon-blooded versus all solars, then the dragon-blooded would pretty easily win.
Right, because just numbers.
Yeah, but they are individually weaker. I'd say it's somewhere in the range of a dozen dragon-blooded to a solar.
Okay.
That's only for solars who are experienced, though. You start out relatively the same power as a dragon-blooded.
Right, because you have the power, you don't know how to control it, you don't know how to channel it.
Yeah, solars just get more powerful over time than dragon-blooded ever do. And part of that is that dragon-blooded normally don't have that kind of indefinite lifespan thing. They live about 300 years.
I was going to ask, do you as an Exalted, a reincarnated solar, age?
You do age, but extraordinarily slowly. You'll live over 3,000 years.
Right, so it's like elf aging in D&D.
Yes.
Sure.
Mine, the Scarlet Empress did not age. Because the Sword of Creation is implied to have made her immortal.
Well, why doesn't she go and create herself some friends? Because obviously she seems to be lonely.
Well, she had a lot of lovers.
Well, yeah, she had a bunch of
children.
kids. Presumably she had lovers. Unless she just created kids with the sword.
Incidentally, her first husband was a trans man.
Oh, right. That's the snippet you sent me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is this where you start talking about how queer of a game it is?
Yeah, it's also very queer.
Hey, Ludo. Yeah, apparently this game is like super, not just like queer friendly in the same way that like Lancer is, for instance. It's like actually
literally the solar, the very specific canonical solar who is on the cover of the core book is a trans man.
Love that.
His name is Prince Diamond.
He doesn't have to be gay, does he?
I don't know if he's gay.
I don't know. Prince Diamond sounds very much like an absolute queen's name.
He's from a culture that accepts trans people but not gay people, so I don't know.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh god, speaking of his culture, the Delzon,
There's
a comic from back in 2nd edition introducing the Delzon. Where a traveler in Chiaroscuro, which is controlled by the Delzon, misgenders a Delzon trans woman.
Okay.
And her brother challenges him to a duel to the death on the spot.
Thanks for the follow, Igneous. That is... So how common is like a duel to the death? Is that just like that specific culture, or is that something that happens pretty regularly in Exalted?
No, because disrespecting a trans person's identity in Delzon culture is considered like one of the gravest insults you can make.
Really?
So, yes. So that's why he immediately challenges this traveler to a duel to the death. He's like, I am going to kill you for insulting my sister.
Base. What? Sorry? Listen, trans people want one thing, and it's for their loved ones to challenge others to duels to the death whenever they get misgendered. This is the future liberals want.
But yeah, that's the culture Prince Diamond is from.
Listen, I love me a good old-fashioned just like, oh, minor inconvenience, duel to the death. Though this seems much more like culturally important.
Yes.
See, Ambrosia gets it, just like the base. Wow. I'm poor now.
And in general, also, I should say how your powers actually work as an Exalted. So you have that pool of essence, right? The most basic way you can spend it is you can just... By the way, this is based on the storyteller system, is you can just use it to add dice to actions. You can trade one mode of essence for one additional die.
Okay. Which, for those of you who don't know, in the storytelling system, it is a pool-based system. You have D10s,
Yeah.
6 or higher is a success, 50-50, and then there's crits. So
you can't do
more
this on
dice is
all
good.
things, only things you are already good at, basically. But yeah, that's the most basic way you can use.
I just spent so much money needlessly on this fountain, and it did nothing for me. Do I have to spend like 5,000 geo on it?
It's a lot.
I could have invested. I could have
But it's
invested in
worth it.
stocks. I could have gone on
It's worth it, though.
Robinhood. Duel to the death implies you put yourself in line of fire. I prefer a person having inflicted the insult take a tumble down 100 flight of stairs out a window.
Other than that, you have abilities called charms, which you can purchase for experience, and you start with 15 of your choice.
Okay.
Which are tied to your abilities or attributes depending on which type of exalted you are, because lunars actually use attributes instead of abilities, while solars use
Sure.
that represent like more unique feats of power you can do as an exalted.
Right.
And most of Solar's charms basically amount to doing a thing that is vaguely the sort of thing a normal person could do, except like a
But
fucking
cooler.
anime character.
Yeah.
Feat. Like, I can have this charm that lets me jump several miles.
Oh!
Like, I won't have a charm that lets me fly, but I can have one that lets me jump several miles.
I was expecting like, oh, I have a charm that lets me run like Usain Bolt fast. Not I have a charm that lets me like break reality.
No. When I say charm that lets you run fast, I mean charm that lets you run faster than the speed of sound.
Right. Like you become the Flash. You're a speedster.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, it's always something that a normal person can do, just turned up to like 17.
Yeah. That's basically all solar powers. There are a couple of exceptions. They're the charms that let you forge weapons out of your anima.
Which, like,
So
I
you
get.
have like a sword of glowing light.
That's cool, but also that's kind of overdone, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't think that's like Exalted's fault. It's just I've seen that done so many different times that
Another
it's kind
thing
of
that's
lost its
common
luster.
in Solars is it cares about what your character believes in.
Okay.
Like, a lot of your charms are better when they're doing them in service of a principle you believe in, which I should probably talk about, because they're a mechanic.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like there are a bunch that it's like if you're like doing things in accordance with a principle you believe in,
Right.
you get a bunch of mechanical bonuses as a solar. That's like a major theme of the solar charm set.
Right, so it's not just penalizing you for acting against your convictions. You are being mechanically incentivized to act in accordance with them.
Yeah, not just in the normal way everyone does, but like solars get special bonuses from it and can use like special powers for it.
Right. You're not just rewarded for it,
And
you are
some of
literally
them
better
are like
at it.
really obscenely powerful. Like there's one solar charm called Heavenly Guardian Defense, which is literally just you use this charm and you block anything.
What's the trigger?
Anything. You have to be doing it in defense of a principle you believe in.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be something like that, but like that's so cool. It's also I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, it's very anime.
They straight up give the example of using it to like block a fucking volcanic eruption.
Oh, as soon as you said like anything, my first thought was like, can you block like someone feeling guilty over doing something that they didn't want to do?
No, you can't. Sidereals can do that with their equivalent.
I love the no, but someone
Sidereals
else
have a
can.
charm called Duck Fate that lets you. It isn't an automatic success. It just lets you apply your dodge to anything. And it doesn't have that same limitation on use because again, it's not like perfectly
Sure.
dodge the thing. It's like you can just apply your dodge to anything. They literally give the example of debts, your feelings, performance reviews.
Sorry, debts? You can just tax evade as a power. Mm-hmm. I love that. I hate taxes.
As in, you can literally dodge your taxes.
I love that. Oh my god.
Sidereals have a lot of very funny abilities.
They strike me as very
There's
fey.
one that lets you escape from a fight by retroactively declaring you weren't actually there in the first place.
That is very funny, I will say. It makes me think very changeling bumps from World of Darkness, which obviously I keep comparing stuff to World of Darkness, like the reincarnation cycle of not being like a reincarnation, but like choosing someone that's already alive feels very mummy to me.
Yeah, Sidereals, it is because they're the Fate Exalted. It does go to someone who's could go to a newborn child instead, and that person, like Fate contrives to
right
give them experiences that will make them a good Sidereal when they grow up.
Sure. It's just kind of like it's less so that they're chosen and more so that just kind of circumstances happen to pop up once they get that reincarnation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then make them into the kind of hero they're supposed to be.
So, I mean, obviously it's a TTRPG, but what are the themes of like destiny and fate? Because generally a lot of games and a lot of settings, particularly with gods as a focus, tend to play around with the idea of like everything is preordained, everything is free will.
It is something more general. So destiny is the specific plans that heaven has outlined. By the way, heaven. It's not just a place where a few major gods live. We are talking about an entire bureaucracy of gods, like in Chinese.
Right. And once you said like the Jade Prison in heaven, I was just like, okay, yeah, that's Chinese.
Yes. So destiny is the plans that heaven has for creation. Fate is actually basically the laws of creation. It is what binds
what
creation
is possible
into order.
Right.
Most people basically cannot defy destiny.
Sure. Sorry. Most people is in like most player characters, Exalted Solar, or most people like most normal people?
Most people in the world, most mortals.
Okay.
Exalted can.
Sure.
Exalted are not bound by destiny.
Of course.
Well, they're very weakly bound by it.
Sure. Like they're still within the road. They just don't have to follow traffic laws.
And Sidereals are very much bound by destiny.
I'm sorry. Can you just remind me the difference between?
But they're also the ones in charge of like. But they're also like the ones in charge of destiny. So
can you just? Oh yeah, because they're bound by what they are in charge of. Can you remind me the difference between an Exalted and a Sidereal? Because I know Exalted is Solar.
A Sidereal is one of the Exalted. So there are 3 kinds of Celestial Exalted: the Solars, Lunars, and Sidereals. And then there's also the Dragon-Blooded, who are the Terrestrial Exalted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But all are considered Exalted, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. And there is power scaling differences between them. Is there any difference in...
Solars, clearly, Lunars, and Sidereals are roughly equivalent.
I was going to say, but if Dragon-Blooded are also Exalted, would it be reasonable to play a Dragon-Blooded alongside someone playing a Solar?
Not recommended. It specifically cautions against this because of the inherent difference in power level, but you can.
Okay, but it's something where it's just like, the game is like, yeah, they're not meant to be on the same power level, but it is possible. Kind of like playing in a World of Darkness, you're playing a vampire, a werewolf, and then also a mortal hunter. That would not be recommended.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
In general, you're not necessarily supposed to mix them, although Solars and Lunars are very compatible and
sure.
actually have a bunch of explicit compatibility in their charm sets. By the way, I should mention, all Solars and Lunars have an equivalent of the other who's basically their soulmate.
Like romantic or just kind of like
not necessarily romantic, but like.
Because listen, I love me some platonic soulmates,
but usually romantic.
Well, yeah, because obviously in a TTRPG, if you don't have players who are gonna like obsess over the cute romance, is it really a TTRPG?
Yeah.
And I say this as someone who's on the arrow spectrum. Like, I get it. Wait, so they can have a kismesis? I had to learn what that was when my community, or sorry, another content creator. Do you know Celerity Dust?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
so
don't really watch
I
them, but
had
I've
to
been-
learn what a kismesis was when Celerity Dust accused me of having one with another content creator,
Oh my god.
which was very funny to me, but also very just like, what is wrong with you, Cell?
Oh fuck. You know, this reminds me, there's one lunar elder, and what's really funny is because she's like well over 1,000 years old. Knows like every martial art in the book. She is searching for her solar mate specifically so they can be her rival.
That's okay. That's really funny. I was gonna make a joke
her
about
name
how
is
she's
Sublime
like
Danger.
she's like 1,000 years old, and she's like, oh, she's a bit of a cradle robber. Her soulmate's like 800. She's got 300 years on him.
Well, her solar mate would have only been like, you know, newly exalted recently. So in fact, it would be some guy who's like 20.
No, I was
And exalted
joking. That
last
makes it
year.
actually weird.
No, but she doesn't want to have a romance with him. She wants them to
Yeah,
be
she
her
wants to
rival.
like fight, which
Yeah.
like valid. I'm with that.
Which is like, she's like literally in there to be like a joke antagonist.
I was gonna
Although,
say,
like,
is she like
serious
a
joke
shonen protagonist?
Where like she's one of your player's lunar mate. And she's like, you will now be my rival. And they're like, what the fuck?
Very silly.
Oh my god, she has like wings made of the swords of all the great
No.
warriors she's defeated in single combat.
No. And she's got like one spot on the wing where she's like, this one is reserved for yours. It's like, ma'am, I don't feel comfortable with this arrangement.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's so good.
Nemesis, but like kissing? Yes, that is a kissmesis. I think that's literally
Yeah, and
the
that's
origin
an implied
of it.
way for her to go because with like her solar mate or whatever. Also, it's a really funny way for one of your solar characters to get a martial arts master.
Oh, because it's like,
She's
you're my
like,
nemesis,
I need
but I
my
need
solar
to train
mate
you
to
up
know
so you're not a
martial arts
chump.
better, so they can be my rival.
Yeah. Ow. No, I love stuff like that because it's so particular.
Because there's like because they like go on for like a paragraph about all the different martial arts she's a master of.
Oh my gosh. Because with something like Exalted, it strikes me as a very political, high fantasy, very epic spanning. You kind of need that silly one-off, small-scale focus to not lose sight of the actual engagement in the game. So stuff like that is just so great.
And solars and lunars also have a few of their charms like actually interact with like solar lunar mate stuff.
Right, and you were telling me this in
they work better when you're working with your equivalent.
right, so, and you're telling me that in DMs apparently it's very reaction focused. There's a lot of back and forth. You're acting out of
Because
turn.
not only can you like spend motes as a basic level to add dice, you can also use them to increase static values in response to an action against you. And also there are a lot of charms that you use as reactions to things.
Sure.
Honestly, one of my favorite really basic lunar charms is one that lets you reflexively shapeshift as a reaction to like someone attacking you.
We call that
Actually, it's a
combat
reaction to anything, you
vicissitude
can
in World of
shapeshift.
Darkness.
What?
Combat vicissitude in World of Darkness.
But like so like someone like swings their sword at you and you turn into a bird.
Yeah. Or can you do partial shapeshift? Does it have to be like fully
there's a
transform
specific
animal? Or
lunar
can it be
charm
like
you have to get to be able to partial shapeshift?
Okay.
Shapeshift. But yes, you can.
Because I'm thinking like someone swings a sword at you and you just kind of like meld your body out of the way because your flesh is clay.
Oh, that's like a lunar charm to explicitly do specifically that.
Anything you can think of, there's a lunar charm for it.
Yeah, because Lunar's whole thing is their themes are one of them is shapeshifting because they can because that's like a really core power they have.
Right.
But also generally freedom from restrictions and well, just generally thematic freedom in general.
Sure.
Because if there's anything Luna is a god primarily of, it's of freedom.
Sure. I did miss Exalted while I was working on some brats. How have things been? We learned about Kismesis.
And like I was saying, the default campaign is you're a solar, your people have been subjugated by the realm for generations, and you commit to using this new great power you've been bestowed to free your people from their imperial subjugation.
Sure. And that's like the stereotypical Exalted game.
Yes, basically.
What is like one of the more interesting premises that you've had in your playing the game? Hamburger.
So a lot of games that are like of that general form. However, I've also had a couple where I was playing as Dragon-Blooded.
Okay.
Which necessarily leans towards a more political game.
Right. And I imagine that it's less personal power and it's more like having an army on your back, having Shikari with you, having minions, bodyguards.
Like immediately you are much more constrained as a Dragon-Blooded by simple virtue of the fact that usually your parents are Dragon-Blooded too and they're still alive and have expectations for you.
Right. I'm sorry, are Dragon-Blooded tied to the Shogunate? Or are they everywhere?
They're the ones who rule the Shogunate. They rule the realm. They rule a couple of other places that are independent of the realm, like Lookshy.
Mm-hmm.
And just in general rule the world.
Okay. But like, is there different governments, nations? I know the Shogunate like kind of took over everything, but
so the way that I need to note, the way the realm administers the world, isn't by like direct domination of like replacing local governance structures.
Right.
What they do is they take them as a satrapy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Where they have an assigned official called a satrap who is basically assigned to ensure the immaculate philosophy becomes the local state religion.
Right, so kind of like the Muslim
tribute
caliphates.
Is delivered on schedule. What?
It's kind of close to the Muslim caliphates?
Kind of, yeah.
And it's more of like an ideological
you must have the immaculate
unification.
philosophy as your state religion.
Yep.
And ban all other religions. And you must deliver tribute to the realm on schedule, which will be determined by... there's like an entire bureaucracy in the realm that determines
right.
I should note, this game has, in its core book, about 4 different pages about systems of currency.
Listen.
In detail, which sounds like it'd be hell to deal with, but you don't, because money is actually abstracted in game. So it's actually just world building detail. Yeah. It's abstracted like the other World of Darkness games.
Yeah. Like just resources.
But they go on and on about like how fucking money works.
Right.
And it's actually one of the few fantasy games that has like money represent a realistic amount for a pre-modern world, in that a single silver coin is the earnings of a laborer for a month.
I mean, to be fair, D&D kind of does that with the lifestyles, and it says like, hey, a skilled laborer will get 1 gold a month.
And yet, like, a sword costs more than its weight in gold.
No, I know. I wasn't sitting here and saying it was done right. I was just sitting here and saying they tried.
Oh my god, they go on so much about economics and shit. It's great, actually.
Well, that's how you know it was made by like nerds.
Like the fucking Across the 8 Directions, which is just a bunch of detail on a bunch of different like countries and places across the world. For like each one, there's always a sidebar about what people eat there.
Do they have recipes?
No, they just talk about like what ingredients they use generally, because they're like cultivated or they can access them through the trade.
So Ambrosia brings up that
what forms. Different
resources you can bring up with the merits. You can get different amounts of like currencies.
Oh yeah, there are multiple currencies in the world.
Well, yeah. So I assumed, given that they had pages about it, but you're not just like paycheck to paycheck rich, uber rich. You are paycheck to paycheck for electrum or gold or the dollar or the Canadian dollar or pound, or you're rich for the yuan, or like there's different levels of affluence with different currencies.
Yeah. Well, resources is unspecified in terms of what you have, but like, yeah, they do go on about like the different currencies in different regions and stuff. The realm has like a really complex system of. By the way, jade is magical.
Sure.
And very important to Dragonblood specifically. I need to mention this because the realm's currency is backed by jade, although only Dragonblood are actually allowed to own jade.
So it's the gold standard, but it's jade.
Yeah,
it's the gold standard if gold was magic.
And they actually issue paper currency.
Paper currency in my fantasy, more likely than you think.
Well, the realm is like, in terms of general inspirations, it's a mix of fucking Ming China and like
right.
the Byzantine Empire. So
magical jade sounds familiar. My first thought is like the Jade City trilogy. But that is not a series I read. I've just heard amazing things about it by Fonda Lee. But also, like, mythologically, particularly in China, though, I think also just in a lot of East Asia, jade was considered to have magical properties. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, mercury was considered to give you immortality and was a core component of the elixir of life, but we're not really going to talk about that.
And the source book on the realm in particular has like literally an entire chapter about fucking economics and financial systems.
Okay, I always think that's really cool when a system does that. I usually don't actually use it, but it's always nice to know I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's not like mechanics, it's just lore.
Yeah, because like with lore like that, I'm like, listen, I'm not going to use that in my game. It's cool, but I'm glad I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. I have a friend who's an economist who read that part of the book, and he's like, I fucking love Exalted. For, like, including all this shit.
I mean, listen, I am the sort of person who I will read a source book cover to cover before.
And it's funny because they
do
write it in a way that gives plot hooks for players who, like, care about economics and stuff.
Oh my gosh. That actually reminds me, in my own setting, I set up my world explicitly
like,
so that counterfeiting was an option.
Spice and Wolf. You can very much do Exalted Spice and Wolf if you want.
Oh my gosh. Exalted, but it's just me engaging in the transatlantic spice trade. Or the Indian spice trade.
Also note that, aside from the players being, like, super powerful demigods and whatever, and gods being everywhere and stuff, this is, like, a kind of bleakly realistic dark fantasy setting. Most people are illiterate subsistence farmers who don't live past the age of 60. And most children die in childhood from diseases.
Wing! We need to raid these dragon lovers for magical jade. I need 800,000 conscripted serfs. Bring 400,000 backups too. They're probably all gonna die.
Oh my god.
I'm getting that's the vibe. Which I will say, I'm on record as saying I love dark fantasy, even though I'm not very pro grimdark fantasy, because dark fantasy
Exalted is like...
Yeah, dark fantasy is like sad, but it's like melancholic, but it's not depressing. Grimdark fantasy just makes you feel bad.
Grimdark to noble bright spectrum is kind of like a stupid way of looking at media. Right. Exalted is like the poster child for noble dark of the world fucking sucks ass,
dude,
but you are in a position to improve it.
Listen, I don't think it's a good I don't think it's a good prescriptive lens. I think it's a good descriptive lens. But noble dark is probably my favorite out of all that Matrix.
I would say so too.
Because it's just we live in a world right now that is not very great, but I like
also slavery is everywhere.
Oh my gosh. Not again.
One of the funny things about the realm actually is that the children of slaves are free. This is not because of altruism. This is because the great house that has a legal monopoly on the slave trade lobbied for this law to be instituted in order to ensure that the demand
continued
for slaves
like
constant.
Buying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy heck, jingling keys. Listen, I try removing the keys, people riot. Straight up. I have had people like yell if I remove the keys, so you get jingly keys.
So that people keep having to buy new slaves from them instead of just having descendants of their old slaves as slaves.
Which also, depending on obviously which system it is operating under, like depending on what period of time, various forms of slavery also had that in the real world, where the idea is you lose a war, so you're going to be a slave for. Sometimes it would be for life.
And it
sometimes it would be
depending
for
on where you are in creation.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
Oh, that's the boss. I have to make you VIP, and I don't know who else is the boss, but
oh, I'm talking about Exalted and its lore and its mechanics and stuff. The TTRPG.
yeah. So we're talking about a TTRPG as I play Hollow Knight. Don't worry about it. All is well. And we're just kind of bringing up the historical comparisons, the mythological allusions. I'm getting explained to the setting.
And in case you're wondering whether this is more an interest of I want to like end slavery and free the slaves as a fantasy, or like I want to own slaves, like half the fucking canonical lunar and solar characters are like former slaves.
Yeah, and I got that vibe, and obviously it's something where
Who
no matter
exalted in the
how
process of escaping slavery.
no matter how the system sets it up, there's always going to be someone who plays a system where it's just like, I want my isekai slave harem, and there's going to be other people who are like, I'm uncomfortable with that, and I want to end this horrible system. So no matter what the system puts forward, you're going to have people doing both.
Yeah.
Exalted, but you're just John Brown. If Grimdark, if Noble Bright, and also Noble Dark, then there must be Grimbright. There is Grimbright. Grimbright is what I would consider a lot of like edgy, or not edgy, but children's media that has like anti-heroes as part of it. I would argue that a bit of Avatar is Grimbright. It is a bright, happy setting that is ultimately optimistic. Or actually, no, it has the nobility aspect. So Grim Bright would be a world where there's not really these lofty ideals of like altruism and like loyalty and heroism, but it is a happy, optimistic, good-hearted world, which I think children's media, oddly enough, falls into that mostly, because children's media that isn't going into ideals of heroism or good nature or loyalty, that doesn't focus on that, they end up kind of sliding into the grimness.
I gotta go
despite
grab
being
some
bright.
food, but I'm just gonna eat it up here, so I'll be gone like in a couple minutes.
No worries. We're gonna have an ad anyway. You got 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Shadow the Hedgehog. See, that's the thing. My first thought was Zuko from Avatar. I think Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh, you're a mantis? Hello. The mantises. They're my friends. They bow to me. Was I supposed to come here before? What? Oh! This is... I've been here before. That explains it. You have earned the respect of the man. Yeah. No, so I know that they won't fight me. They haven't been fighting me before. But this is a path that I haven't seen. I don't think I've checked out over here. I don't think I've checked out over here. Have I gone up here? Ow. Heck. I don't know if I've been over here. I may have been. Ow. Warm ham nerd. Okay. Is there grim flashbangs? You know, like instead of a usual bright or dark, you just randomly get flashbang like someone turns on the light in a dark room. I mean, that's how I feel when media has a sudden tone shift, right? When media has a sudden tone shift, I feel as though I'm just being flashbanged, and it's almost never a good thing. Because if it's a tone that I don't like, I don't want to continue watching it. If it is a tone that I do like, I don't want it to be swapped off. Frick. Okay, so we have an ad currently, so I'm gonna heal, and then I'm gonna pause. Have I been here? I feel like I must have been here before, no? Luckily, I sat on that bench, so all is well. Evil ad, I know. I drink my water. I take care of myself. And I believe in the power that is hydration. Not everyone believes. Not everyone is a believer. But I am. I am going to turn on the light. Give me a moment. My apologies. I've just realized I've been going 6 hours and I've not made much progress. I made a bit of progress. I got 2 maps, which I ain't gonna lie, pretty good. I got the Royal Waterways. I got the... Wait, did I get 3 maps? Right, I got Kingdom's Edge. I got Royal Waterway. I got Ancient Basin. Kingdom's Edge has some pathways I haven't gone down. I can upgrade my nail. Oh man, I'm right by the nail upgrade, but I'm not actually by a pathway to it. Dang it. Must consume, eat, advert video, no longer stopwatch arrow. That what boss in charge do? Exactly. So... I don't know what is up next, because I could go back down to Kingdom's Edge. Now that I have double jump, I could probably go through... I mean, I'm right by Deep Nest. There's some areas in Fungal Waste. There's Queen's... I mean... I was informed that there is a means to overcome the Bow Chicka Wow Wow black bar in the Ancient Basin, I believe. I also have that fountain that I want to spend money in. Well, thank you for the follow, Devilish Plague. I think a good way to think of Warhammer is that everyone's bad so you can laugh at them when they die. Oh. Hey, how's it going? Hi, I'm Markson. Gosh. I'm currently just trying to figure out what exactly I want to do. I just got the double jump, which is very nice. I got the acid resistance, which is very nice. I think the City of Tears, there's another area here. That's where the Dreamer is. The Dreamer over here is in the bubble area with the black wow wow wow. And then where's the other one? Down here? Yeah. West. So I suppose I could go back to the City of Tears. Check out this area, see if I can enter here. Heyo! Except for Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium. I haven't read any Caiaphas Cain book, but I know very silly things about them. Goodness gracious, I don't... The thing about a Metroidvania, also, I continuously am surprised at just how massive this map is. Hello, Vivi. We talking about Warhammer now? No, I think that now that Vivi's back, we're back to Exalted. Because I don't know, I feel like I kind of promised her Exalted. She needs her ramble.
I always love gushing to people about Exalted because it's an RPG.
Listen, I came here expecting a hyperfixation info dump, and I've been getting that. and I love it, particularly because it lets me play Hollow Knight without having to be entertaining. I can just be like, yeah, that is Exalted lore, isn't it?
Anyways, I should actually talk about one of the mechanical things that came up earlier.
Yeah.
Which is Exalted social system is the best like system for social interaction, convincing people to do things in any TTRPG I've ever played. It is the only one that actually achieves the goal of making it feel fair and balanced for NPCs to use social and mechanical social influence on players.
I'm sorry, before you continue forward, but you forget that I, Kato Sicarius, outsources the app to Kato Sicarius, me, the hero of the Imperium, Kato Sicarius. Sorry.
Oh my god.
I heard a Kato Sicarius mentioned, so I had to game recognize his game. Where is my soul?
Anyways, the way the Exalted social system works is such that, like, once again, it actually feels like fair and balanced for NPCs to use a mechanical social influence against players to, like, mechanically convince them to do things by rolling dice. Is every character has a set of what are called intimacies. These are split into principles and ties. Principles are things you believe, like ideals and political philosophies and so on. Which are
and then these are the things that the
Solar
Solar just are better at, right?
I have a short statement. Yeah, Solars get bonus instrument. And ties, which are people you care about and places you care about and things you care about. Lunars actually get a bunch of stuff with ties. It's one way they mirror Solars.
Wait, why am I just like you for real? What'd I do?
These intimacies are listed from minor to major to defining.
Right, in determination of how much you care about them, I imagine.
Yes. And here's the fun part. When it comes to convincing someone and to do something with persuasion in game, how much you can convince them to do depends on the strength of the intimacy you're exploiting to convince them to do it. So you can only convince people to do things if they have a sufficiently strong supporting intimacy.
So that is entirely of the convincer. So if I'm trying to convince you to stab this guy and I have an intimacy related to stabbing people, I would get a benefit. That doesn't matter what your intimacies are.
No, it matters to the person you're trying to convince is intimacies.
Okay, so that's how I thought it should work, but I thought you described it the other way. So if I'm trying to convince you to stab someone and you have an intimacy against stabbing people, it's like no matter what benefits I have, that's going to be really difficult.
No, you just straight up can't do it unless they have an intimacy in support of it.
Oh, okay. So it's not even a matter of like ranging difficulty. It's unless you are like, hey, let's stab people.
Yeah, they do also get bonuses and penalties depending on like supporting conflicting intimacies. But also you just cannot do it unless they have a sufficiently strong intimacy.
Frick. Hi, friend who loves stabbing. Stab that guy. Awesome. Yeah, I love stabbing. What are you, British?
And
are you from the UK?
So it's a bit more complex than that. Than it works in like a certain succession of things where they have where in order to convince you to do something, they have to cite an intimacy you have in support of it that is sufficiently strong. You can then cite an intimacy that opposes that against it, which gives you a bonus to resisting the persuasion attempt.
Sure. An anti-philosophy almost.
If they beat that, even with that, you enter what's called a decision point. You need to cite an intimacy of equal or stronger or strength that opposes is doing the thing you're being persuaded to do, and spend 1 willpower in order to not be convinced to do it.
So sorry, how do they overcome it if you have an intimacy against it? Like, how do you get to that decision point?
So the thing is, if they beat one of your intimacies, you can't use it again like this.
How do they beat it if you can't? So the way you described it was that if I have an intimacy,
so the obvious logical next step is for the person who's convincing you to then continue their argument and outline a case for why that intimacy
doesn't
oppose the action.
This is still just role play. This is still just discussion.
But here's the great thing about this. This means that persuasion turns into like multi-action.
Right. Because if I
series
don't
of
want to
things
stab
where you're-
someone and you want me to stab someone, you have to frame it in such a way that would not conflict with my not stabbing someone.
Yeah, and then they have to cite a different intimacy.
Sure.
I understand your point. And you can gradually exhaust all of someone's intimacies to defend, or all of their willpower that way.
Listen, the U.S. might have the highest, or might have a higher per capita stabbing rate, but the U.S. population is larger, so that doesn't matter, right? The fool. The fool who does not understand per capita. Unironically, that's actually a talking point that a lot of people use, which is...
But, the crazy thing about our system is, like... Basically... Oh, sorry, I have food in my mouth. Is that basically every TTRPG that is a system of...
Sure.
Like an in-depth system of, like, persuasion mechanics and whatever, will specifically exclude that from being used on the players because it doesn't feel fair for dice to be rolled into a thing.
Sure.
But every time I've played Exalted, players have been absolutely fine with people rolling to persuade their characters to do things because the intimacy system ensures that feels natural.
Right. And it also ensures
like, it
that...
feels like your character actually got persuaded into doing it instead of just the dice saying
Yeah. And it's also just... Oh, you rolled a nat 20. I guess I'll give you my +3 Holy Avenger because you rolled high. As opposed
Yeah, it's
to,
not that at
you
all.
convinced me by reaching out to my core philosophy, and when I countered that by bringing up how that doesn't align, you brought up a second ancillary intimacy of mine and actually brought forward a reasonable argument. Mm-hmm. Which, that's just drama.
It was really good. It was so good. It is genuinely the best social system I've seen in any TTRPG.
Wow, who would have thought that the social system, that the best social system in a TTRPG you've seen is the one that doesn't rely on just making social systems math?
I know, yeah.
The one that just
Like,
lets
there's
you
still
be
math in
social.
it, but at the core of it, it's what you believe and what you care about.
Yeah.
By the way, the game requires you to start with at least 4 intimacies, but you can have an unlimited number of them.
Why would I not have a bunch?
What?
Well, so what incentive do I have to not just have a 7, 8, 12 intimacies? It sounds like intimacies are not bad. It's just that's how
More
people
ways
can
to convince you
me.
to do things.
Sorry?
More ways to convince you to do things.
So if I have 12 intimacies, that's 12 different
Because intimacies
angles.
are both defenses and weaknesses in social influence.
Right. So there's nothing stopping me from, as a Solar, having 14 intimacies. And I'm really good at all 14 things, but I'm also really easily persuaded because that's how the persuasion system works. Where it's kind of the idea of you're pulling on my heartstrings, and I just can't turn away anyone in need because my 12 intimacies.
Don't min-max your intimacies of
Right.
Being a solar who gets benefits when they're acting in accordance with their principles.
Right.
Taking a principle is, if I get all these mechanical benefits, I should just take a principle of I like killing people, right? Mm-hmm. Or killing people is good.
But then it's really easy to convince you, yeah.
But then anyone can just convince you to kill people because killing people is good.
Which, I'm not gonna lie, I want that. I want to play a character who, yeah, I want the mechanical benefit of I want to be able to steal
every time
anything.
I take solars, I take fucking insane principles.
Yeah, that's how you have fun with the game.
Exactly, it's great.
Or someone who they're really good whenever it comes to assisting others, so they can't ever say no to helping someone because they have 14 intimacies, all of which revolve around helping others. Rick, is this not possible? Am I failing at this because I'm dumb?
You're jumping. You're jumping too far away from the wall and hitting spikes.
No, that's the thing. I keep trying to not jump far away, and then I still hit it anyway.
Don't press the button as hard.
You know what? I hadn't considered that. Thank you.
Because your jump varies based on how long you.
No, I know. And when I just tap it, that happens.
Weird.
Do I really want to ask? What did I ask? Double jump only for vertical height? I'm only double jumping for vertical height. Oh, wanna know what it is? I'm spamming.
But I want to note, like, that one solar character I told you about that I made,
Yeah.
Orsiparis the Red, the Sorcerer Prince of Lucio. She has a defining principle
Oh,
of
I'm stupid, I
this
know that.
broken world must be fixed by my firm hand.
Right, I forgot you're playing the bad guys.
Yeah.
We call that authoritarianism in the business.
Oh, she has another principle that says rulership requires an iron fist and a velvet glove.
Listen, you can just skip the velvet glove. Frick! Frick! I'm gonna lose it, and by it, I mean my composure. Mostly because of the motorcycle outside. This dang
that's one of the fun
motorcycle
things.
shows up every single day.
I always love to take, like, crazy intimacies like that.
But the velvet glove is great in the bedroom. Honestly, the velvet glove, an iron hand in a velvet
so
glove
is the
sounds like
Iron
a
Fist.
great, like, brothel name. The velvet glove. Wait. And then it specializes in, like, oh my gosh, it's just like a dominatrix. Whoa. Wait, not VV's chat. Yes, I am significantly more say-so than VV.
Yeah.
That being said, we do get a little silly here, but please do keep it like PG-13.
I should note that Exalted is a bit horny.
Okay.
Or it's not like NSFW, but it is a bit horny.
Right, it's no girl frame. Which, for context, I just accidentally reviewed an NSFW game and did not realize it was NSFW until I got through the review. I'm gonna just leave. I'm gonna just leave. Frick. Did you find Bretta? Bretta these nuts? Ah, frick! I deserve that. I deserve that one. Mumber cycle. Listen, the Mumber cycle outside is very loud. It's very attention seeking. What?
Oh, fuck, yeah, I forgot. I also had a Lunar who had the defining principle, inflicting pain and humiliation on one's enemies is the purest joy.
Well, that one I just agree with. There's nothing more pure than making your enemy beg for mercy and not giving it to them.
Also, there is no place for mercy or restraint in our vendetta.
I'm noticing a theme in your characters. I don't know if I should bring attention to it because I think that you already know.
Oh, I always play super hard into the, like, hero in the Greek sense element.
Mercy has a pride. Frick. Well, at
Which,
least
by the
I
way,
have no
might
Geo.
mention, you're kind of required to play because every Exalted has something called a limit trigger. Which is a situation that, for whatever reason, really gets to you.
Okay. Try pogoing the...
Like, Orsiparis had, she's insulted, belittled, or deliberately frustrated by another character.
Oh, so you like insulting others, but can't handle being insulted. Wow, haven't seen that one before.
Well, Orsiparis can. I can. Anyways,
Frick.
but that or acting against one of your own major defining intimacies causes you to gain something called limit,
Sure.
which there are very few ways to get rid of.
What's it
Once
what's
your
it
limit-
do outside of just represent no points? I hate you,
when your limit hits 10,
Cute Necks, I hate you.
you become a
baited me.
GM-controlled character for a while.
Okay,
Because
I'm
your
not gonna
character
lie.
is crashing out.
I'm not gonna lie. I am not a huge fan of when systems are like, oh, this thing happened, just give control of your character to the GM. No, I want to play my character going crazy
It's
and
not
killing everyone
fully,
as a
but like the
werewolf.
GM tells you what you do, basically. And there's a list of specific things, and there's a list of example things that can happen. Let me bring up the book.
Shush your face, Nix.
But yeah, your character crashes out and starts behaving like an insane person.
Oh,
for,
so
like,
me
a
playing Hollow
session.
Knight.
Let me find.
But yeah, so I it strikes me as kind of like a frenzy from Vampire the Masquerade, which again is a
Yeah, sort of.
At its core, it is the GM just tells you what to do and something bad happens. But I do find it more fun
Yeah, I forget.
when you
Yeah,
can ride the wave.
it was in second edition. The GM controls you when you're in limit break, but
Well, yeah,
and
when you're in
you
limit
still
break, you
retain
get to
control,
do
but
your
the
Final
GM tells
Fantasy
you,
maneuver.
like, hands down like a set of restrictions on you and
Right,
things
right.
you have to do.
You get it's closer to like a compulsion. It's closer to I'm going to advise you what your goal for the scene is.
It behaves as a temporary defining intimacy that you automatically have to cite as a reason to disobey any influence against it, and which automatically succeeds at doing so.
Yeah, that sounds kind of tricky to deal with.
Let me give some examples. All-consuming grief. The solar is overwhelmed by regret and sorrow and can do nothing but stop to mourn what he has lost or brood upon the injustices that have befallen him. Will try to go off to be alone to grieve if possible. If not, then the solar ignores his surroundings and focuses inward on his pain. He stirs from his grief for nothing, not even to help his allies. For a full scene.
I mean, that's just like me for real. Let's be real. Like,
And the
I'm not
art
going to
is
pretend that's not
of,
me.
like a solar in the middle of a battle, just sitting down on a rock and crying.
Yeah, like I said, just like me for real. I'm not going to pretend like that's not
Oh,
me.
hi Achilles, like exactly, yeah.
Okay, but with Achilles, it was less grief and it was more so being impetulant. And then it was rage.
Speaking of rage, another one is Berserk Anger. The solar rampages out of control, attacking and killing anything he sees. His killing spree begins with his enemies, but then turns to any innocent or uninvolved bystanders of the fight. He may spare characters he has a positive tie towards, but this protection vanishes if they try to impede him in any way.
Sure. So, like, you go berserk and it doesn't make you stab your friends, but it's also, you don't care about casualties.
Yes. There's also ones like Contempt of the Virtuous. The solar becomes unfalteringly sure in his own moral righteousness and strives to correct the failings of those around him. If he sees another person engaging in an immoderacy, indulgence, or dishonesty, he will strive to correct them, lecturing them on their failings. If his instruction is mocked or rejected, he may even turn to force in preventing them from sin.
I do appreciate that it doesn't start with you're going to stab someone because they took to the bottle. It starts with you're going to give them a firm talking to.
Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Which, that very much strikes me as like a Hoglosk from Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so your character can just, like, crash out and do something insane.
Oh, hey, Heracles. Listen, if I wanted to crash out, I'd just live my life, right? I'd load up Hollow Knight. Oh, heck, I need to make a video for tomorrow. It's already 6 p.m.
Because Exalted in general are not very stable.
You know, I never would have guessed. I kind of assumed that they had that going for them.
And this
but...
mechanic kind of forces you to play into the hero in the Greek sense.
Right. With your overwhelming rage and your devastating grief. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm always a fan of being able to roleplay more effectively.
War's son? Gian. Velmi Arfred.
And if I recall correctly, that's part of the Great Curse. So it's not just them crashing out.
Paul.
Yeah, it's part of one of the it's one of the effects of the Great Curse placed on the Exalted by the Primordials that kind of like
Oh, Paul.
you might notice that all of these solar ones revolve around the solar zone's self-importance.
Velmi Arfred.
Like even the one where you're trying to help other people, it's
War's
about how
son?
righteous
Right.
you are. Lunars, it's
Velmi
about like
Arfred.
giving into emotion
Velmi Arfred.
and acting irrationally, basically.
Right. Acting in accordance with a like green, blue-orange morality.
And often in a very animalistic way.
Yeah.
Velmi Arfred.
Sidereals, it's about like hubris and thinking you know better than everyone.
What do you mean thinking?
By the way,
I do know better than everyone.
are reversed. Sidereals' limit triggers are not things that upset them. They are things that make them feel pride and hubris and reassured of themselves.
Oh, so it's not that you're crashing out, it's that you're just kind of locking in.
You've gotten full of yourself.
Right. So not just like me, for real. I would never. I'm the most humble, most modest
They can be
person
things
ever.
that irritate you. Like one of the examples is like you give someone advice, they do not heed it when it would have been beneficial for them to heed. Like,
Oh, never mind.
like
That's
someone-
absolutely
like
just
you
like me,
tell-
for real. I will absolutely crash
What?
out over that.
yeah, but there's also stuff like you're complimented by someone you care about.
Right, and it just like affects you so deeply that you're just like immediately to your head.
Yeah, it goes to your head, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like stuff going to your head. That's what sidereal limit is.
Monk core. I do love monk like core, but when I think monks, I don't know about you. When I think monks, I think of like light mages from like early Fire Emblem. I don't think D&D style martial artists.
Well, there's a lot of like martial arts in Exalted. In fact, there's an entire system for martial arts in there.
Really, the one character who was like master of like 40 different martial arts didn't get that across. I didn't think that there would be a bunch of martial arts.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's not just flavor, that's like
No, I assume that like
actually
mechanically.
Okay, so martial arts. First off, a martial art is actually a new combat ability. You use in place of like a melee or archery or whatever
Sure.
when using that martial art. But also for Exalted, not for ordinary mortals. For Exalted, you also get access to special charms tied to that martial art.
Okay. And is that like magic infused into it? Is that inspired by the philosophy behind it? Is it just kind of like you punch even harder?
The philosophy behind it,
Sure.
you're drawing on your like control of essence to like better embody that martial art.
See, Ambrosia, I'm glad that you and I were on the same page here, even though Vivi had to catch up. Monk core. We're talking Gregorian. Imagine playing an exalted character, but you just are like a monastery monk.
Like, for example, Snake Style, which is all about striking and disabling people.
Sure.
There's, like, charms in there that let you, like, actually poison people with your fists.
I think that's just what happens when you don't wash your hands after going to the bathroom.
There's also one that's, like, all about improvised weapons, and you can, like...
Love that.
And there are charms in there that give, specifically, it's Dreaming Pearl Courtesan Style, which is about, like, high class. Like, being, like, a high-class courtesan assassin, basically.
Wait, sorry, that's tied to the... That's tied to the improvised weapons?
Yeah, it's using stuff like needles for pinning your hair or teacups or stuff as weapons.
Wait, that's
There's a
so
charm-
cool.
It is, it's great. There's charms in there that lets you give those improvised weapons the stats of an artifact weapon for a scene.
Right. No, because when my first thought when you said like eloquent or
Actually, it's not quite
elevated.
improvised weapons. It's weapons like disguised as like normal things.
Oh,
like,
okay.
For example,
My first thought was like the Kingsman bar fight scene.
like for example, a pin for your hair that's been
Yeah,
sharpened
yeah,
to a razor edge. Yeah. Or like a sash that's been sewn with weight so you can use it as a whip.
Oh, my first thought was garrote. Oh.
Or a garrote, yeah.
Listen, let's not get it twisted. There's plenty of ways you can use a scarf as a weapon.
Notably, Siderials are better at learning martial arts than other Exalted.
They're simply built different.
It's like part of their themes, martial arts are. In fact, their normal combat abilities are actually martial arts. Like, they're just, they're just, like, Siderial-only martial arts.
So when you say normal combat abilities, does that mean that there's a difference between, like, unarmed fighting and martial arts? Mechanically?
Yeah. The brawl ability is the one you use for normal unarmed fighting. That isn't
Right, and that's just like throwing
and
punches.
martial arts can also use weapons depending on the martial art.
Of course.
There's
Awesome.
the martial art that uses guns.
Tell me more.
It's called Righteous Devil Style. And it's about being like the heroic gunslinger.
I suppose gunslinging is a martial art.
Yeah. It's great. There's so many great martial arts in here.
Oh my gosh, you freaking loser. I gave you like
So one of my favorites is
3,000.
the martial art that's all about gaslighting everyone around into thinking you're the victim.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that one because I have too many jokes I can make that would not be good to make.
Yeah, it's called Black Claw Style, and literally the first charm you can get in there is that, like, if you beat your opponent's initiative with a roll, they get the first move in the fight, but everyone around thinks they started the fight, regardless of what actually happened.
Ah, so if you beat them...
if you beat their resolve, they think they started the fight.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're not even, like, joking with the gaslighting. It's literally just, like... It's not just lying, it's not deception. It's actually unironically just changing the narrative.
Yes.
Well, I can't say I was expecting that one. Although, I'm hard-pressed to not do some gun kata, like Markson says. High school bully jutsu.
Siderials also have esoteric martial arts that, called Sidereal martial arts that only they can learn without a Siderial teacher, but they can teach it to Solars.
Sure. So like Sidereal
Solars can also learn it, but if it's
originated, but it
teaches
can be
them,
passed on.
and it's weaker for Siderial. It is weaker for Solars.
Sure.
than it is for Siderials. And when I say esoteric, I mean really fucking esoteric.
Like primordial esoteric, or?
I mean, you hit someone in their pressure points in a way that, like, alters fate to, like, turn them into an animal.
I think we just reinvented furries.
Or, like, you give people diseases by punching them.
Again, that's just fighting someone after not washing your hands. That's disgusting.
There's also stuff that lets you, like...
Does a gay little martial art that just pisses you
over
off?
the nature of your own essence, that you can make your anima display look like any other Exalteds.
Oh, so like spiritual masking.
And in fact, you can steal their powers.
Like, steal or borrow for a fight?
As in, you use it, you cancel a charm someone else is using, and then you can use that charm now.
I'd say love that, but I know a bunch of people hate that. Primarily the people I'm stealing from.
And stuff that lets you like embed Hearthstones, which are these magical gems that power artifacts, into your own flesh to treat your body as an artifact. Weapon.
Okay. And what's the, I guess, like, multi-classing idea behind this? Like, how granular or how varied can you be in that?
Well, it's a storyteller system one, right? So it's not like classes; you just have stats.
Oh, right, storyteller. So well, when I said multi-class equivalent, so it's like I choose to be a Solar. That's the equivalent of choosing like a clan, and I get like in-clan disciplines basically. And that's like the
or
different
like it's
charms.
like the equivalent of playing like a vampire versus a werewolf.
Right. Oh, okay. So that's probably a better comparison, but
Yeah, because their powers do work fundamentally differently.
Sure.
There's also some really there's also another sidereal one I know, Obsidian Shards of Infinity style,
okay.
which is about how, oh fuck, it's really esoteric, but it's about how reality is like perception or whatever. The first charm in there is it lets you
Well, reality isn't real.
spend some motes, say, you thought you were here in this fight, you're actually over there.
Right. And it's the relativity of existence kind of deal.
No, like you move people around.
No, that's what I'm saying. But like the flavor
Yeah.
behind it is that like
Yeah.
all is one kind of deal. You're not actually existing. It's all relativity.
They also have really esoteric means of learning them, like that one, the traditional way to do it, because you can only learn it by fighting someone who knows the style.
Right.
Is to just ambush random people who you think would be good martial artists.
That's certainly one way of doing it. Oh, hello.
Yeah, the only way to learn this style is to face one of its practitioners. No student or victim of Azo has ever surpassed him in that. Students cultivate insight, imagination, and essence by contemplating koans, navigating mirror-filled labyrinths, and undergoing prolonged sensory deprivation. They must be ever vigilant, for their teacher might attack at any time. Some sidereals follow Azo's practice of ambushing those in who he saw potential, conferring enlightenment with a knife's edge.
So just for the heck of it, nah? That grandma in the corner, that's gotta be her jumper. Listen, if anything...
And there's charms in there, like you can like trap someone inside a mirror.
I mean, you always have to have one. If you have a system, if you have a fantasy system where someone doesn't get trapped in a mirror, did you really have a fantasy system? Doctor Who did that. Exalted can have it as a treat. So you had a Shadowrun character who can do gun kata and had to fight in a dark cave surrounded by enemies, and he won with his submachine guns. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, also the first one I saw, Ripple in the Silvered Glass. The stylist can use this charm on her turn to reveal that a character within medium range of her has actually been somewhere within short range of his apparent location all along. Any appearances to the contrary were but a trick of perspective. This can move characters into environmental hazards and other disadvantageous terrain, but it must leave them with a place to stand. The stylist can't move them off a cliff, for instance. So you can't like move them into midair so they fall, but you can move them into a burning building.
So there's a world where your entire game plan is just set up weird Rube Goldberg machines, and then you don't even need to get them into it. You literally just need to get them near it, and then pop, they're inside of it.
Yeah. They were actually retroactively in there all along.
Yeah. It's a very Pegasus from Lancer. You were hoping to pull off some Looney Tunes nonsense? That's what it is. In a world. Exactly. By the way, I know everything. See,
Also,
it's so
it
nice
lets
having
you
Lancer fans.
hurt people by attacking their reflections in any reflective surface.
Huh. I carry a mirror around on me for self-defense, as the Founding Fathers intended. JoJo's? Listen, I also thought Man in the Mirror. I also thought Hanged Man. I wasn't gonna say it, but since you wanted to bring it up, I guess we're bringing it up. You evil creature.
There's also one that's like about time manipulation, but that's the one I know the least about, like sidereal martial arts.
Listen, if I'm fighting someone and they punch time so hard that it rewinds, I'm dipping. I don't care what I'm fighting for. That's not worth it.
Oh yeah, sidereal martial arts masters are crazy to fight.
Zawarodo! I was thinking more like Made in Heaven.
Also, I should have mentioned the martial art that lets you like punch someone and turn them into a duck is all about it is about manipulating the threads of fate as if you are a spider and the threads are your web. It's called Charcoal March of Spider style.
Listen, that's a real funny way of saying duck punch. Like, I'm not doing this to be a spider in the threads of fate.
Because you're rewriting the like strands of their existence. There's a bunch of different things you can do with it.
Listen. I'm here for that. I think that's cool, but have you considered duck punch? Have you considered I'm taking this power to punch someone and turn them into a duck?
Yeah, it's called pattern spider touch.
Ooh, even the pattern spiders, that's World of Darkness. No, I definitely see why it looks cool.
The stylist transforms her victim into an animal.
So this is forcible and furification.
There's another one called Another Life Venom. The stylist transforms her target into a human of any appearance, though not a duplicate of an existing individual. She can alternately give him the appearance of a god, demon, elemental, ghost, or other supernatural creature, though this doesn't grant any actual power beyond cosmetic supernatural
appearance.
displays. The stylist player may briefly describe a backstory and social role for this new person. A coal hauler in the city's industrial district, a notorious local gossip, the god of this cairn. The stylist's will shapes reality through subtle manipulations of probability and alterations to the memories of trivial characters to bring the victim into that role or the nearest feasible equivalent. His memories are suppressed and replaced by constructed memories suitable to his role and backstory that will hold up to at least moderate scrutiny. His intimacies are unchanged, though he may not be able to understand them immediately. If the victim finds evidence his memories have been compromised, he can pay 1 willpower to either regain his memory of one scene, or regain all memories associated with one of his intimacies. Once you spend a total of Stylist Essence willpower this way, his memories are restored in full.
So it's not just physical change, it is also like mental overwrite, but the true self is suppressed. But there's no actual power, so if I make you god of this cairn...
To make it, like, work.
Also, hey, Rory.
Like, I can give you, like a new family in shit with it.
Right. But, if you make me think I'm a god, I don't get god powers, and my intimacies are still the same. So it might be weird that the god of murder can't actually murder people because my intimacies go against it, and I have no murder powers. Right? That's what I'm gathering?
Yeah. No, you have to be really powerful to even learn these.
Yeah. That sounds like a pretty intense one. I'm requested at the cookout tonight.
Oh yeah, there's also another one. Unnatural mini-step stride. The stylist can stand on thin air, finding footholds in the weave of fate, and can move vertically by running upwards. Successful movement rolls she makes also count as threat-in rolls against all enemies and bystanders. The way she moves is wrong, not at all how human limbs should move. Affected enemies flee the stylist or otherwise seek safety.
So you run on your hands and feet and you go real fast.
Like you move like a spider.
No, I know.
Crawling on its web, except the web is fate.
Yeah.
Yeah, sidereal martial arts are crazy.
So I'm requested at the cookout tonight. Sure, shoot me a DM and I'll let you know if I'm available. Why is there bone? Why is floor bone? Oh. Hi, Hornet. So you'd pursue the deeper truth. It isn't one the weak could bear. Oh, I'm fighting Hornet. And I have a broken soul vessel. Prove yourself ready to face it. I'll not hold back. My needle is lethal and I feel no sadness in a weakling's demise. Show me you can accept the kingdom's past and claim responsibility for its future. Time to fight Hornet again. Ow. Ma'am. Shaw? Okay, I need Exalted Lore. It needs to lock me in.
Oh fuck.
What exalted character would Hornet be? Vivi! You're
I
letting
don't
me down.
know.
I need
Their
assistance.
powers are pretty straightforward, so I guess like the solar with the fucking martial art.
And? More?
Oh yeah, there's also a couple of other types of exalted that aren't like super important to mention. I mentioned
Okay.
abyssals, who they're just solars, but they're like death themed. There's also exigents, which are just exalted of miscellaneous gods that aren't like the major
Sure.
gods that got exalted at first. They got snake exalted at first, which are usually unique, although there might be like a few exigents
Frick!
that share the same god, and who don't really have anything in common.
I didn't get enough lore from
Liminals
you.
I'm not like even sure about, like, because they're kind of introduced to lore in 30E, and then they haven't really done anything with them.
Yeah, Rory, I don't care. I beat Hornet first try as well. Not the second Hornet, but the first Hornet. I have my emotional support Vivi for me.
Oh yeah, also sorcery is a thing you can learn.
Sorcery is in
Fun, 'cause
like...
it's not,
Go on.
because it is not like being a wizard in D&D. It is all like lengthy rituals and stuff.
Okay. Well, because my first thought when you said sorcery after everything else that happened was like a hedge magic from mage, or like blood sorcery from,
Yeah, it's more like blood sorcery or magic.
or it's like rituals as opposed to kind of
Yeah.
as
There
opposed
are
to
things
true
you can do in
magic.
combat that they take like multiple turns to do. Like, there's one called Flight of Obsidian Butterflies where you like call into being a swarm of shards of obsidian in the shape of butterflies that can like
Right.
fucking pepper an entire battlefield. And it takes like a couple turns to do usually.
Sure.
One of my favorite things you can do with that is you can summon demons and elementals. Demons, by the way, are basically gods in the same way they're created by the primordials in the same way, but which... do
Okay,
not
so
side with the
demons are
gods.
closer to gods than exalted.
Yeah.
Okay.
They work basically the same way as gods, except they were imprisoned in hell, and don't represent anything that exists in the world. And are usually, and they're not necessarily evil, but are often alien and, like, not great to be around.
Well, personally, I'm not going to discriminate, but I feel as though if the primordial entities made a bunch of beings of goodness and a bunch of beings of badness, and I spend time around the
They
beings
didn't
of
make
badness...
goodness and badness. The only difference between gods and demons really is that the demons sided with the primordials.
Okay, so fine. They made like
that
freaking
won't-
suckers,
however-
and they made free thinkers.
That only applies to first circle demons that are like actually beings independent of the primordials and are the same as gods in that respect. They just weren't incorporated into creation. The second and third circle demons are actually parts of the spiritual anatomy of primordials.
Okay.
They are like physically part of their parent primordial. There are 7 third circle demons, which each have 7 second circle demons that are part of them as like a hierarchy. That each represent like smaller parts of the being that is the primordial.
Okay.
And they do have like independent wills and thoughts. Notably, second and third circle demons can be in multiple places at once.
Shut up, Rory. Wait, so real quick, the primordials, how defined are they? Is there like a primordial of the sky, or is it like you have Azathoth versus Cthulhu versus Yig?
They're defined, but in a very eldritch and way.
Yeah, so like they're beyond human understanding, but is it they're beyond human understanding where one is the embodiment of like all the metaphysical and another is a representation of all the concrete? Or is it closer to like, they're all tentacles and mouths and eyes, but one is named this, one is named that. They have general spheres of influence. Like how...
And so, yeah, it's sort of like that, except they're not...
Well, yeah, they're obviously not just
necessarily
Lovecraft,
aesthetically.
but yeah.
For example, She Who Lives in Her Name is one very large crystalline sphere surrounded by, I think, 100 smaller crystalline spheres that are each in turn surrounded by 1,000 smaller crystalline spheres, each filled with smokeless flame.
Ow.
Yeah, she's associated with hierarchy and control and domination.
I'm sorry, I have a motorcycle going on and I have a hornet shawing in my ear.
Yeah.
My apologies. Primordial hierarchy? So
Yeah,
question-
She Who Lives in Her Name is associated with hierarchy and control and rulership
Right.
and domination and all those things. She believes that granting free will to mortals in the cause was a mistake.
I mean,
They should have been simple automatons.
listen, it led to me paying taxes. That's all I'm going to say.
And if you were to learn her name, she would gain complete control of you.
Right, it's one of those things.
Yeah. No,
So-
this is reversed of usual true name rules. If you know her true name, she has control of you.
Sure. And
Yeah.
I get the vibes, because obviously the good and evil isn't really very factoring in here. Is this a very like law versus chaos setting?
Not really, although She Who Lives in Her Name is very law.
Right.
That's her whole thing.
Rory, you'd let her control you even if you didn't know her name. That's what happens when you're a simp like that. Good thing I'm very forgetful.
Another primordial I know of
True.
is Adore John, who is basically a living storm, like windstorm.
Right.
Not really in a concrete way. They're more like a wind. It's
Right.
really hard to explain. They are like a pattern of movement.
Right.
Is the way I could best put it. And they are associated with things like freedom and destruction and chaos and travel and a bunch of those things like
Frick.
that.
Oh, is this what the desert? Talking about controlling, hand over the controller. I'll fight the boss when you yap. Listen, Vivi's here, so I don't have to be entertaining. Today's my day off.
Oh, I should mention one thing about Exalted is despite how powerful the player characters are, there is no way to bring back the dead. And there is no way to travel in time. Your decisions are final.
Except for punching so hard that you break time.
You specifically can't go back in time. You can like speed up or slow down time.
Sure.
Or, like,
So you
different
can
curve
always
stuff.
go forward at different rates, but...
Yeah.
Or I imagine you can probably even pause time, but you can't go back.
So if someone dies, they are dead for good. This is one of the few things in notes that's like not a thing you should like come up with rules.
Right, because
that, like, you
it's core to the
circumvent.
setting.
Like there's this literal sidebar saying, this is core to the themes of the game. Do not allow the players to bring back the dead.
Yeah. Frick.
And this is important, especially because the players are so powerful. Because you end up with situations where you might have caused the death of a whole lot of innocent people.
Right, and then you don't want to be able to roll that back.
And there's nothing you can do to reverse that. Yeah.
Because who would have thought that when you can roll back consequences, consequences don't matter, comics.
There's also very few ways to magically heal people.
Okay.
The best you can do is magically like treat injuries or diseases.
I barely know the names of my
immediately
roommates.
heal people.
No.
It's no one can bring back the dead harmless shark.
Yeah, you can Zawarodo, but you cannot Looper. Understood. Which I think it would actually be really interesting if there's a mechanic where it's just like only players or only not players can be brought back from the dead, you know? I feel like that would be an interesting, like obviously not necessarily for Exalted specifically, but for a system where it's only PCs or only not PCs.
Okay, I should note, Abyssals are brought back from the dead. That's like a whole thing of them. However, they are not alive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't they like from the like
Yeah, they're
Shadow
not
Lands?
alive. The Abyssals are not alive.
Yeah, so that one doesn't count. That's like saying a ghost is reviving.
They're like vampires, basically. They're like really ridiculously powerful vampires that are only mildly weakened by sunlight.
They're mildly irritated. They get a nasty sunburn real easy, but
I think they can't regain essence while they're in sunlight. They can still use all their powers just fine, they just can't regain essence while they're in sunlight. Except by consuming mortal blood.
right.
And of course they are exalted and are in fact corrupted solars and are obscenely powerful. They can slay armies with the swing of their sword and so on. Lead armies of ghosts to bring ruination to creation and so on and so forth.
Ow.
Oh, I should mention another thing about Exalted, and that
What is that?
really important to how this game treats magic as not something that is like separate from the normal fabric of existence in this setting.
Sure.
If someone dies and they are not given a proper funeral within 3 days, they come back as a hungry ghost.
Huh.
There are
Well,
no
that's what
special
happens when like
circumstances
gods are
required for
real. Funerary rites
that. It
are there
doesn't
for a
require a
reason.
necromancer to bring them back. It doesn't require some special magical energy to do that. That's just what happens when someone doesn't get a proper funeral.
Well, that's what
Their
happens
soul
when-
can't pass on, and they become a hungry ghost.
That's
They're
what happens when
tax
everyone's a
people.
demigod. So Hornet says, so
Also,
strong. You could do
there
it
are
if you had the
places-
will. But could you raise your nail once knowing its tragic conception and knowing yourself? Then do it, Ghost of Hellenist. Head onward. Burn that mark upon your shell and claim yourself as king. I don't want to be king. I want to be a marketable plushie. I know that there are plushies of the knight, but like, tell me this is not adorable. This is not an adorable creature.
The knight is extremely adorable. What was I saying? Also, yeah, you can like, notably with like character creation and merits and stuff, you can like leave character creation being like the king of a small country.
The kingdom's gates will open. Why do I feel like an exalted character now? I can open gates just by looking at them. I don't know, that strikes me as a very exalted charm.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh, you need to leave, by the way.
Oh, I just died by rocks fall, you die. This really is exalted. Oh.
Gun that turns people into a marketable plushie.
I don't know. I think I just got turned into a marketable plushie and then, like, Hornet picked me up.
Hornet
No
has taken the
dialogue.
plushie.
Just picks you up with my non-hands. I don't think she has arms.
No, she does.
Well, to be fair, I don't think I have arms either, but I clearly do, so...
There's a part where she loses the cloak in Silk Song.
Spoilers. Okay, it's been 7 hours.
By the way, Silk Song is so much harder than this game.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard
It's
that
like the
it was
difficulty of...
a difficulty jump, but because it was meant to be DLC initially. I heard that because it was meant
That's
to be
a big
like...
part of it, yeah. It feels like the starting difficulty of Silk Song is roughly the ending difficulty of Hollow Knight.
Which, I mean, if you jump right from Hollow Knight to Silksong, you'll probably love.
Yeah, it works really well, but is really nightmarish for people who either didn't play Hollow Knight or played it a long time ago.
Yeah, which I imagine... I don't actually know how many people are gonna pick up Silksong without Hollow Knight, but that has to be a non-zero amount, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, we're currently in
Whereas
an
it's like, oh yeah, where it's like immediately like, yeah, do this really hard platforming.
Yeah. Let us. I am going to, because we're currently in an ad. I think that we wrap up Exalted talk afterwards, not in like a sentence, but over the course of a few minutes, and then I'm probably going to raid out because it's been 7 hours.
Yeah.
Or not 7 hours of Exalted, but 7 hours of Exalted would certainly be quite the silly endeavor. Do you think you could talk Exalted for 7 hours without playing?
Perhaps if I was talking about like all the cool stuff that's like incidental or like random shit from the setting.
Listen, if I told you, hey, we're going to do a 7-hour stream, talk Exalted the full time. You can talk anything Exalted. You can talk theory crafting. You can talk lore. You can talk mechanics. You can talk past games you've been a part of. Do you think you could fill that silence?
Possibly. Oh yeah, another thing I want to mention about the game being queer is that when you're a lunar, because I noticed, because the shapeshifting is the thing they do, your true form is actually your idealized self.
Idealized self as in your ideal version of a humanoid form, or just purely idealized?
Pretty much, like if you, and basically like if you're trans, you trans.
Well, no. So I'm operating off of that assumption, but I'm like, if you're a furry, are you like a furry person, or if you're freaking like have some esoteric worldview that belief that you are the world, you appear as the entire world, or like
I don't think
planet.
it works that way.
Well, I was wondering just how weird it gets.
Oh, I should note, beastmen are a thing in Exalted.
Okay.
They are metaphysically humans, to be clear.
So when you say beastmen,
they're not like a separate species or race. They're
closer to like cat girls.
No. They're like anthropomorphic wolves and stuff. So
they're anthropomorphic. Well, so they're like classic werewolves, but they're considered human.
Yes. They are metaphysically human because their entire origin is literally lunars can make people into beastmen with their powers. As like a blessing from Luna. Like the charm you get is literally called sharing Luna's gifts.
Enforced furrification. It strikes again. So welcome back from the ad, everyone. I am going to wrap up soon, but I think that we're going to wind down
hereditarily.
We're going to wind down Exalted talk, and then I think I'm going to raid out. But what are the other highlights that we've missed?
Yeah, Kelador, it's sort of like that in terms of like equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
God Kindred of the East.
Oh my gosh,
well, no, Abyssals are more like vampires. I think chemicals and liminals post-state any attempt to like draw a connection between Exalted and World of Darkness.
Which, like, obviously it's not going to be 1-to-1, but it is going to be closer than you'd think because it is both storytelling system was initially the old World of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So what other highlights are just like you're telling someone about Exalted, they're listening to you, and it's just like this is the system that you have to play. What is the last thing that you would like sign off on?
They're a magic mecha.
Sorry?
They're a magic mecha from the first age. No one knows how to build them anymore, but they exist. Yeah, they're called War Striders.
Yeah. Hey, Ermic.
And there are very few in creation.
Right. And when you say mecha, do you mean like power armor? Do you mean like Imperial Knight? Do you mean like what scale are we talking? Wait, one of the goals that wasn't reached was Zote as the player character. That's so silly.
Okay, God. What's that fucking fantasy mecha anime
That is not specific. I'm sorry.
that I'm trying to think of.
Really putting Viva... I've been
Escaflowne.
putting Viva on the spot for the past
Escaflowne.
3 hours.
Sorry, Escaflowne. I'll put it in the fucking chat. The name of it.
Knights and Magic?
Yeah, it's like the magic mecha in the.
Ah. Listen, Magic and Mecha go together very well. See? Lancer.
Where it's like 30-foot tall suit of armor.
Okay, so like mecha, not just like power
Yeah.
armor, not Cosmere, Stormlight Archives.
Yeah.
Interesting. And what? So you say there's very few that no one can make them anymore. They're from the first age.
Fuck.
Would
Let me
you say
find some of the art of them.
are they closer to like? I guess the best comparison I can say is like, are they like a Beholder? Are they a Tarask? Like, are they one showing up will be the direction of a game, or is it closer to
Pretty much, because they're incredibly
Okay.
powerful. And they're made to be piloted by the Exalted.
Oh heck, the person I was gonna raided out.
The realm has I think 12 that they own
Okay.
that are operational.
So they're meant to be piloted by Exalted, who are already super powerful, like demigods.
Let me show you the art.
Ermic,
on the
I'm gonna
chapter
ask
about
you
them in
one
Arms of the
question.
Chosen.
How long has this stream been live for? That's what I'm gonna ask you.
Here, I sent you in DMs.
Thank you.
What War Striders look like,
So, and what I can do is because
or
I
a War
have
Strider at least.
MS Paint open. So this is what we're talking.
Yeah.
Which that's pretty wicked.
Yeah.
And I assume these are just normal people.
Yeah. Well, the guy in the very front is actually a Solar Exalted.
Yeah, so
The sword
I can
that's
tell the
attached
main
describes him
character just
fighting
by the shoulder
War
cauldron.
Strider and getting actually punted into the sky.
Oh my gosh.
Like at one point at the end of the fight, the Dragon Blood who's piloting the War Strider picks him up and yeets him into the horizon.
Well, yeah, so there's mecha in every TTRPG system because mecha nerds love TTRPGs. And if there's not mecha in their TTRPG, they'll just add mecha to their TTRPG.
I mean, but it works more in Exalted.
But
than in
it
other
works for
things.
this because when you have, I mean, it's classic. We're descendants of a greater age where magic was more advanced. Blah blah blah. Blah. Like if you have the first age and then a fall, you can have whatever you want just in that first age because you can't make it again, and it's rare and it's powerful and it's not understood. Metal Gear Rising
Yeah.
Revengeance. Just rules of nature. Okay, I think on that note, it has been 7 hours.
One of the War Striders listed in there that's like an artifact in a War Strider, which means do not let the players have this.
Sure.
Like artifact in A, it's like this is meant to be the focus of a campaign. Do not
Sure,
let
sure,
the players have this. Is like a knockoff Evangelion. It is a fucking
Oh my gosh.
Eldritch behemoth from the first age, sealed in a suit of armor
I need to watch
and
Evangelion.
controlled from an implanted cockpit. It's great.
I really need to watch Evangelion. It's been
I'll like find a picture of it. It's
Okay.
great.
hit me up.
Hold on, fuck.
Also, Icon
It's a
mentioned
big
incredible. Okay, Icon, I know very little about it. I learned very recently, apparently Tom Bloom is involved on Icon. I didn't actually know that. Oh
Here it
my
is.
gosh.
Yeah, Carvara, the Walking Devil Tower, Moon Silver War Strider, artifact in A.
Okay, Vivi, you have literally told me about the difference between railguns and coil guns in the modern applications of like applied physics in weaponry, and that is the nerdiest thing you've ever said.
The name of it, yeah.
Yeah. You ranted at me
They
for
didn't even
3 hours about the lore of a TTRPG I've never played, and that is by far the nerdiest thing you've ever told me.
They didn't even try to make it not look like an Evangelion? Yeah.
Oh, is this like actually what Evangelions look like?
A lot, yeah.
Evangelion. Let's not have AI visible. 'Cause I'm not too fond of AI. This one? I kind of see it, yeah. Yeah. Now, I don't know if it's like is this like the famous one?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I gotta watch Evangelion. Stream Together has ended. This really is the same picture, but on a horizontal axis swap. One is just eating a person, one is about to eat a person. Big chin, teeth, narrow waist. It's basically the main Ava, but white instead of purple. Yeah, I kind of see it. Although it doesn't have the antenna, it has those like spines. I do like it. It looks very piranha face almost.
Yeah.
Whereas this looks like it's the Joker, baby. I don't know why. Maybe it's the purple.
But yeah, they're fucking mecha and exalted. They're super rare, and they take like an incredible amount of like sorcerer's expertise to simply maintain. But
like this face, do you see this?
if you really do piss off the realm, they will send a mecha after you.
Mans is shook.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you want me to show you the funniest fucking art in the entire core book because of like the guy being freaked out?
Okay. 100%.
I genuinely cackled when I saw this.
What do the big mecha actually do? I assume being a big mecha, that's like their thing. That's like asking someone who works at an ice cream shop, hey, what outside of scooping ice cream do you do at the ice cream shop? I don't know.
There's like an entire set of rules for them. It's complicated. Anyways, this art is what I'm talking about. I love this art.
Me when I get you.
His face!
New profile picture just dropped. Oh wait, you know those couples? You know those couples profile pictures people have? You need one where one has this and one has this. And then if they make it a throuple, someone gets the tiger. Like every friend group has disheveled, scared man running for his life, dragon blood pursuing her prey, mystical, magical tiger man.
This is actually the art for tiger-style martial arts.
Listen, these are the three genders. Terrified man, horrifying woman, tiger. Inviting someone to the throuple, you can be the tiger. Come on. Hey, we saw you from across the zoo. We like your vibe. And on this note, I think, Vivi, who are you? Where can they find you? I need to wrap up.
Hi, I'm Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty cyborg cat. I like streaming strategy games, horror games, and RPGs. But really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble at length about science on stream because I'm a scientist in real life as well.
Awesome. And your channel, I think that a lot of people here already know you, but I will shout you out just in case.
Yeah.
And
it's so good.
If you don't know
so
me,
good. You should read the books and you should do like a video on it and some shit and get more people to play Exalted.
Honestly, like you kind of got me into it. I'm kind of invested now.
It's so
good. The goal is to do a deep dive.
It's so good.
And obviously this has to be the cover.
It is so fucking woke. It is so fucking insanely woke.
Listen, you
like
can't have Solars controlling the entire human populace anymore because of woke.
Oh fuck, I need to find the sidebar about the word barbarian in the lunar book.
I'm sorry, I said that comment and my roommate just looks at me and goes, what?
Yeah, you won't find the word barbarian used to describe any of the cultures in this book. Societies in creation, as in the real world, pass judgment on others by naming them barbaric, savage, primitive, or uncivilized, refusing to recognize their civilizations as civilizations. The realm, creation's predominant empire, has unparalleled power to enforce and propagate these judgments throughout its territory. Those who don't organize their societies in a fashion the realm recognizes, match its technological sophistication, or follow the immaculate philosophy's divine truth, these people the realm names barbarians. It justifies conquest and exploitation as a righteous cause, bringing civilization to those seen as lacking it. The massive tributes extracted from realm satrapies are a generous price to pay in exchange for its largesse. The truth is that the differences between these cultures and those like the realm is a matter of history, geography, and politics, not barbarism. A lack of cities doesn't make a society primitive. Nomadic peoples are better suited to thrive in regions where conditions are ill-suited to large-scale agriculture, and they're less susceptible to disease and malnutrition than city dwellers. A people without access to iron or bronze won't develop metallurgical technology as sophisticated as the realms. Its innovations and ingenuity will make use of what resources it does have. A society on the wild's edge abides by seemingly arbitrary taboos that protect its members from exposure to the wild and fey depredations. The realm doesn't recognize these culture sophistication, and doesn't mean they lack it.
Okay, but if they didn't want to be called barbarians, why do they constantly go bar 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 when they don't speak Latin?
Oh my god. There's
Like,
also the book on the realm
checkmate,
literally
satrapies.
starts with a quote. The book called The Realm, which is literally just a source book on the realm itself, starts with a quote from Edward Said about how every empire convinces itself of the mission civilis.
Wow.
The quote is, every single empire in its official discourse has said that it is not like all the others, that its circumstances are special, that it has a mission to enlighten, civilize, bring order and democracy, and that it uses force only as a last resort. And sadder still, there always is a chorus of wheeling intellectuals to say calming words about benign or altruistic empires, as if one shouldn't trust the evidence of one's eyes, watching the destruction and misery and death brought by the latest mission civilizatrice.
Okay, but have you considered how important the press stabilité is? We must uphold the moral intern. Have you played Disco Elysium?
But yeah, yes, I have.
Okay.
Anyways, Exalted is so woke. It's like the wokest TTRPG.
I don't know. I think Thirsty Sword Lesbians might got a beat. I don't know, Girlfriend.
I mean, there are a lot of queer people in Exalted. I should mention also the realm is a matriarchy.
Girlfriend, exactly. Yeah, so we have a girl boss running the country. However, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna raid out to Archivist. Most of you know AE. If you know VV, if you know me, you know AE. But if you are interested in more TTRPG talk, you can check over the YouTube. I make videos basically every day. I stream chatting streams on Wednesday over on YouTube over there. And then also we're doing Hollow Knight here on Saturdays. And my goal is at sometime in the near future, probably not in the near future, but sometime in the next couple months, get VV on and make a proper Exalted video. So any last words?
Honestly, Exalted is the one fantasy TTRPG I would actually play on stream. Because
honestly,
like,
I kind of want to at this point.
But,
I think it'd be fun.
Exalted is so good. Yeah.
Okay, but we're gonna read out. So thank you all so much for staying here. Enjoy your night, enjoy your day, enjoy your morning, and take care of yourself. Good night.